The system has activated a year early, but the apocalypse hasn't arrived. Yet this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Abnormal Ship. 2-in-1. Zhaoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at the 3 high-tech construction robots that Chen Mo had taken out. These technologically advanced foreign machines were quite novel and interesting to her. However, her attention was soon attracted by a sudden ding-dong sound. She was surprised to find that Chen Mo had taken out a bunch of things from some mysterious place. System prompt: the exchange of materials has been completed, and a total of 50,000 grams of gold has been collected from the host. As the system prompt sound ended, the 200 kilograms of gold that Chen Mo had just put into the storage ring immediately became only about 150 kilograms. Looking at the pile of things around, Zhaoyu couldn't help laughing and teasing. Do you have a 4-dimensional chrysanthemum? How can you always take out so many things? Chen Mo smiled slightly, and he showed the ring on his hand and said, "This is called a storage ring." Although these things were actually taken out from the system warehouse, he did not reveal this secret. He turned and gave instructions to the 3 robots. "You 3, start building according to the blueprints of the Void Realm. All the materials are here." With his order, the 3 robots immediately started to move. Their mechanical legs stretched and moved freely, and the tools and instruments on their bodies began to flash, and they began to build quickly and orderly. Their mechanical arms wielded various tools flexibly, and they carried out construction accurately according to the blueprints of the Void Realm. Chen Mo stood aside, ready to observe for a while to see if the 3 construction robots could ensure that everything was built according to the architectural drawings. Zhaoyu's curiosity did not diminish because of the work of the robots, but became stronger. She walked around the robots and exclaimed from time to time. The speed and accuracy of these robots' work far exceeded her imagination, giving her a deeper understanding of the power of technology. "Mo, the mobility of your 3 robots is almost the same as that of humans," Zhaoyu exclaimed as she watched the 3 robots fit the materials around them together tightly and gradually build something like a real building. "How did they do it so accurately?" "These are all high-tech products," Chen Mo explained. "They are equipped with sophisticated sensors and control systems that can accurately sense and execute various commands." As he spoke, the 3 robots had completed the construction of the basic framework and began to work on the more complex internal structure. Chen Mo and Zhaoyu also walked aside to better observe the entire construction process. "But what is this virtual realm you are talking about?" After watching for a while, Zhaoyu was stunned and didn't understand what the 3 construction robots were building. At this moment, the thing in front of him was like a huge metal frame, with various intricate structures and parts intertwined, making it difficult for people to see its true appearance for a while. "The virtual world is actually a high-tech device," Chen Mo explained. "It can create a virtual space where people can experience an environment and scene that is completely different from reality." Zhaoyu was confused, but still tried to understand. "So, this thing can let us enter another world?" "No, everything is fake. For example, if I activate this building to transform your house into a cell, your house will become a building that looks like a cell, but in fact your house has not changed at all. It's just a trick. Fake is just to deceive the eyes. Isn't that like a 3D projection? It seems useless." Zhaoyu was a little uninterested. "That's not it. This can achieve a very high degree of realism. You can simulate your room into a beach, watch the waves of the sea, and simulate the sound. You can even simulate yourself in a spaceship, and the stars and the sea are outside. Don't you think it's cool?" Chen Mo said with a smile. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Zhaoyu's eyes lit up. "Doesn't it mean that you can simulate the world in the game?" "Of course, you can simulate any scene you want." "That sounds interesting. Can you lend it to me after it's built?" Zhaoyu immediately became interested. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Of course, but it will probably take some time to build. You just wait here for them to be built. I have something else to do." "Where are you going?" Xiaoyu smiled as she saw Chen Mo busy all day. You are really busy every day now. Something important. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he began to look for them according to the route his parents had mentioned before. Although fishing at sea is like flying, it will seem very serious every time something goes wrong, but the probability of a real accident is actually very low. It is much lower than the probability of a car accident. But after all, it is still quite dangerous to drift on the vast ocean. Before, there was no way to contact his parents at sea thousands of miles away, so Chen Mo could only wait for them to come back. Now that there is a way to go directly to his parents, Chen Mo naturally does not plan to wait for them to come back. After all, life at sea is still quite hard. Now that he has the ability to let them enjoy it, and also the ability to reach them thousands of miles away and bring them back, Chen Mo is naturally going to take them home directly, save them from continuing to work hard. However, his parents are on an ocean-going ship, and they have been out for quite some time. He doesn't know where they are sailing to, and it's not that easy to find them by teleporting. Chen Mo directly checked the route of the fishing boat. Lulangayu 2862. The route is the waters of Peru and Chile, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find. He turned on his phone and scanned the world map. After seeing that all the nearby waters were recorded, Chen Mo immediately moved to the nearby area in an invisible state and began to search with his ability to perceive blood. After all, it was a fishing boat, and there must be a smell of blood on the boat. His other abilities may not be strong, but his ability to perceive blood can be directly locked in a radius of 100 miles for perception, because of the blessing of the Blood Clan bloodline. This perception range is huge. With such an ability, it is obviously not difficult to find Lulangayu number 2862. Sure enough, soon, Chen Mo sensed some faint smell of blood. However, when he rushed over, he found that it was not the fishing boat where his parents were, so he could only continue searching. With such a large-scale search capability, Chen Mo did not spend much time to find his parents' ocean-going ship in another Chilean sea area. But what made Chen Mo feel a little strange was that the smell coming from this ship was a little wrong. This bloody smell is no longer like the bloody smell of only fish, nor is it like the bloody smell of a little wound scratched by humans. Sensing something wrong, Chen Mo immediately moved to the target ship. As he turned on the perspective glasses, he saw the scene on the ship. The captain was stabbed and tied in the room for some reason, and two people were guarding nearby with knives. There were several other people on the same floor gathering to eat seafood hot pot. There was another group of people on the lower floor, and several people gathered together to eat and drink. The people on the upper and lower floors seemed to be divided into two camps. There are about 10 people in each camp. In addition to these two camps, there is another camp of only 6 people. Chen Mo found that his parents were among these 6 people. The 6 people huddled in a sailor's room. All of them looked at a loss. Chen Mo was curious and immediately used mind reading to read everyone's thoughts. Finally, he figured out what happened on the ship. It turned out that the fishery company to which the fishing boat belonged had made a contract that cheated people. It said that, even if there was no harvest at sea, there would be a guaranteed annual salary of 50,000. As a result, who would have thought that this contract cheated people because of this guarantee? The cheating was about this so-called no harvest. When everyone signed the contract at the beginning, they didn't notice any traps in it. I just thought that this company was quite conscientious. Even if there was no harvest at sea, it could give everyone such a high guaranteed annual salary. Only then did they spread the word and gathered more than 30 people on board. As a result, after going out to sea, everyone gradually realized something. That is, this so-called no harvest is a huge pit. Because as long as this fishing boat has any harvest at sea, it is no longer in the category of no harvest. It will not trigger the contract of the minimum annual salary of 50,000 yuan. How much money everyone can get depends on their own harvest. And the salary for the harvest is very low. Among them, the man named Zhang Laozhen who took the lead in stabbing the captain was originally the one who harvested the most this time. Because he worked very hard and almost fell into the sea once, some people couldn't help but persuade him not to work so hard. After all, the monthly salary is only 1,000 yuan. Just for the squid, that is only 30 cents per catty. Is it worth it to put your life on the line? just muddle through and it's over. Zhang Laozhen was originally quite moved by the concern of his co-workers, but he was dumbfounded when he heard the second half of the sentence. He asked the co-workers why it suddenly became a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan instead of a minimum annual salary of 50,000 yuan. He worked so hard because of the annual salary. After a discerning person saw the problem in the contract and told him about it, Zhang Laozhen realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed to the captain's room to verify it that day. The answer he got was, "What, 50,000? It is clearly written in the contract that if no fish is caught, there is a guaranteed income of 50,000 yuan, but now our ship has harvested, so how can there be a guaranteed annual salary? Let's calculate it based on a monthly salary of 1,000 and a commission of 30 cents per pound." The captain's cunning face made Zhang Laozhen unbearable. He immediately argued with the captain angrily and even cursed at the end. As a result, the captain was clearly bullying him. He didn't waste any time talking to him. He directly beat him with his men, beat him black and blue, and begged for mercy repeatedly before letting him go. However, the captain was not satisfied after beating him and even squatted down beside his ear and threatened him, saying that any accident was possible in the vast ocean. If he accidentally fell into the sea because the deck was too slippery, it would only be his bad luck, and no one would be held accountable for it. How could Zhang Laozhen not understand what this sentence meant? It was obviously the captain's warning to him that if he didn't obey, he would be killed one day, and no one could do anything to the captain. Zhang Laozhen, who returned to the cabin with bruises all over his body, finally aroused the indignation of other worthless workers around him. Like Zhang Laozhen, they left their hometowns and came to this desolate sea area, not just for the high income promised by the company at the beginning. Unexpectedly, this contract was really a yin-yang contract. Now that they knew the truth, they couldn't swallow it at all. But seeing Zhang Laozhen's fate, although everyone shouted fiercely, no one dared to go to the captain to argue. However, after seeing everyone so angry, Zhang Laozhen, who had just been beaten up and threatened with his life, did not dare to stay on this fishing boat any longer. Even if he dared to stay, he would only be ordered around by the captain as cheap labor. He could not swallow this breath and could not bear this loss. He immediately came up with a bold decision in his mind. He announced to everyone, "The captain is nothing great. He has followers. We have more people. We also have fishing knives. We have more people than the captain. It is not certain who has the final say on this ship." His words were like a thunder, exploding in the crowd. Surprised by his determination, 9 workers from the same hometown as him chose to follow him firmly. At the same time, another group of workers, although they were not of the same mind as Zhang Laozhen, could not stand the captain's behavior and decided to rebel. In the end, only Chen Mo's parents and a few workers with less courage chose to remain neutral. In this way, the 2 rebel organizations were easily established and succeeded. When Zhang Laozhen led his men to the captain's room, he stabbed the captain twice before he felt relieved. At the same time, he forced the captain to return. But after calming down, he was also stupid. He has now committed the crime of wounding. If the ship really returns, he is afraid that he will go to jail. So he deceived the people around him and stabbed the captain's men and threw them into the sea. As a result, the 2 teams of rebels, all 20 people, became accomplices. When everyone became grasshoppers on a rope, they had the final say on the movement of the ship. It was obviously impossible to return to the country now, so they began to think of ways to find a subsequent retreat. Fortunately, they were not so crazy as to take any action against the 6 neutral parents of Chen Mo. For the time being, everyone occupied a place on the ship and lived in peace. But floating on the sea like this is not a good thing, and everyone's mentality gradually began to change. After learning the whole story, Chen Mo also understood why the situation on the ship had developed to this point. The yin-yang contract of the aquatic company was the root of the disaster. When an honest person is driven crazy, it is very scary. Chapter 127. Heroes in Troubled Times. 3 in 1. After understanding the whole story, Chen Mo was actually not interested in dealing with this incident. This captain is not a good guy, and Zhang Laozhen, who was forced to become a bad guy, is actually not a good guy. After the darkness in his heart was released, He was already thinking about how to deal with the people on the ship who were not from his faction. These two gangs are really dog eat dog. If he hadn't seen a high level unit among them, Chen Mo would have been ready to take his parents away directly, but now, if there is a reward, he will naturally brush it. Chen Mo appeared directly in the sailor's room on the second floor where Zhang Laozhen and others gathered. At this time, Zhang Laozhen was bewitching the people around him, thinking about whether he could induce them to solve the other group of people. As for the 6 neutral ones, after the other group of people were solved, the neutral group would accept those who were willing to join, and those who were unwilling would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Just as he lowered his voice and said these plans, he suddenly looked up and saw a young figure appear at the door of the cabin, who, when he roared, the other people around him immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction of the cabin door. As a result, they only saw a strange young man. Who is this person? Was he on the ship before? Why haven't I seen him before? Someone asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhang Laozhen immediately felt something was wrong. After he rebelled, because the captain's assistant ran away, he had searched the ship thoroughly. He stopped only after confirming that the escaped person jumped into the sea. So it should be absolutely impossible for another person who had not been seen before to appear on the ship. How did you get up? Zhang Laozhen looked at Chen Mo nervously and asked. That's how you got up? You guys are quite happy to kill people. It's understandable that you dealt with the captain's gang, but you seem to be addicted to killing now. You even want to kill the gang downstairs? Do they have any grudges with you, or have they offended you? Chen Mo laughed. As soon as this was said, several people immediately understood that this kid might not be from the gang downstairs. But he dared to walk up to them and say such words after hearing their murder plan. Isn't that just looking for death? Catch him. Don't let the people downstairs know what we just said. Zhang Laozhen said, and immediately picked up a fish killing knife next to him and ordered. The other people were also quick-witted and rushed towards Chen Mo to attack. But before they got close, Zhang Laozhen felt that there seemed to be a flash of light on Chen Mo's right hand. The next moment, the half-rushed people were all separated from their heads. Bang, bang, bang. Several heads fell to the ground immediately. At the same time, the system prompt sounded immediately. System prompt. The host has been detected to cross the level and kill the 3rd level zombie. The host is hereby rewarded with 1000 survival points. System prompt. The host has been detected to cross the level and kill the 3rd level zombie. The host is hereby rewarded with 1000 survival points. System prompt. The host has been detected to cross the level and kill the 4th level demon. The host is hereby rewarded with 2000 survival points. System prompt. The host has been detected to cross the level and kill the 2nd level mutant. The host is hereby rewarded with 300 survival points. So the rewards are so bad when there is no cross-level killing? Only 300 survival points for killing a person of the same level? This is the first time that Chen Mo has killed a target of the same level. He didn't expect the rewards to be so bad. A total of 7 people rushed over, 3 of whom were dead, and the rewards for the remaining 4 were just a tiny bit. This reward really made Chen Mo feel pitiful. Chen Mo was still lamenting that the rewards were too bad. Zhang Laozhen, who was already scared to death, was holding the fish killing knife with his hand drooping weakly. He didn't see what happened at all, and the people around him had already died. The weird scene in front of him made him completely confused. He could only stand there, panicking and speculating about what might happen next. The deaths of these people were really weird. Zhang Laozhen, you are worthy of being able to reach the strength of a 9th level monster. You really have leadership skills and know how to survive. People like you, the more you are thrown into an environment without the rule of law, the more it is the end of the world, the more you can use your abilities. Chen Mo smiled and praised Zhang Laozhen. This guy was able to easily incite a group of people to follow him after being beaten by the captain, and after the success, they regarded him as the boss. This person is obviously capable, but that's all. It's better to have fewer people who can become heroes in such a chaotic world. For example, the chaotic world is more chaotic. Listening to Chen Mo's nonsense, Zhang Laozhen was confused. But soon, he didn't need to be confused, because he saw the strange light flash again. The next moment, the whole world started to spin, and as it spun, He felt something hit his head with a bang, and soon the picture in front of him gradually went black. System prompt: the host has killed the 9th level monster by crossing the level, and the divine power is unparalleled. Hereby reward the host with 100,000 survival points and an S-level gift package. After getting rid of Zhang Laozhen, Chen Mo was too lazy to stay on this ship any longer. Zhang Laozhen is very capable. It can be seen from the fact that the 10 people downstairs are all dead bodies. All 10 people were killed by Zhang Laozhen. However, the other 6 people, including Chen Mo's parents, were still alive, which showed that they were forced to surrender after Zhang Laozhen successfully dealt with the 10 people. In the sailor's room, Chen Mo's father Chen Feng was hugging his wife Zheng Ziulian's shoulders. It's okay, they just have conflicts with the captain and the company. We were deceived just like them. How can we be considered as sharing the same pain? They shouldn't do anything to us. If they really wanted to do something, they would have done it a long time ago. Hearing her husband say this, Zheng Ziulian nodded, and she felt better. She thought it was a good trip with guaranteed income, but she never thought that this would happen. Now it's fine that she can't make money, but she may even lose her life. When she thought that she and her husband were in trouble and her son was left alone, she felt very uncomfortable. Although her son has grown up, which parent can really let go of his child easily? While they were talking to each other, the 4 people next to them also comforted each other. At least now they can still hold each other for warmth, and are not so collapsed. Just as they were talking in a low voice, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the cabin. The sudden appearance of the figure startled the 6 people. After all, they saw with their own eyes how the 20 people treated the captain's group in a bloody way. Some died, and some were injured. The captain's legs were stabbed with 2 holes. Fortunately, the aorta was not stabbed, otherwise he would have died now. The other captain's men also had a bad ending. Some were stabbed several times, and died of excessive blood loss, or were directly chopped and thrown into the sea. None of them died happily. After seeing such a scene, how could the 6 people not be nervous and excited? It can be said that they were already in a state of high sensitivity and fear. Everyone was afraid that such an experience might happen to them next. So they were extremely nervous about the sudden appearance of a person at the door of the cabin. However, when she saw the person clearly, Zheng Ziulian was stunned for a moment. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and then said to Chen Feng, Feng, am I hallucinating? Why do I see Mo standing at the door of the cabin? At this time, Chen Feng also looked at Zheng Ziulian strangely and said, I saw it too. Dad, Mom. Chen Mo walked into the cabin with a smile. Hearing his shout, although Zheng Ziulian felt that such a thing could not happen, she couldn't help but run over and hug Chen Mo in her arms at the first time. Mo, is it really you? How did you get here? Zheng Ziulian walked out of the cabin curiously, thinking that he came here on some other boat. But if there is really a boat approaching, this side will not be unnoticed. Sure enough, after going out, she saw nothing. Mom, don't look, there is no boat, I came here alone. Chen Mo's voice was filled with a reassuring warmth. He hugged his mother's arm and smiled like the sunshine in spring. Zheng Ziulian looked up at him, and his weathered eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief at this moment. Her palms were rough and covered with calluses, which were the marks left by years of fishing at sea, silently telling of her hard work and tenacity. She touched her son's palm with her backhand, and the touch and temperature were so real. Her fingers gently slid across the back of Chen Mo's hand, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion, but that the son she thought about day and night was really standing in front of her. Her eyes began to blur. After experiencing the heavy pressure of the shadow of death before, she suddenly saw the person she cared about most, and the complicated mood immediately made her tears burst out. At this time, Chen Feng also came over. He was burly, but his back was slightly hunched, which was the mark left by years and labor on him. His skin was tanned by the sun, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles, as if the waves on the sea were engraved on his face. His hands were also covered with thick calluses. He stretched out his rough hands and gently touched Chen Mo's cheek, as if to confirm whether this was his son. When his fingers touched Chen Mo's skin, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but only asked a simple question, Momo, is it really you? Feeling his parents' excitement and trying their best to restrain their hearts, Chen Mo's heart was also moved. He held his parents' hands tightly and said with a smile, "It's me. I'm here to take you home. We don't have to drift in this turbulent sea anymore." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he directly pulled his parents to a place where no one could see them. The next moment, he took his parents back to Mingyuan community. At this time, Zhao Yu was still waiting for the completion of the state of virtualization. When she turned around, she saw Chen Mo with a pair of middle-aged men and women who looked a bit like him appeared nearby. She smiled and said, "Momo, are these your parents?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Well, I took them here to live. They went out to sea before, and I didn't have a chance to call them back. So that's the case. Then you can just choose an empty house for them," Zhao Yu said with a bright smile. At this time, Chen Feng and Zheng Ziulian were still in a state of confusion. They didn't even understand what was happening. They were clearly on an ocean-going ship just now. How did they appear inland in an instant? And they appeared in a villa area with a very good environment. "Dad, Mom, let's go home first, and I'll tell you the rest slowly." Chen Mo took his parents back to his home, poured them a glass of water, and then began to talk about the general situation. At the beginning, when Chen Mo talked about some things, that Zhao Yu took care of him. After he arrived in the magic city, they were just moved that their son had met a noble person, and their hearts were full of gratitude to Zhao Yu, but there were not many emotional changes. But later, Chen Mo's words became more and more bizarre, and all kinds of superpowers came out, and the two of them were confused when they heard it. Seeing this, Chen Mo had to change his statement. Instead of using the end of the world, biochemical crisis, and the chaos of the demon particles to explain, it is better to simply say that he cultivated immortals. Sure enough, after saying this, the two of them instantly understood. After Chen Mo demonstrated his ability to control objects and teleport again, they naturally believed it more. However, it must be said that parents are parents. After Chen Mo showed these abilities and was initially surprised, Zheng Ziulian asked immediately, "I heard that immortals are all alone. You are not like that, are you? Momo, your mother will not stop you from cultivating any immortality, but you must also leave a big fat grandson or granddaughter for your parents to hold." Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately smiled speechlessly and said, "Mom, you are thinking too far ahead. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of immortal cultivator. I will definitely give you big fat grandsons and granddaughters to hold. Don't say that you will be uncomfortable with being quarreled in the future." You said this to your mother? "I'm not afraid of having many precious grandchildren, but I'm afraid that you will not work hard," Zheng Ziulian said with a smile. It's really the same as Momo said, you have a big heart." Chen Feng smiled helplessly. It has not been long since he came back from the ocean-going ship. Hearing the shocking news that his son cultivated immortality, he first thought about whether he had a grandson to hold. It must be said that this brain circuit jump is really strong. Speaking of holding grandchildren, Zheng Ziulian immediately said, "The girl in the yard just now is so beautiful. I think she seems to be very close to you. What is your relationship?" "Mom, the one just now is the noble sister Yu who I told you about when I came to the magic city. She is my benefactor. So it's her. She is really beautiful and kind. But such a person is good. Momo, you have to work hard." "Work hard for what?" "Work hard to win her. Why are you as stupid as your father?" Zheng Ziulian said helplessly. Not to mention the current state of extraordinary abilities, Chen Mo was also a top student who was admitted to the Magic City University by his own ability. Only his mother could say that he was stupid in front of him. She is kind to Momo, and you don't want to repay her, but you are thinking about developing her into a daughter-in-law first. Chen Feng said speechlessly. Who said there is no repayment? Why can girls repay their gratitude with their bodies, but boys can't? Our Momo is not bad, so why can't we repay our gratitude with our bodies? Zheng Ziulian retorted. This made Chen Feng lose his temper. He was originally worried that his parents would have nightmares after what they encountered on the Lulangayu 2862 ocean-going ship, but seeing that his parents could now quarrel as before at home, and his mother nagging him with her own unique logic as before, Chen Mo felt that this scene was very warm for a while. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Sister, you just said that you can choose a house at random and you can live here in the future. Ah, we live here? Zheng Ziulian immediately got up and looked at the house outside through the window. Momo, let's not talk about how much this house is sold for. For a house like this, I'm afraid it's already very expensive. Mom, your son has become an immortal, and you're still thinking about money. You can have as much money as you want in the future. From today on, you two can live your life as happily as you want. Don't think about money or me. Just think about your own things. You've worked hard for this family, and for me for so many years. It's time to retire, and enjoy your life. I'll find a way to give you a big fat grandson and granddaughter to accompany you, as soon as possible, okay? Zheng Ziulian was very satisfied when she heard this. Momo, you've grown up, and you've grown to a point where mom and dad can't figure it out. You can only walk your own way in the future. There's not much experience that mom and dad can give you. As you said, there's nothing we can do to help you. Just enjoy the days of the two of us. Chen Feng said with a smile. In the past, he always looked like he was carrying a heavy burden, but now, he clearly felt his body clear. So much so that his whole body seemed to feel lighter. Since you want to enjoy life, you must take good care of your body first. Mom and dad, sit down. I will help you get rid of all the problems you have accumulated in the past, so that you can live the happiest days with the healthiest body in the future. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he reached out and held his parents' hands, and his healing ability was activated immediately. Soon the couple felt a warm energy coming from their son's palms and entering their bodies and flowing through their bodies. After this warm current swam through their bodies, it moistened the dry soil like a spring stream. This energy is not hot or cold, but just warm, like the rising sun shining on the skin. With the flow of this energy, Chen Feng and his wife felt an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. The pain and fatigue accumulated over the years seemed to be gently brushed away at this moment, just like winter snowflakes quietly melting in the sun. Inside their bodies, every cell seemed to be cheering, and every joint was stretching freely. Chen Feng felt as if his bones were revitalized. The cracks and wear left by years and labor healed quietly under the nourishment of this energy. His muscles regained their elasticity. The feeling of tightness and stiffness disappeared, replaced by a sense of ease and comfort. Chen Feng felt as if his waist and back were reshaped. The long-lost uprightness and strength made him want to stand up and take a few steps. When he really stood up, he was surprised to find that his steps had become light and powerful, as if he had returned to his youth. As a woman, Zheng Ziulian often did the same work as her husband. Sometimes when her husband was not feeling well, she would rush to do her husband's work. This was because she had been working for many years and her body had long been overwhelmed. Her joints often hurt, and her muscles often felt sore and stiff. However, under the influence of the warm energy from her son's palm, she felt as if her body was reshaped. The warm current started from her palm, slowly flowed through her arms and shoulders, and spread to her whole body. She felt her joints become flexible, the aching feeling in her bones disappeared without a trace, and her muscles regained vitality, with the feeling of tightness and stiffness being replaced by a sense of ease and softness. What surprised Zheng Ziulian even more was that her knees, which had been painful for years due to the cold, seemed to be illuminated by the warm sunshine at this moment. The piercing pain disappeared without a trace, and she felt that her legs became strong and agile again. Feeling the powerful effect of this energy, Zheng Ziulian felt that her soul seemed to be nourished, and the depression and anxiety caused by physical pain were completely dispelled at this moment. After the pain that had tortured her for a long time disappeared, she felt relaxed and happy, as if she had regained the joy and hope of life at this moment. When Chen Mo let go of his hands, Zheng Ziulian was still immersed in the joy brought by the warm current. "Dad, Mom, how do you feel?" Chen Mo said with a smile. "It's as good as it can be." Chen Feng happily performed a burpee exercise for Chen Mo. He did several sets in one breath without blushing or panting. "I almost thought I was back to my 20s. Chen Feng said excitedly. Zheng Ziulian also said with a smile, "Everything else is fine, but rheumatism has always made me feel uncomfortable. Now that you have done this, I really don't feel any discomfort at all, and my whole body is extremely relaxed." Mo, with just your skills, our family can open a clinic and make endless money. Your son has said that he is practicing Taoism, and you are still talking about worldly things. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at his wife and said, okay, Dad, don't argue with Mom, and enjoy life in the future. Chen Mo said with a smile. It's said that one's own flesh and blood is close to each other, and my son knows how to help me. Zheng Ziulian said with a smile, holding Chen Mo's hand. Now that you are in good health, there are still many houses nearby. You can see which one you want to live in. Sister Yu has just said that you can choose whatever you want, and you don't have to worry about money. Then we will live near you. Chen Feng didn't have anything to choose. Okay, there are no empty houses around me, but there is one next to me. You can live there. Just make your own arrangements. Your mother and I don't have any big requirements for where we live. It's enough to see you every day. Zheng Ziulian also nodded. Okay, I'll take you there to have a look. After that, Chen Mo took them to the empty suite. Sister Yu has someone clean all the empty rooms here on a monthly basis, so they are basically ready for immediate move-in. You can move in today, but if you have any daily necessities or other things to buy, we can buy them later. I'll transfer money to your bank card now. Chen Mo spent 10 million on cars and 80 million on gold out of the 100 million, but there was still money left, so 5 million was enough for his parents. After bringing his parents back, the Void Realm was almost completed. Chen Mo had a big construction plan for Mingyuan community next. It was not difficult to complete the third main task. It's just a matter of getting more gold. Now that Tang's group and Hangan group have been taken over, you can get as much gold as you want in the future. There's no need to worry about materials. Now it's just a matter of exchanging drawings. It's a bit unreliable to rely on gift packs to get more, so Chen Mo decided to use gift packs and special reward opportunities for exchange. Chapter 128 Underground Vault. 2-in-1. According to the requirements of the main survival mission, the B-level fence sold by the system is somewhat inadequate. Since he has to build it, Chen Mo decided to build the safest one. He decided to build an SSS level fence. At present, he still has SSS level gift pack X1, SS level gift pack X1, and S level gift pack X to left. He can exchange the SSS level gift pack with a special reward draw opportunity to exchange for the SSS level fence construction drawings. However, before exchanging, Chen Mo still checked the effect of the SSS level fence. System, what is the approximate level of the defense effect of the SSS level fence? The defense level of this B-level fence against alien beasts is that it can completely resist the attack of the 3rd level alien beast, can better resist the attack of the 4th level alien beast, and barely resist the attack of the 5th level alien beast. The A level, S level, SS level, and SSS level have been upgraded by 4 levels. According to the calculation of the B level, Chen Mo thinks that the SSS level should be able to completely resist the attack of the 7th level alien beast. The system gave a reply soon. System prompt. The protection level of the SSS level fence against alien beasts is that it can completely resist the attack of the 7th level alien beast, can better resist the attack of the 8th level alien beast, and can barely resist the attack of the 9th level alien beast. Sure enough, the SSS level fence can barely resist the attack of the 9th level alien beast. According to so many people and things I have seen, at most the 9th level spiritual plants can reach the strength of half a step to the 10th level. This SSS level fence should be enough to resist. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately said, System, I want to exchange an SSS level wall construction blueprint. System prompt. To exchange the SSS level wall construction blueprint, you need to consume an SSS level gift package and a special reward drawing opportunity. Are you sure? Although it seems a bit of a loss to use the gift package on these seemingly external things, this thing can complete the main task, and it can also protect your relatives and friends, so it is still necessary to exchange it. After all, it is impossible for me to always be by everyone's side, and I always have to create a safe environment for everyone. But before exchanging, Chen Mo had another question. That is, according to the strength of these beasts, let alone the 9th level, even the jumping power of any 1st level is probably incredible. This wall has been built, can it contain it? Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately asked for relevant information. If the wall can't contain it at all, then wouldn't it be a big mistake to build this wall to SSS level? The defense strength is high, but if someone ignores you and jumps in directly, how should you deal with it? This is obviously an important question. As Chen Mo asked, the system immediately gave an answer. The system presented a fascinating sketch on the screen, depicting a wall with a strong sense of future technology. At the same time, several floating windows were unfolded, and the synchronized video showed the overall appearance and details of the wall after it was built. The surface of the wall is covered with intelligent sensing materials, which enables it to sense changes in the surrounding environment in real time. A layer of transparent energy shield is suspended above the wall. This shield can not only effectively resist the jump and flight of the beasts, but also is constructed with advanced energy barrier technology, which can quickly adjust the transparency to ensure that the people inside the wall have a clear view. The wall is equipped with an underground sensing system under it, which can efficiently detect the actions of underground beasts. Once a beast tries to dig a tunnel, the system will automatically trigger the underground defense device, including advanced electromagnetic wave oscillators and obstructive nanomaterials, to effectively prevent the beast's digging activities. At the same time, the foundation depth of the wall has been strengthened, with sufficient earthquake resistance to resist the seismic effects that may be caused by the beast. The wall is equipped with a high-precision laser weapon system inside, which can automatically lock and quickly defeat the beast that jumps over the shield. Moreover, the laser weapon system can form a complex net above the wall to quickly intercept the beast that tries to fly over the wall. In order to resist the direct impact of the beast, the surface of the wall is covered with nanomaterials with self-repair and adaptability. Once the wall is damaged, the nanomaterial will be repaired quickly to ensure that the wall's defense function is always in the best condition. After reading it, Chen Mo felt that the wall produced by this system was indeed very useful. This SSS level blueprint is worth exchanging. He did not hesitate and asked the system to exchange it. System prompt: the exchange is successful, and you have obtained the SSS level wall construction drawings. Construction materials: intelligent alloy nanomaterials, high density energy fields, electromagnetic wave sensitive nanoloys, high sensitivity underground induction sensors, superconducting electromagnetic wave oscillators, nanoroboot obstructive barriers, high strength carbon fiber composite materials, advanced laser emitters and reflectors. Optical interference nanomaterials, nanoroboot self-repair layers, high energy density space-time twisters. Wow, is this the gold content of the SSS level wall? There are so many building materials, how many points will it cost? Chen Mo was a little dumbfounded. System prompt: the host can set the building material acquisition rate up after having the corresponding building drawings, so that when you open the gift package later, you can have a higher probability of opening the materials required for the building first. So there is such a function. If I don't open the gift package, how many survival points do I need to exchange these materials? System prompt: calculation in progress. Calculation completed. The current SSS level wall construction drawings building materials require a total of 5 million survival points or 5 million grams of gold. So much. This is worth 5S level gift bags. It is worthy of being an SSS level defensive building. The building materials used are very high end. For an illusory functional building like the Void Realm, the building materials add up to only 50,000 points. 5 million grams of gold is equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of gold, or 5 tons of gold. According to the current market price of 400 yuan per gram, it will cost 2 billion yuan. This money is a lot, but not a lot either. After all, with Chen Mo's current level, he has just taken over the Tang Group and Hangan Group, and a mere 2 billion is no problem. After confirming the points required for the materials, Chen Mo went out again and found Zhao. Mo, why don't you accompany your parents? What are you doing here? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't know where to go, Zhao said with a smile. Give them the money, let the old couple go shopping, and enjoy life together. I will be a light bulb next to them. Chen Mo said with a smile. That's true. By the way, sister I still need some gold. Can you get it for me first? I'll give you the money later. Ah, you have gold again. Have you used up the one I gave you before? Tell me how much you want. Xiaoyu didn't ask him what he wanted the gold for and just said it directly. This time I want more. 5 tons. Chen Mo grinned and said. What? How much? Xiaoyu almost thought she had heard it wrong. 5 tons. 5 tons of gold? Are you really going to build a golden toilet? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Chen Mo and said. No, it's very useful. See if you can get it for me first. 5 tons of gold. Only 2 billion. It's not a big problem to get it for you, but I see that you are so short of gold. I'm afraid you will need more after you use up these 5 tons. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo for confirmation. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Indeed, there may still be a need. If that's the case, I can recommend you a good place to go, so you don't have to buy it slowly over and over again. There are countless gold waiting for you there. Xiaoyu said with a malicious smile. Oh, where? Chen Mo asked curiously. Don't you have the ability to fly around at will? Well, what's the matter? In the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country, there are thousands of tons of gold stored. If you have this ability, why don't you go in and get it directly? Thousands of tons of gold? This time it was Chen Mo's turn to be stunned. There are actually vaults that store so much gold? Before, Chen Mo had never thought of going directly to a certain vault to get gold, and he was still thinking like a good citizen. Now hearing what Xiaoyu said, this is a great way to replenish gold. The world is about to end. What's the use of storing gold in these vaults? It's better to save it for yourself. There is such a rich place. Thank you, Sister Yu. I'll go get busy first. Chen Mo said with interest and a smile. Are you really going? Bring a sack with you. Xiaoyu said with a smile. You forgot that I have a storage ring. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for the place Xiaoyu mentioned. This kind of place, ordinary people like Chen Mo basically have never even heard of it. Xiaoyu is knowledgeable. After searching the target area, the next moment, Chen Mo disappeared beside Xiaoyu. At this time, he had entered the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country in an invisible state. He didn't know until he came. He was shocked. As soon as he entered the vault, he was surrounded by a wide and bright space. The bright lights projected from the high dome, illuminating every corner of the vault with a golden light. In the nearby warehouses, like a golden wall made of gold bricks, thousands of pieces of gold were neatly arranged in an orderly manner, and each piece shone with a different golden color to some extent. The air in the vault is fresh. The quality of the gold is ensured by a complex air purification system. After all, gold bricks cannot be made of 100% pure gold. The huge vault rack is marked with detailed information of each piece of gold, so that it can be tracked and managed at any time. After Chen Mo arrived here, he immediately turned on his perspective glasses to check the security situation. Since he was teleported indirectly, the door of the safest and largest warehouse in the vault was closed at this time. There is good security outside this door, but now that no one is coming, the security inside is equal to 0. Of course, there are still some highly advanced security equipment inside, including cameras, laser detectors and motion sensors, which build an invisible line of defense. But these things are completely useless to Chen Mo. As Chen Mo turned on the super signal blocker, these things can detect any abnormalities, but they cannot transmit signals, which means that everything is in vain. After turning on the signal blocker, Chen Mo immediately began to use the ring to absorb the gold bricks. The other things that took up space in the ring had all been dealt with when Chen Mo flew to the sea to find his parents. The only things left were small things like regeneration pills, which were not a big deal. The extra space was enough for Chen Mo to carry away more than 10 tons of gold. However, he did not carry away the gold that was piled up into a golden wall that he could see at a glance after entering the vault door. Instead, he went around to some places nearby and put the gold bricks in these areas into his bag. Chen Mo did not take away too much, just 10 tons of gold and left. As soon as he left, the vault door was immediately opened. After all, after the super signal blocker was turned on, it blocked the monitoring signal here, resulting in the monitoring room being unable to know the situation in the vault in real time. This kind of weird thing has never happened before, and it will naturally make the security personnel feel puzzled and come to check. But when they came in, they found nothing abnormal. The whole vault was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After carefully searching a whole circle and confirming that there was no abnormality, they could only turn around and ask a professional information engineer to see what went wrong before. At this time, in Zhaoyu's yard, the virtual realm had been built and 3 construction robots were standing by in a daze. After completing their tasks, Zhaoyu began to try to operate it. But looking at the densely packed buttons on it, she was overwhelmed. Just when she didn't know how to play, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. This time, Zhaoyu didn't even raise her head and said, "Mo, how do you use this thing you said? I don't understand it." "It doesn't matter. This thing can be controlled by consciousness. This is a consciousness controller. You can take it and play with it, but don't use it on a large scale, otherwise it will easily attract unnecessary attention. Just use it in your own house." Taking the flat button-like thing handed over by Chen Mo, Zhaoyu asked curiously, "How do you use this?" "Just stick it on your head, on your forehead, on your temple, or on the top of your head. You can stick it wherever you like." Chen Mo smiled. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Zhaoyu immediately became interested. She took a look at this small button that was extremely smooth on both sides and there was no sticky part. She pressed it lightly on her temple with doubt, and it actually stuck. After sticking the controller, she immediately had an idea: turn my yard into a rose garden. As soon as Zhaoyu's idea came up, her yard immediately changed. The yard that was originally full of green plants instantly turned into a sea of flowers with gorgeous roses in full bloom. The picture was extremely real. Even the fragrance of the flowers was simulated. Zhaoyu looked at the scene in front of her in surprise and was completely shocked by this magical consciousness controller. Chen Mo smiled and said, "How is it? The degree of realism is not bad." In fact, it was the first time that Chen Mo himself saw the actual effect of the virtual state. After seeing the effect of the virtual state, he was also quite satisfied with it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Seeking Help. 3 in 1. When Zhaoyu went home and happily tested the effect of the virtual state, Chen Mo took out another controller and stuck it to his temple. His was the main controller, and the one he gave Zhaoyu was just a sub-controller. As his mind moved, the virtual state immediately began to take effect, directly fixing the environment of the entire Mingyuan community. In this way, no matter what he did in Mingyuan community, people inside and outside Mingyuan community would not find any abnormalities. After all, the virtual state is not just a visual deception. Just like the rose garden created by Zhaoyu, when he used the virtual state just now, not only can you see the real roses, but you can even smell the fragrance of the flowers. This is the awesomeness of the virtual state. It can simulate deception from all senses, including vision, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. Just like the rose garden, that Zhaoyu has not had time to restore to its original state. Chen Mo can pick the roses in the garden with a real touch, and even put the virtual roses into his mouth to chew, and the virtual state will simulate the corresponding taste of the roses. So the virtual state is virtual, but the effect is almost the same as reality, at least in terms of senses. Even if Chen Mo himself faces such an environment and knows that everything is fake, but after the perception becomes real, there is actually not much difference from reality. It's just that the things virtualized by the virtual state can't fill the stomach. The water that is virtualized can't wash away dirt or quench thirst. But because of its ability to be real but virtual, it can easily deceive the beasts and prevent this area from being targeted by the beasts. This is its original function. After using the virtual state to shape the environment in Mingyuan community, Chen Mo immediately took out a large pile of materials from the system warehouse and threw them into the storage space of the 3 construction robots, asking them to start building SSS level walls. System, how many hours will it take for 3 construction robots To build a wall that is enough to surround the scope of Mingyuan community? System prompt. According to the scope framed by the host, it will take a total of 8 days for the 3 construction robots to build a wall to surround this area. 8 days, that's a bit slow. Although the end of the world has not arrived yet, Chen Mo has no need to rush to build so fast. But there are more than 3 main tasks, and there may be other things to build later. Just by guessing, Chen Mo thinks that there will definitely be some defense facilities, survival facilities and the like to be built later, and these will definitely take a lot of time. It is unknown how long the total construction time will be, so it is natural to build it as fast as possible in the early stage. Thinking of this, Chen Mo asked the system, you said before that the rental price of a construction robot is 1000 survival points, so how long is the rental time of these 1000 survival points? System prompt. The rental time of a construction robot is 30 days. The host can also subscribe for a year, and the price can be discounted by 30% if the annual subscription is subscribed. The host can also choose to buy out, and the buyout price is 50,000 survival points. That is to say, the annual package is only 8400 survival points, and I have to buy it for 50,000. With the price of buying it, I can rent them for nearly 6 years. Isn't it a big waste to buy it? I will rent it for 1 month first. Come on. The speed of 3 construction robots is 8 days, 6 is 4 days, 12 is 2 days, and doubling it is only 1 day's work time. It costs 12,000 more survival points, which seems to be a bit of a loss. Chen Mo calculated the relationship between work time and points. But considering that there are other buildings to be built later, it is not a big deal to prepare more construction robots. After thinking it over, Chen Mo immediately said, give me another 21 construction robots, rent for 1 month. System prompt. The price of renting 21 construction robots is 21,000 survival points for 1 month. Are you sure? Okay. System prompt. The points have been deducted, and the 21 construction robots have been issued. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Mo immediately called out all the construction robots he had just rented. Suddenly, Chen Mo was surrounded by a bunch of construction robots. Chen Mo used the state of virtualization to change their appearance into human appearance. At first glance, they were ordinary human construction workers. After the virtualization was completed, he immediately ordered the 24 construction robots around him to start working. After receiving the order, the 24 construction robots immediately set off to the edge of Mingyuan community and began to work. Seeing the robots start working, Chen Mo began to think about some other things at this time. At present, his own living environment has been settled. The main purpose is to find that special water company. Although he has superpowers, after all, a person's ability is still limited. It is impossible to accurately track every place in the world. But if he can find national cooperation, it may be different. He had a good relationship with Wei Leo before, and at least he could talk to Wei Leo implicitly about related matters. Thinking of this, Chen Mo prepared to go out and drive over. After all, he didn't want to expose something in front of the national power so early, because there are some very critical and sensitive issues involved. Chen Mo still knows about it. For example, like Duranian, he would not allow or want to see anything in his company that would seriously challenge his rights and status. Even if this factor may help his company take off, it will squeeze out his control, which is absolutely unacceptable for a person in power in a company. The reason is simple, and Chen Mo is also very clear, so he does not want to provoke any unnecessary conflicts for the time being, so he chose to contact Wei Changfeng in a more ordinary way. As soon as Chen Mo stepped out of the gate of Mingyuan community, his eyes were attracted by a familiar figure. At the gate of the community, Lin Yike was pacing back and forth anxiously, as if waiting for someone important. Ms. Lin, what are you doing here? Seeing Lin Yike walking around, Chen Mo immediately walked out and asked with a smile. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Lin Yike's face immediately showed a hint of surprise, but then became a little nervous and cramped. She walked quickly towards Chen Mo and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I came to you without permission. It's what I said before. You cured my brother, although you said you don't need it, but I still want to fulfill my promise. Lin Yike could see that Chen Mo was a little nervous, mainly because she was afraid that she would be rejected if she came to him, and she didn't know what to do. Originally, when Chen Mo heard Lin Yike say that she would work like a cow and a horse for him and repay him no matter what, he just regarded it as the anxious words of a family member of a patient who had no access to medical treatment and didn't take it seriously. Even when Lin Yike mentioned this matter again in the hospital, he just thought that the other party was too happy at the time and said it in a hurry. So he said, "Don't take it seriously," and left. He thought that after the other party calmed down, he would not really take such words seriously. He made friends with Lin Yike just because he was optimistic about her potential. A talent who broke through to the 7th level superpower only half a year after the end of the world came. It obviously wouldn't hurt to make friends with her. As a result, he never thought that she actually took her words as a real promise. "Are you serious?" Chen Mo confirmed. Lin Yike raised her head and looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of gratitude and expectation. There was a hint of firmness and persistence in her eyes, as if telling Chen Mo that she was serious and she was willing to give everything to repay his kindness. Chen Mo read Lin Yike's heart and knew that she was serious. He smiled slightly and said gently, "Ms. Lin, have you thought it through? Do you really want to do this? Although I saved your brother, you don't have to give up your own life in exchange. Isn't it equivalent to exchanging the rest of your life for the rest of your brother's life?" If he knew about it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be happy. If I was forced by Mr. Chen to do this under this condition, he might be unhappy when he knew it, but now I want to repay you for your efforts. Everything is voluntary. Ocean won't be unhappy if he knows it. After Lin Yike finished speaking, she looked up at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes timidly, and immediately he looked at the ground and said, "I'm just afraid that Mr. Chen will dislike me and refuse to accept me." Chen Mo looked at Lin Yike's innocent and uneasy expression, and his heart couldn't help but soften. He thought about it, then smiled and said, "If you insist, then okay. It just so happens that I recently brought my parents over, and I may have to go out often. Although they are in good health and don't need anyone to take care of them, it's always good to have someone around to help. If you don't think it's hard, then I'll trouble you to help take care of my parents' daily life in the future." Hearing that Chen Mo finally agreed to her request for a reward, Lin Yike's face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. Her eyes curved into crescents, and her eyes looking at Chen Mo were full of gratitude and joy. She nodded quickly and said, "No problem, Mr. Chen. Please rest assured. I will take good care of my uncle and aunt. Okay, by the way, do you have a place to live now? I remember that you seemed to live in the staff dormitory of Finglin before. Now your brother has recovered. You two should find a place to live. Why don't you move to our community? We have some empty single family suites here. They are all villa style and the accommodation environment is very good." Chen Mo said with a smile. "Ah, live in this place." Lin Yike glanced at the Mingyuan community behind Chen Mo. This kind of high-end villa park is not something that people like her can afford to live in. She was a little panicked. "Don't be afraid. Living here doesn't cost money. Since you have worked for my family, I should prepare a place for you to live, right? You can move in with peace of mind. The rent and other things will be calculated by me as the owner. In addition, I will give you 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month." Chen Mo said with a smile. No, Mr. Chen, I'm here to do this for free to repay you. How can I live in such a nice house you provided for free and get paid? This is not okay." Lin Yike waved her hand and refused. "Ms. Lin, if you refuse, then I have to take back what I said just now." After saying this, Lin Yike was in a tangled mood for a while. After reading her thoughts, Chen Mo immediately said, "Then how about this? I will deduct your pocket money and replace it with a living allowance for you and your brother. You don't have to spend money yourself, but your brother will always spend money. 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses is a must, so 6,000 for two people will be enough. This, Mr. Chen, you are helping me again. How can I accept this?" Lin Yike said helplessly. Chen Mo smiled and said, "You have already decided to serve me for the rest of your life, so you are my person, and you will do whatever I say. Don't you understand?" After saying this, Lin Yike couldn't help but blushed and nodded. "Okay, go back and pick up your brother today. I'll take a look." Chen Mo took out his phone and looked at the vacant houses in Mingyuan community. You can live in the house next to my parents' house, so it's convenient to take care of them. Chen Mo opened the map of Mingyuan community and introduced Lin Yike to the residents. He introduced Lin Yike to the landlord's house, his house, and his parents' house, and also introduced Muziayu, Yu Yuking and others, so that Lin Yike can get familiar with them first, and then call everyone to have dinner together in the evening, and then they will know each other. Okay, then I'll go back and pick up my brother now. Wait a minute. Chen Mo paused time and space after speaking, and then moved to Zhaoyu's house instantly. Sister Yu, I've got another tenant for you, room 158, give me the key. You stinky boy has become a pimp. How many people have you pulled to live here? It can't be another little beauty from somewhere. Zhaoyu rolled her eyes at Chen Mo, but still found the key to room 158 and threw it to Chen Mo. Then she continued to play the simulation of the virtual world. Chen Mo was shocked when he was teleported in just now, because Zhaoyu simulated the surrounding environment into a space environment. At this time, Zhaoyu was sitting in a small spaceship, enjoying the spaceship flying in space and visiting the beautiful scenery of space. So when Chen Mo teleported in, he found himself in space with meteorites flying by his side. You should know that this virtual world can simulate touch. Although Chen Mo had never tried what would happen if he was hit by a simulated high-speed flying object, he was still shocked by the meteorite that suddenly flew over. Seeing that she was having a lot of fun, Chen Mo didn't care about her and went back to the gate of the community with the key. Since he paused time and space to leave, his coming and going naturally did not attract anyone's attention. This is the key to room 158. After you bring Zhaoyuan here, just check in directly. The rooms are cleaned frequently, so you can live there with confidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Lin Yike bowed gratefully. You don't have to be so polite in the future. After all, you have decided to dedicate your life to express your gratitude. Your thank you gift has completely surpassed my kindness. There is no need to be so servile to me. Just be yourself. Chen Mo smiled and patted Lin Yike's thin shoulder to encourage her. Feeling Chen Mo's warm palm, Lin Yike nodded with a slightly red face. It was rare for her to have skin-to-skin contact with boys. Usually, she would accidentally touch them while working, but that kind of touch never made her feel any palpitations in her heart or accelerated heartbeats. But being touched lightly by Chen Mo casually was enough to make her heart flutter and her pretty face turn pink. Although she was ready to come to Chen Mo's house and let him do whatever he wanted, she couldn't help being shy. I have something to do next, so I'll leave first. You can arrange your own things next. My parents are out for fun, and it will probably take a long time for them to come back. Just show your brother the new house. Okay. After saying goodbye to Lin Yike, Chen Mo came to the garage, drove his car, and drove towards the military compound. Since he was going to find Wei Changfeng, he still needed to keep that place from being accessible to ordinary people. So Chen Mo called Wei Changfeng in advance to inform him. Hearing that Chen Mo was coming to find him, Wei Changfeng was still very happy and immediately said to him, I'll tell the guard right away and you can just drive in when the time comes. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Wei Changfeng immediately called the guard room and told the guard the license plate number that Chen Mo had just reported to him. When the guard heard that Wei Lao personally called to let him go, he naturally accepted the order immediately. Soon Chen Mo's car drove to the compound of the Magic City Military District. Since he had registered last time, when he followed Ling Feng here, Chen Mo naturally parked the car and prepared to get off to register. As a result, the security personnel at the door saw that his license plate number was exactly the one that Wei Lao had just mentioned and immediately said with a smile on his face, Sir, you can just drive in directly. Wei Lao has already explained it to us. Really? No need to register? No. After all, the registration is to ensure the identity of the person entering. Since you are certified by Wei Lao, there is no need to be so troublesome. Okay. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he drove the car into the compound and soon arrived at Wei Lao's door. I saw that Wei Changfeng had actually greeted him at the door in person. Wei Lao, why did you come out? to greet me in person? This makes me very embarrassed. Chen Mo said immediately after getting out of the car. Drive Chen is here. How can I not be more solemn? Wei Changfeng smiled. Please come in quickly. As he spoke, Wei Changfeng had already stroked Chen Mo's back and led him into the house. When Wang Juan saw the two people coming in, she immediately poured a cup of the brewed health tea for each of them. Mr. Chen, please have some tea, Wang Juan said politely. Thank you. After seeing Chen Mo take the teacup and take a sip of tea, Wei Changfeng asked curiously, Dr. Chen, I wonder why you are so free to come to me today. I came here because I received some news, so I want to see if I can use the power of the country to help investigate. Chen Mo did not hesitate and went straight to the point. What news requires the use of the power of the country? Wei Changfeng asked in surprise. It's about a mysterious organization. This organization is developing a very special medicine. Once these medicines are formed, they will change the whole world. Chen Mo was also outspoken. Oh, if even a doctor like you, Chen Shen, thinks that the medicine is special enough to change the world, then this medicine seems to be extraordinary. I wonder what the specific effect of this medicine is? Wei Changfeng asked curiously. From what I know now, this medicine has the initial effect of treating various diseases, prolonging life, and greatly strengthening the body. But each effect is accompanied by significant side effects, especially the effect of greatly strengthening the body, which is divided into temporary and permanent versions. The temporary version has been studied by them to have almost no side effects, but the side effects of the permanent version have not been dealt with. Chen Mo said all the information he knew and could say. Regarding the Class B drugs that can trigger superpowers, Chen Mo did not say that this drug is too surreal and there is no rush to reveal it for the time being. How can Dr. Chen know so much about the other party's medicine? I wonder if Dr. Chen has this kind of medicine? After hearing Chen Mo's description, it is natural that there is no need to say more about the powerful effect of this medicine. Wei Changfeng is a military man, so how can he not know how much this medicine affects the combat effectiveness of soldiers? If the country needs it, I may be able to get some. Since Dr. Chen doesn't have the relevant medicine, how did he know such detailed information? Wei Changfeng asked curiously. A friend of mine in this organization told me. Although I don't have such a medicine, I know that there is a person in our country who has been injected with this permanent medicine. Chen Mo sold Zhao Ran directly. Originally, he injected Zhao Ran with the intention of using him as an observation sample. Since he is now seeking national cooperation, it is obviously a good choice to send him to the country for research. Is there a real sample? That's great. I wonder who this person is? Does Dr. Chen have detailed information about him? Wei Changfeng immediately said with interest. Yes, this person is called Zhao Ran, the son of Uncle Zhao Yu of the Yellow Robe Society. It turned out to be him? Okay, I will notify someone to bring him back. Well, you guys should use him as a sample for research first, and at the same time study and discuss this matter. It would be best if you can get the highest and best investigation resources to help investigate this matter. This company is not just doing these. According to my estimation, they are also developing more powerful drugs. When that kind of drug is really developed, it will be a big deal. Chen Mo said seriously. Do you know which country's organization they are from? I don't know yet. I only know that their influence is spread all over the world. The GPP company in Bird Country seems to have some connection with them, but where is the headquarters of this company and which country's people started to establish it are not very clear. If there is a national level exploration network to conduct a global comprehensive investigation, I think our subsequent investigation of this matter will definitely be more effective. Chen Mo said with a smile. Chapter 130 Sensational. 3 in 1. After listening to what Chen Mo said, Wei Changfeng nodded and said, I understand. I will report this matter. I believe there will be results soon. Wei Changfeng changed the subject and said, by the way, Dr. Chen, since you are willing to help the country, I can tell you what I wanted to say, but didn't say before. Wei Changfeng thought that Chen Mo came to report this matter today because he wanted to investigate this drug for the development of the country. What is it? Seeing Wei Changfeng say this, Chen Mo asked immediately. In our country, there is a department that specializes in recruiting talented people, called the Dragon Group. It is an organization that enjoys many rights, and is very free. I wonder if you are interested in joining the organization? The only obligation of joining the organization is to be able to use your abilities when the country needs you. Ah, there really is a Dragon Group. Do some people in it have special abilities? Chen Mo said in surprise. Hahaha, Dr. Chen, you are so humorous. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Wei Changfeng laughed and said, compared with ordinary people, the people in it do have special abilities. After all, they are all top-notch in their respective fields. For example, your medical skills are probably one of the best in the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, your miraculous medical skills and your so-called special abilities are almost the same. After listening to Wei Changfeng's words, Chen Mo understood that the so-called Dragon Group recruited talents with outstanding abilities in a certain aspect. These abilities may not be useful at ordinary times, but they may be very useful at certain times, so the country has specially established this department to recruit this type of talents. But it is not a group of people with special abilities. At least based on the information Wei Changfeng knows, it is not clear whether there are people with special abilities among them. So this Dragon Group can only be regarded as a special group of talented people. But it is a bit arbitrary to judge that there are no people with special abilities in it just because of this. After all, although Wei Changfeng's status is not low, he may not know the secrets of a higher level. Secondly, it is possible that there are people with special abilities pretending to be ordinary people with special abilities and dare not reveal their abnormalities. Chen Mo did not care too much about this. After all, when the end of the world comes, the demon particles will be scattered all over the world, and everyone may be a special ability. What rights can you enjoy by joining this Dragon Group? Chen Mo asked after hearing it. You will be issued a special agent certificate. This certificate can give you a good voice in most places, and it will be very convenient to act on weekdays. That's good, but I may be busy on weekdays, and can't be called at any time. It's okay. Generally, members of the Dragon Group are very relaxed and free. Even if the country needs you, they will notify you first, and will not rush you to be in place immediately, unless you encounter a very urgent situation, and need some of you to take action immediately to solve it. Then you will be urgently recruited. To put it bluntly, it's like a guest official in name only. In most cases, you enjoy rights, but have no obligations. Wei Changfeng smiled. That's okay. Chen Mo nodded. Having a good identity in the country is also more convenient for daily actions. Chen Mo did not refuse. Well, then I will find someone to compile your information and report it together with what you just said. The results will be out tomorrow, and I will inform you tomorrow. Okay, then I'll leave first. After Chen Mo left, Wei Changfeng also attached great importance to what Chen Mo said, and immediately called the imperial capital to report the matter. This piece of news is still very moving. After all, there are drugs that can create super soldiers, drugs that can treat various diseases, and drugs that can prolong life. Any of these three items alone is an extremely good effect, enough to attract the attention of any force. What's more, these three effect terms appear at the same time. The country naturally attached great importance to this matter immediately. Zhao Ran mysteriously disappeared in Sioux City that day, and no one knew where he disappeared and where he went after disappearing. Zhao Ran's disappearance was just the disappearance of a small person, and did not attract any attention. Instead, Hang Jian, the head of Hang Jian Group in Shanghai, suddenly held a high-profile press conference, and announced that Hang Jian Group had been successfully acquired by Duoyuan Group. From today on, Hang Jian Group and all its industries and businesses will be transferred to Duoyuan Group. Once this news was released, it was like throwing an information nuclear bomb in Shanghai. Not only in Shanghai, but also in the financial circles across the country. It caused a huge sensation. After all, Hang Jian Group is a group with a market value of hundreds of billions, and it is also a well-known group in the country. It suddenly broke out silently that they were acquired by Duoyuan Group. Anyone who heard it would feel puzzled. After all, although Duoyuan Group has a good foundation in Shanghai, the market value of Duoyuan Group is not much higher than that of Hang Jian Group. Everyone can't figure out why Duo Group can acquire Hang Group. For a large group like this, that is still in its heyday, the acquisition price generally has to be higher than the market value of the group. This matter is full of weirdness. 90% of the shares of Hang Group are in the hands of the Hang family. Hang holds 80% of the shares, and the remaining 10% are distributed in the hands of the Hang family's main family and branch family. This is equivalent to Duo Group privately acquiring 80% of Hang Group's shares from Hang in some unknown way. How much money does this cost? I dare not think about it. It is also unimaginable. Many people want to find Hang to ask the reason as soon as possible. But they don't know that Hang, with his prestige, took back nearly 90% of the shares controlled by the Hang family and gave them to Duo Group. No one dared not to hand it over. The deaths of Hang Xingyu, Hang Xingsheng, and Hang Xingyan, as well as the fate of Tang Sun and Tang Xianhao, have completely frightened all the people of the Hang family and branch families. At this juncture, the boss of the family said that there was a plan to spend money to save his life, so naturally most people immediately joined. Even though a small number of people value money, once they see Tang Sun and Tang Xianhao's current state of living a life worse than death, they have no other thoughts. This is worse than death. When they think of the fate of resistance, naturally no one dares to do it. 90% of the shares, in the end, only exchanged for a mere 500 million. A large group of people share, the least maybe a million, and the most is at most a few million. But even so, it is better than being made into a human stick. At least such assets are enough for ordinary people to squander for a while. It's just that it's hard for them to enjoy the extremely luxurious life before. It takes some time to adapt. After the Hang family held a press conference, the stock price of Duo Group immediately began to soar wildly. The stock price of Duo Group on the Nasdaq and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange can be said to be crazy. In a very short time, it has almost doubled in value. Hang Jian, the head of Hang Group, who caused such a sensation, not only did not answer any questions raised by reporters on the spot, but was found dead in his office shortly after the press conference. A suicide note was left in front of him, saying that he committed suicide out of regret for doing something wrong, and wrote some instructions to other members of the Hang family, telling them to follow Tang Xun's arrangements as much as possible, if they had no one to rely on in the future. The suicide note was identified as his own handwriting. The news spread, and rumors from all walks of life spread like wildfire. Various versions of Hang Jian's death and the acquisition of Hang Group emerged one after another, almost saying everything. Some people said that Hang Jian was actually held by the Duo Group. They pointed out that, although Hang Jian announced the news of the acquisition of the group at the press conference, his expression was abnormal, and he was obviously under great pressure. Moreover, it is really unbelievable that such a successful entrepreneur suddenly committed suicide. Others said that Hang Jian's death was related to the internal struggle of the Hang family. Although the Hang family looks prosperous on the surface, it has long been torn apart internally. There are open and secret struggles between the branches, and many of them have been bought by the Duo Group. Hang Jian may have chosen to commit suicide because he lost in this internal struggle. This suicide note was just something he was forced to write in order to protect his family. Some people also said that Hang Jian was actually cursed or possessed by evil magic, so he announced such news at the press conference and committed suicide afterwards. They pointed out that Hang Jian mentioned doing some wrong things in his suicide note, but no one could come out to explain what this wrong thing was. Some people even speculated that the acquisition of Hang Group and the death of Hang Jian were actually a big chess game at the national level. Although Hang Group is powerful, it may involve some sensitive industries and fields. In order to clean up and control these resources, the state will intervene. Although these rumors are not supported by solid evidence, they are widely circulated among the people, and some people even say that they have internal sources. This also makes the whole incident more confusing and arouses more attention and speculation. But this is just the beginning of this fog. Because not long after Hang Jian announced the news, Tang Xun stood up and held a press conference. Although the market value of Tang Group is not as good as that of Hang Group, it is also a good group. It was inexplicably acquired by Duo Group. Tang Group is a thorough family group. All the shares are in the hands of the Tang family and firmly controlled by the heads of the Tang family for generations. There is almost no room for it to be shaken. But even so, Tang Group was actually acquired by Duyuan Group. This is even more shocking than the news that Hangan Group was acquired by Duyuan Group. This has made the rumors that were already flying all over the sky even more numerous. For a time, the whole Magic City, and even all over the country, were talking about this matter, and they didn't understand the situation. The Jiang family in the imperial capital and the president of GPP in Bird Country were all shocked when they heard such news. The Jiang family called Tang Xun directly that day and got the news that the Tang family and the Han family had quit playing. If there is anything in the future, the Jiang family should communicate with Du Reniuan, and they will take over their previous jobs. Du Reniuan has been whitewashing the Duyuan Group. Will he take over your previous job? Tang Xun, what the hell are you talking about? Jiang's family had just raised the question when they heard a beeping sound coming from the phone. Tang Xun actually hung up the phone directly. This was the first time he hung up the phone first. The matter was too surprising and weird. Soon, the Bird Country GPP company called the Jiang family. After all, they had originally planned to help the Tang family and the Han family take over most of the groups in the Magic City, so that they could do whatever they wanted in the Magic City. As a result, they never thought that now the Tang family and the Han family were directly taken over by the Duyuan Group. What kind of thing is this? They naturally had to call to ask clearly. Hello, Mr. Jiang, why were the Tang Group and the Hangan Group suddenly acquired by the Duyuan Group? Do you have any new arrangements? Are you going to support the Duyuan Group? Listening to the inquiry on the phone, Jiang Ji, the current head of the Jiang family, was also confused. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know about this matter, didn't understand it, and didn't know how it happened at all. Originally, he wanted to find Tang Xun to ask for clarification, but this guy actually asked him to find the current controller of Tang Group and Hangan Group. The other party should continue to cooperate in related business, and then hung up the phone. This is really something that Jiang Ji can't do. Mr. Hex, I have something to do now. I will call you to clarify the situation in a while. Jiang Ji took a deep breath and immediately said in an extremely calm tone. At this time, he obviously can't panic, otherwise it means that there is a big problem with the plan. Then Hex may directly change people to cooperate at that time, which will be troublesome. The future market prospects of this top-grade drug GPP can be described as heaven-defying. Whether it is a sale of member pharmaceuticals in the future, or they can get drug samples in advance as partners now, and enjoy the benefits of diseases being easily cured, life extension, and greatly strengthened bodies in advance. These are important reasons why Jiang Ji is unwilling to let go of GPP. Naturally, he can't say that there is a problem on his side, because the things that happened in the Magic City were so strange. Hex could only think that the Tang Group and Hangan Group suddenly merged into the Duyuan Group, which was the work of the Jiang family. They have completed the plan of merging the three major groups. After hearing Jiang Ji's calm reply that he was busy, he didn't think much about it. It is indeed very busy to merge the three major groups. When Mr. Jiang is free, tell me about today's situation. Sure. After Jiang Ji hung up the phone, he hesitated for a moment and took out Du Reniuan's contact information. After all, they are all at this level, and no one has contacted anyone else. He called immediately. At this time in the Du family manor, Du Reniuan was happily watching the stocks of his group soaring like crazy. Now it has soared to almost 3 times the previous level. Father, the stock has risen so much that I want to sell it directly, Du Zheng said with a smile. Don't worry, we can still climb a little bit more. When we climb a little bit more, we will settle the profits. Then we will announce to the public that these shares are all in the name of Dr. Chen. If this is announced, those crazy people rushing into the stock market will go crazy. Du Zheng laughed. These foreign investors are coming into our country to reap the hard-earned money of shareholders. We are not very happy. Let's reap them in return. Du Reniuan took a sip of Maute in his hand and smiled. Just as they were watching the stock soaring, the landline in Du Reniuan's office suddenly rang. Du Zheng immediately helped Du Reniuan pick it up. After saying a few words, he immediately covered his mouth, held the handle away and said, "Father, it's Jiang Ji, the head of the Jiang family, who called." Hearing this, Du Renyuan immediately became interested. "Give it to me." Taking the phone handle, Du Renyuan smiled and put it to his ear and said, "Mr. Jiang, how come you have time to call me?" "Mr. Du, nice to meet you." Mr. Du is in high spirits today. He easily took over the Tang Group and Hangan Group. From today on, Mr. Du is probably the most successful person in the Magic City. Jiang Ji said a polite word. No, Mr. Jiang, thank you for the compliment." "Did Mr. Jiang call just to congratulate me?" "Of course not. I had some business dealings with Tang Group and Hangan Group before. Now that the two major groups have been transferred to Du Yuan Group, I just talked to Tang Zhen on the phone. He asked me to talk to you about the previous cooperation business. I wonder if Mr. Du is interested in continuing the cooperation?" Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Du Renyuan smiled and said, "I'm sorry, in fact, I'm just temporarily keeping the Tang Group and Hangan Group for others. I guess I will transfer them to others in the next 2 days. If there are any specific cooperation plans, please ask Mr. Jiang to talk to this person in person." Oh. After hearing Du Renyuan's words, Jiang Ji was really surprised. The only one in the entire Magic City that has the ability to acquire Tang Group and Hangan Group is Du Yuan Group, but this ability is not something that Du Yuan Group can do now. It's just that Du Yuan Group's status in Magic City can reach this level. But now even Du Renyuan said in person that the Tang Group and Hangan Group he took over were not actually in his hands. Then the only one who can still sit on his head in the entire Magic City is probably the country, right? If the country acquires it, then what is Jiang Ji doing? The plan of the GPP group was originally not to be known by the country. Once the Tang Group and Hangan Group fall into the hands of the country, all his plans will be in vain. You don't mean the Magic City government? Jiang Ji was halfway through his words when Du Renyuan laughed and said, "That's not the case. It's another person. I think President Jiang should have heard of his name. Chen Mo, the Divine Doctor, has caused a sensation in the Magic City before. Even President Jiang should have heard of him in the Imperial capital." "What? It's him?" After hearing Chen Mo's name, Jiang Ji was even more dumbfounded. Even if he is a Divine Doctor, how can he take over the Tang Group and Hangan Group from President Du? Jiang Ji felt incredible. After all, Dr. Chen saved my life. Not to mention Tang Group and Hangan Group. Even if we add Du Yuan Group, it would be difficult to repay this life-saving grace. Mr. Du is really grateful and affectionate. I admire him. I wonder if Mr. Du can give me Dr. Chen's contact information? Let me ask this first. "Mr. Jiang, wait a moment." Du Renyuan put down the phone, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Chen Mo. At this time, Chen Mo was driving home. He directly controlled the phone to his front and opened the message to take a look. Oh, the Jiang family came so quickly. He smiled and sent a message back. "Drive Chen, tell him I just happened to have something to discuss with him." After getting Chen Mo's reply, Du Renyuan immediately picked up the phone and replied, "Drive Chen has agreed. Please write down his number." As soon as he got Chen Mo's number, Jiang Ji couldn't wait to hang up Du Renyuan's number and called Chen Mo. Really anxious. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Du Renyuan smiled. "Father, why did Mr. Jiang look for you?" "It's about the Tang Group and Hangan Group." As expected, there was no problem with the previous investigation. The Jiang family is behind these two companies. Now these two companies didn't even say hello to him, but held a press conference and sold the group. Naturally, he was anxious. Now he wants to find me to see if we can continue the previous cooperation. Didn't father ask what the previous cooperation was about? No, don't ask things that you shouldn't ask. It's the basic principle of our industry. Since Hangan Group and Tang Group are not in our hands, we shouldn't ask related things. Only in this way can we stay in this business for a long time. Du Renyuan taught. Father is still very insightful. Du Renyuan's phone was just hung up, and Chen Mo's phone received a call request. Chen Mo glanced at it and picked it up directly. "Hello, who is this?" "Drive Chen. It's me. Who are you?" "My name is Jiang Ji, and I'm the chairman of the Imperial Capital Jiangsheng Group." "Oh, so you're the famous chairman of the Jiangsheng Group." I wonder what's the matter with you calling a small person like me. Drive Chen, you're joking. You're not a small person now. Your name has long been well known among all parties. I called today to talk about some of the previous cooperation between Tang's group and Hangan group and our Jiang family. I heard from Tangzan that he sold Tang's group, but there seems to be room for cooperation in related businesses, so that's it. Then there must be a strong willingness to cooperate. The prospects of GPP's drugs are a big piece of fat meat that anyone with a discerning eye knows. Who can resist not eating it? Chen Mo said with a smile. Isn't it for this reason that he took down Tang's group and Hangan group? The fish finally came, and he naturally wouldn't let it go. Since Dr. Chen is interested, I wonder when we can discuss the details further? Sure. Doesn't GPP have a person in charge in Shanghai? You should have a spokesperson in Shanghai, so let's get together and discuss the follow-up cooperation. I also hold the Zhao group and Du Yuan group. Chen Mo replied with a faint smile. P.S. It's the end of the month, and I'm still a long way from 1000 monthly votes. Please vote. Friends who have votes can help me get together. Chapter 131 Playboy 2-in-1. Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that Chen Mo had even dealt with the Zhao group and the Du Yuan group, and that he was very willing to cooperate. He had previously cooperated with the Tang group and the Hangan group, and the two companies he wanted to deal with the most were these two. As long as they were taken down, it would basically be equivalent to taking over at least 70% of the industries in the Magic City. Then, what can they do in the Magic City? Drive Chen is really resourceful, Jiang Ji said admiringly, thinking that he didn't want to leave this piece of fat meat for outsiders to eat, and it would be best if he could eat it himself. He immediately said, okay, what time and place do you think we can make an appointment? 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the private room 666 of the Du Yuan restaurant. No problem, I'll notify the people in the Magic City and the people of GPP Company right away. Then we'll talk later. As Chen Mo hung up the phone, Jiang Ji put away his smile and immediately called several capable people in the Magic City. Investigate whether Chen Mo has any connection with the government. Although Chen Mo was able to deal with Tang Group, Hangan Group, Zhao Group, and Du Yuan Group at the same time, this was a good thing. But with a mere quack doctor, how could he cover the sky with one hand in the Magic City and deal with so many groups by himself? If there is no government support behind this, it would be hard to believe. Although Jiang Ji hopes to maintain the cooperative relationship, the cooperation with GPP must not be known to the government. After all, they have to do some dirty things in private. That's why they are so cautious. Of course, Jiang Ji is not completely without information about Chen Mo. As far as he has already mastered, Chen Mo and Zhao Yu have an excellent relationship. At the same time, he saved Du Yuan and got Du Yuan's connections and huge favors, so his words that he dealt with Zhao Group and Du Yuan Group are not completely unfounded. Jiang Ji can still believe this. What puzzled him the most at the moment was how Tang Group and Hangan Group were directly transferred from Du Yuan Group to the hands of this divine Dr. Chen. What happened inside was what bothered Jiang Ji the most and what he wanted to find out the most. Although he agreed happily, he was investigating behind the scenes. After hanging up Jiang Ji's phone, Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to him. He was mainly concerned about the cooperation with GPP. This GPP company wanted to establish a unique research institute in China, and then they would definitely sneak in the special drugs they had. This was what Chen Mo wanted to get the most. Although he had the ability to teleport and sneak into the headquarters of GPP, judging from the cautious nature of Water Company, I'm afraid there was no information worth exploring inside the GPP company that was exposed. The real related drugs would probably enter GPP through special channels. In order to avoid alerting the enemy and making Water Company withdraw its plan to infect the world with drugs, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Water Company. Now that they are acting like this, they have shown very little. If they can't shrink, then they won't be able to find it at all. Chen Mo decided that it would be better to take it slowly. There is no need to rush this thing. Since the apocalypse will not break out until half a year later, Water Company's drug research progress should still be in a very unstable state at this stage. If they are forced into a hurry and don't pay attention to controlling the impact of side effects and start large-scale drug testing and experiments, the apocalypse may be brought forward. Although the demon star should not come early due to any changes in the current timeline, it is obviously not a good thing for the biochemical crisis to break out early. As Chen Mo drove back to Mingyuan community, Lin Yike had already moved in with Lin Xiaoshan. Moreover, Lin Yike was sensible and bought some fruits to visit the landlord Xiaoyu. When Chen Mo came to her to get the key, Xiaoyu said that Chen Mo must have found a little beauty from somewhere, and it turned out to be true. And this beauty still has a heroic beauty. You must be Sister Yu. I'm Mr. Chen's nanny. My brother and I will rent here in the future. Please take care of us in the future. Lin Yike smiled and handed over a basket of fruits. Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Xiaoshan, and the scene reminded her of her past. She also had such a cute brother who stuck to her, but it was a pity that he left too early. What are your names? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yike, and this is my brother Lin Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, call someone quickly. Lin Yike patted Lin Xiaoshan on the back. Hello, Sister Yu. Lin Xiaoshan immediately greeted Xiaoyu politely. What a well-behaved child. Xiaoyu smiled and touched Lin Xiaoshan's head. Since you were found by Mo, you are all family. Don't be too polite in the future. There are not many rules for getting along with each other in our Mingyuan community. Seeing that Xiaoyu, the beautiful landlord, was so easygoing, Lin Yike and Lin Xiaoshan felt that the neighborhood atmosphere in this community must not be bad. They immediately felt much more relieved about living here. Sister, that brother Mo is so nice. He helped me treat my illness for free and gave us such a great place to live for free. Lin Xiaoshan took his sister's hand and said happily while looking at the beautiful Mingyuan community. He had always been in the hospital ward. Where had he seen such a beautiful place? Such a beautiful community environment and a beautiful big house to live in. The decoration inside the room is also extremely good. Lin Xiaoshan, who was lying on the hospital bed, didn't even dare to think that the place he would live in after he recovered from the illness would be so good. Unexpectedly, he could really live there in reality. When the two walked back, Chen Mo had parked the car and returned to the community. Seeing the construction robot busy nearby, Chen Mo didn't care much. When he returned to the door of his house, he saw Lin Yike waiting at the door. Miss Lin, have you moved in? Chen Mo smiled and greeted. Well, I don't have much stuff, and Xiaoshan doesn't have much stuff either. We just brought some personal belongings and moved in. Lin Yike said with a beautiful smile. Then you can tell me if there is anything you need to buy later. You're welcome. We'll be family from now on. Chen Mo smiled. Hearing this, Lin Yike blushed and said, since we are all family, Mr. Chen can just call me Yike from now on. There's no need to call me Miss Lin. Okay, then you don't have to call me Mr. Chen. Just call me by my name. Chen Mo smiled. How can that be? No matter what, you have to call me the master. This title sounds good, but don't call me like that in front of others. It will make people feel a little weird. Just call me by my name in front of others. Chen Mo smiled. Okay. Lin Yike nodded and said, I see that uncle and aunt haven't come back yet. I want to help you clean up your house first. Don't worry, you and Xiaoshan just moved in. You should get familiar with the surrounding environment. You can take him around the neighborhood, get familiar with the surrounding environment, and take this money to buy some good food, drinks, and clothes. Chen Mo transferred 100,000 to Lin Yike and said. After all, he confirmed through mind reading that she would devote her life to following him, then it was no different from being one of his own. This, so much. Don't care about money in the future. You also said that you will live with me in the future. Then your money will be my money in the future. No matter how much money I give you, it will still be my money. I allow you to spend it. You can spend it boldly. If I have no money, then I will definitely not give you money to spend, and I will have to send you out to help me make money back. Chen Mo said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. No, thank you, Master. Lin Yike said respectfully immediately. This title always makes people think of some bad thoughts. Chen Mo smiled. Lin Yike blushed, took a deep breath, and said with a blushing face, "Master, no matter what you need, Yike can satisfy you. Then my request now is that you take your brother to have fun. Today is considered as another half day off for you. If you have fun today, you will start working formally tomorrow." "Yes, master." Lin Yike was very grateful for Chen Mo's request. Looking at his back as he turned around, her eyes were full of respect. Just as Chen Mo was about to enter the door, Mu Xiaoyu just came over. After what her mother said, she also felt that it would be better to say some things to Chen Mo. As a result, when she came over, she saw Chen Mo talking to a girl who looked a little heroic, with a pretty face and very clean. Hearing Mu Xiaoyu's footsteps, Chen Mo immediately turned his head and looked at her and smiled. "Xiaoyu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Mu Xiaoyu coming towards him, Chen Mo immediately asked. At this time, Lin Yike, who was standing aside, glanced at Mu Xiaoyu and turned away. "Who was that girl just now?" "She's a friend I met before." "Do you want to talk to me?" Chen Mo asked with a smile when he saw that Mu Xiaoyu was hesitant to speak. Mu Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Can we talk inside?" "Of course, please come in." Chen Mo smiled and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, a furry thing suddenly rushed out, scaring Mu Xiaoyu so much that she leaned back and almost fell. Fortunately, Chen Mo was quick-witted and grabbed her waist and supported her. "Xiao Huang, didn't I tell you not to rush around?" Chen Mo let go of Mu Xiaoyu and patted Xiao Huang's butt. "Master, there is a strange flower in our house. It almost hit me just now," Xiao Huang complained. Hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and communicated with his soul. "I forgot to tell you, this is my new subordinate, named Xiao. You two must get along well in the future, okay?" After driving Xiao Huang back into the house, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Mu Xiaoyu, whose face was pink, and said, "Xiaoyu didn't scare you. Come in." Just now, it was the first time that she was hugged by a boy. At that moment, she felt the warmth of Chen Mo's chest, which made her heart beat faster. After taking Mu Xiaoyu into the house, Chen Mo introduced Xiao and Xiao Huang to each other, which made the two guys who almost fought at home reconcile at once. Xiao Huang lay down beside Xiao and barked twice. However, reconciliation is reconciliation. One of them is a strange beast and the other is a spiritual plant, and there is no language or way to communicate at all. Chen Mo can communicate with them because of the soul contract, but the two of them do not have the ability to communicate with each other. "Xiao Huang, Xiao Hua doesn't understand you, so don't bark. Just get along well with each other in the future." Chen Mo smiled and glanced at them, then asked Mu Xiaoyu to sit down and said, "Juice or milk? Either is fine." "Then milk." Chen Mo took a can of milk and gently handed it to Mu Xiaoyu, with a gentle smile in his eyes. "Now, can you tell me what's the matter? I have always wanted to say something to you." Mu Xiaoyu held the can of milk, as if looking for some courage. "What?" Chen Mo smiled and looked at her with interest. Mu Xiaoyu's slender finger slid gently on the milk can. She wanted to speak several times, but lowered her head shyly. Finally, she mustered up the courage, and said in a voice as subtle and trembling as a mosquito's buzz, "Chen Mo. I like you." Although her voice was small, it seemed that she had used up all her strength. After she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, waiting for Chen Mo's response. "Oh." Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and smiled even more. "I like you too." Seeing that Chen Mo's tone seemed to have misunderstood her confession, Mu Xiaoyu's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She hurriedly raised her head and clarified, "No, the liking I said is the kind of liking that I want to be with you." Although her voice was still a little trembling, it was full of determination and expectation. Chen Mo looked at her serious eyes, his heart moved slightly, and smiled. "Okay." This answer was like a spring breeze blowing through Mu Xiaoyu's heart. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her face was filled with unspeakable joy and happiness. The feeling of boiling blood surged from the bottom of her heart, making her whole body seem to be bathed in warm sunshine, and her whole body became extremely warm and comfortable. However, Chen Mo's next words caught her off guard. "But there are some things I want to tell you in advance." "What are they?" Hearing Chen Mo's promise, Mu Xiaoyu no longer cared about other things, and she asked quickly. That is, I don't necessarily have only one girlfriend. Can you accept dating a playboy? Chen Mo was also outspoken. After these words came out, Muziayu was confused because she had never thought about this situation. The education she received since childhood told her that love should be exclusive and unique. However, the man in front of her, who she loved to the core, asked such a question, forcing her to re-examine her view of love. For a girl with traditional ideas like her, such an answer was very shocking. Seeing that she fell into silence, Chen Mo smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You don't have to come up with an answer immediately. You can go back and think about it carefully. Don't rush. If you like a man who only focuses on you, then it is obvious that the man in front of you is not. You should ask yourself whether you are willing to like a man who can treat you as a treasure, but also treat other girls he likes as treasures." Chen Mo didn't say much else. Everything was consensual. Since the moment he knew that the end of the world was coming, Chen Mo had never thought about a lifelong couple. He preferred the world full of spring in the end of the world. His voice was gentle and firm, as if there was a magic that made Muziayu's heartbeat accelerate again. When she walked out of Chen Mo's house, her mind was still in a mess, but her heart was full of expectations and longings for the future. She knew that she needed time to digest all this, and to understand Chen Mo's view of love, which was a little unusual for her, but she also believed that no matter what the result was, she would have no regrets if she said what she should say today. She was thinking about the feasibility of what Chen Mo said. Can a person really date several people? If so, what will the living environment be like in the future? Soon Muziayu remembered the scene of having dinner with Chen Mo, Lin Xinru, Zhao Yu, Yu King, and everyone else. It seemed that such a scene was not so difficult to accept. Chapter 130 To the Right to Speak. 2 in 1. After Muziayu left, Chen Mo began to browse some hacker-related knowledge, with the main purpose of thinking whether he could hack all the way to water company through hacking. However, even if he has a perfect replica of the SSS level passive skill, there are still many things to learn. Based on the relevant information that Chen Mo learned in the afternoon, he found that there are many things that hackers need to master. Based on his own summary, vulnerability scanning and exploitation ability, hackers usually use various vulnerability scanning tools to find vulnerabilities in the system or software, and then use these vulnerabilities to attack. Therefore, a good hacker should be able to use vulnerability scanning tools proficiently and find as many vulnerabilities as possible. Mastery of programming languages and techniques. Hackers need to have basic knowledge of multiple programming languages and techniques, such as C++, Java, Python, etc. In addition, they should also understand knowledge of operating systems, network protocols, etc. Network knowledge and technology. Hackers usually need to be familiar with various network security technologies and tools, such as firewalls, intrusion detection and prevention systems, EDS/IPS, antivirus software, etc., and should also understand how to circumvent network blocking and tracking technologies. Social engineering skills. Hackers also need to have certain social engineering skills, such as deceiving others and penetration testing. This includes how to obtain information, collect intelligence, and how to use human psychological weaknesses and social engineering to attack. Problem-solving ability. Hackers need to be able to quickly analyze problems and provide solutions when faced with problems. This includes the ability to debug code, solve complex technical problems, identify security vulnerabilities, and respond to emergencies. This is still some of the content that Chen Mo can learn and summarize from the various free teachings that he can currently access. Many more in-depth teachings require payment. Chen Mo also paid for a few, and felt that most of them were half-taught and half-hidden. He was thinking about whether he could find a national-level information engineer to learn after Wei Leo got his Dragon Group identity. After browsing the relevant videos for an afternoon, the time quickly came to the agreed time, and Chen Mo went directly to Zhao Yu's house. Since we have to give GPP the confidence that the research institute agreed with Tang Group and Hangan Group before the construction of Magic City, it is natural to show Zhao Group and Duoan Group as well, so that it can be more convincing. At this time, Zhao Yu was simulating a beach environment in the virtual state. She was wearing a bikini with a simple style, but the unique tailoring outlined her female curves vividly. The color of the bikini is a soft coral pink, which contrasts with her skin. The thin shoulder straps and the tie at the waist cleverly outline her slender waist and elegant shoulder line, making her look sexy and elegant. She lies on the sofa that has been transformed into a beach lounge chair, like a lazy cat in the sun. The simulated sunlight of just the right temperature sprinkles on her body, brightening her silky smooth skin, making it impossible to look away. Her long hair is casually tied up, and a few strands of hair dance with the simulated sea breeze, brushing against her cheeks, adding a bit of charm to her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying the virtual sea breeze and sunshine. Chen Mo stood at the door, and was a little stunned for a while. It's not that he has never seen women in bikinis, but Xiaoyu gave him a completely different feeling. Her sexiness is not ostentatious, but introverted and deep, with her own unique charm. Sister you are so comfortable, Chen Mo said with a smile. Seeing Chen Mo coming in, Xiaoyu didn't even open her eyes. She just smiled, and patted the empty space next to her and said, "Come and sunbathe with me." "Don't sunbathe. I've arranged dinner for you. Come out with me." Chen Mo smiled and squatted beside her ear and said. Xiaoyu opened her eyes and turned her head to look at Chen Mo, who was close at hand. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek and said, "What else do you want me to do?" "It's about the GPP company I mentioned before. I need you to go with President Du to make things easier so that we can reach a follow-up cooperation with them. Then help me up." Xiaoyu stretched out her hand mischievously. Chen Mo smiled immediately, gently held Xiaoyu's outstretched hand, and gently helped her up from the sofa. Xiaoyu stood up and stretched lazily. Her round, plump and graceful figure was fully displayed in front of Chen Mo. "Okay, since you need me to help, I'll go with you," Xiaoyu said with a smile, revealing a hint of playfulness in her tone. After closing the virtual beach environment, Xiaoyu took off the virtual controller at her temple and put it aside, then walked to her cloakroom. Chen Mo followed her, and his eyes were attracted by the dazzling array of clothes. Xiaoyu's taste is always so unique and outstanding. Her clothes have both bold and fashionable designs and classic and elegant styles. "What do you want me to wear to accompany you?" Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo with a smile. "I don't know much about these. I'll give you some advice next time I learn about clothing design." Chen Mo smiled. Xiaoyu smiled charmingly and shook her head, walked to the clothes rack and carefully selected them, her fingers touching the soft fabric, as if looking for clothes that can perfectly show her temperament. In the end, she chose a simple and elegant outfit. A well-tailored white shirt, paired with a black high-waisted A-line skirt, not only highlights her professional style, but also highlights the feminine beauty. "How is it? Is this outfit suitable?" Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Not bad. Our sister you looks good in anything." Chen Mo smiled. Slippery. After changing her clothes, Xiaoyu picked up a simple golden necklace from the dressing table and embellished her neck. She gently combed her long hair and tied it into an elegant low ponytail. When Xiaoyu turned to face Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu was always able to show the most amazing effect in the simplest way. "I'm ready. Let's go, little mosey." Xiaoyu smiled and stretched out her hand to Chen Mo's arm. After walking to the door and putting on her shoes, Xiaoyu smiled and grabbed Chen Mo's palm, put it around her waist and said, "Take me flying again. In fact, you can fly without holding you. I was just afraid that I would scare you if I took you to a different place suddenly last time." Chen Mo said so, and the palm holding Xiaoyu's soft waist tightened. The next moment, he and Xiaoyu came to the private room 666 of Du Yuan restaurant. Since Chen Mo had told Du Yuan in advance, Du Yuan and Du Zehong had already been waiting. The two were still talking when they suddenly saw two people appearing out of thin air in the room. "President Du is here quite early." Chen Mo smiled and looked at the two. "After all, they are hosting a dinner party at my place to discuss business. How can I not be more attentive?" Du Yuan, who was already used to it, looked at the two and smiled. "They are expected to arrive in a few minutes. All the business discussed today should be done according to my instructions. You don't have to worry about what the cooperation items I discussed are for. You just need to agree with them. No problem." Du Renyuan smiled and said, when do you think the Tang group and Hangan group will be transferred back to you? Just make sure that the income of Du Yuan group is enough. Chen Mo said with a smile. This wave of sending 2 major groups to Du Yuan group is to enhance the momentum of Du Yuan group and give Du Yuan group a chance to emerge. Naturally, let them get the benefits first. Anyway, Chen Mo himself is not in a hurry about these things. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Du Renyuan and Du Zhen looked at each other, and then they both smiled gratefully at Chen Mo. While they were talking, some time passed, and today's protagonists also appeared one after another. The first person to come in was a very capable person. He was wearing a dark suit, a white shirt with a dark blue tie, straight and neat hair, a resolute face, sharp eyes, and a rigorous and professional temperament. You all arrived first. I'm really sorry. I was thinking about arriving a few minutes earlier, but I didn't expect to be a step late. Don't be polite. Manager Jiang is busy with business, so I can understand. Du Renyuan knew the man in front of him. His name was Jiang Fan, and he was the spokesperson for the Jiang family in the Magic City. All the business carried out by the Jiang family in the Magic City was done by Jiang Fan. He is Jiang Ji's younger brother and a person that Jiang Ji trusts very much. After sitting down, Jiang Fan poured himself a small glass of wine and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Fan. Today, I have the honor to discuss cooperation projects with the chairman of Zhao Group, the chairman of Du Yuan Group and Dr. Chen. I'm deeply honored. I will drink first to show my respect for what you have been waiting for. Jiang Fan's introduction was mainly for Chen Mo alone. After all, whether it was Du Renyuan, Du Zhen or Zhao Yu, they all knew his identity. Only Chen Mo didn't know. Jiang Fan had just finished a glass of wine when the door of the private room opened again. A striking foreign beauty came in. She has long hair like golden waves, which falls naturally on her shoulders and shines charmingly under the lights in the private room. Her face is exquisite and picturesque. Her eyes are deep blue, like clear lake water. Her nose is high, her lips are rosy and full, and her slightly upturned mouth corners reveal a unique confidence and elegance. She was tall and slender, wearing a tight red dress that perfectly showed off her beautiful curves. The length of the dress was just above the knee, revealing a pair of slender white legs. With a pair of black high heels, she looked even more graceful and elegant. As soon as she entered the door, she said in Chinese, "Oh, everyone is here. I'm so sorry, something happened in the branch office and delayed us." She put her hands together, bowed her head slightly, and apologized to everyone present. Although her actions were a little playful, they did not reduce her elegant temperament at all. It's okay. We just arrived. Please take a seat first. Du Renyuan smiled and responded, "What's your name, miss?" The foreign woman walked to the empty seat gracefully and sat down, greeting everyone. "Hello everyone. My name is Avril, and I'm here to discuss cooperation with you on behalf of GPP. I'm very happy to meet you, and look forward to our future cooperation going smoothly." Her voice is sweet and magnetic, which makes people feel very comfortable. Although she is a foreigner, she speaks Chinese very fluently, and there is almost no accent. Miss Avril is not only beautiful, but also speaks Chinese so well. It's really rare. Jiang Fan praised. "Thank you for the compliment." Avril smiled and responded, "I have always been very interested in Chinese culture, so I specially learned Chinese. Although there may be some shortcomings, I will continue to work hard." "Isn't this enough? Miss Avril is too modest. Your pronunciation of Chinese is more standard than that of 70% to 80% of Chinese people." Zhao Yu smiled. Everyone nodded and praised her after hearing her words, and their good impression of her increased a lot. It is definitely very difficult for a foreigner to speak Chinese to this level. Who doesn't like such a beautiful and hard-working foreign beauty? So far, today's protagonists have all arrived. Du Renyuan immediately asked people to start serving the dishes, and then everyone began to discuss the subsequent specific cooperation projects and jointly planned future development plans. At this time, Chen Mo played a leading role. At first, Chen Mo sat among several people and didn't say a few words. It seemed that he was respected as a miracle doctor and nothing else was important. But when they really started to discuss the cooperation projects in depth, Jiang Fan and Avril discovered that it turned out that only Chen Mo had the absolute right to speak. In the presence of Duran and Zhao Yu, he could directly represent Duran Group and Zhao Group to take on all the cooperation tasks without asking them a question. This really surprised Jiang Fan and Avril. Since she had just transferred from Tang Group and Hangan Group, Avril didn't dare to talk directly about the research institute that she had previously agreed with Tang Group and Hangan Group. He only hinted at it a few times, mainly to ask whether the Tang family had discussed this with Chen Mo. By the way, Dr. Chen, Mr. Tangzhen talked to us about a research institute cooperation plan before. Did he mention this when he transferred the Tang Group to you? Oh, he did. Your company's products have great prospects for future development. We took over the Tang Group and Hangan Group for your company's most promising project. So we naturally hope that this research institute can continue to run according to the original plan, so that we can help your company complete the research as soon as possible, and everyone can make money together as soon as possible, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan and Avril looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. Jiang Ji had checked before they came. Chen Mo's background was clean. Although he had some friendship with Wei Changfeng, it was only a friendship of treatment, and there was no other important relationship. This time, the transfer of the Tang Group and Hangan Group did not detect any traces of the participation of any national level forces. Therefore, the cooperation proposed to Chen Mo today is still a private cooperation, and you can rest assured to cooperate. It's just that Chen Mo is a rather mysterious person, and the incidents with Tangsun and Tangshai and Heo are also very strange, so they need to be investigated further. However, there is nothing wrong with reaching a cooperation intention on the surface. The research institute's affairs are not something that can be implemented immediately after agreeing to cooperate, and there is no need to worry about whether there will be any exposure. There is still enough time for them to conduct an investigation. They can confirm Chen Mo's intentions. As long as they confirm that his actions are not for the benefit of the country, but purely his own ideas, they can rest assured to cooperate. After all, GPP's drugs have such a bright future, who wouldn't be tempted? Chapter 133, Miraculous Skills. 3-in-1. The cooperation with GPP and the Jiang family was agreed, and everyone had a pleasant discussion that day. However, Jiang Fan conducted an in-depth investigation on Chen Mo in the first round to ensure that his cooperation idea this time had nothing to do with the country. Since Jiang Fan really investigated, how could the Duan Group and the Zhao Group, as the host of the Magic City, not know about it? They easily found out about this matter, and after Chen Mo instructed them not to care, they did not intervene. Otherwise, it would be bad if Jiang Fan could not find out anything. After all, Chen Mo can investigate at will. The clearer and more understood, the more reassured he will be. But the more he investigated, the more strange news Jiang Fan received. It was mainly about Tangsun and Tangshai and Heo. These two people were inexplicably cut into human sticks at home, and the three brothers of the Han family had an accident inexplicably. There are too many strange things in it, but no matter whether someone was sent to ask from the Han family or the Tang family, no news was found. These two families simply didn't know anything about what happened in their family. This also led to Jiang Fan becoming more and more confused the more he investigated. Although it has been investigated that Chen Mo should have nothing to do with the country, he has developed an inexplicable fear of Chen Mo because of these things. Even if no one in the two families knows what is going on, they all say that the matter may be related to the Duan Group and the Zhao Group. From today's dinner, the two companies all obeyed Chen Mo's arrangements. This person is the real boss behind these two companies. Then anything that happened to the Tang family and the Han family is related to this person. This inference is relatively easy. After understanding the relevant matters, Jiang Fan also reported the matter. Chen Mo's logic of action, at least in their current investigation, is relatively clean. He embezzled Hangan Group and Tang Group, and only Chen Mo himself knows why he swallowed these two. In the eyes of outsiders, he is just seeking wealth. And he is greedy. He swallowed these two companies and controlled Duan Group and Zhao Group. This guy has become a local emperor in the power of the Magic City Group. Controlling these four major groups, what can the other remaining groups in the Magic City use to fight them? Just fighting a business war is enough to defeat them. not to mention other overt and covert means that can be used. As soon as the press conference of Tang Group and Hangan Group came out today, the other groups that were originally ranked in the top 10 were all panicked. Not only them, but also 2 groups in the remaining 50 groups were uneasy. That was naturally Kang Hong, who had an indirect feud with Chen Mo, and Chu Mingyao, who had a direct feud. Now they only feel that their group is shaky. Bringing Zhao back to Mingyuan community, Chen Mo just came home and saw Lin Xinru teasing Zhao Huang. Brother Mo, when did your father and mother move in? You didn't even tell me, which made me so embarrassed just now. Seeing Chen Mo coming back, Lin Xinru immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm and shook it. Chen Mo immediately used mind reading to learn about Lin Xinru's previous experience. It turned out that after Chen Mo's parents went out for a walk, Zheng Xiulian was still thinking about her baby son all the time. Thinking of buying a set of clothes for her son, she chose a set of clothes and came back, intending to let Chen Mo try it. When she came back, she found that Chen Mo was not at home, so she and Chen Feng cleaned up Chen Mo's house a little. In fact, Chen Mo cleaned up the house very well every day, so there was nothing to clean up. It was just that the 2 of them couldn't sit still, and suddenly they were often busy with work every day. Now that they were free, they always wanted to find something to do. After Zhao Huang smelled Chen Mo's scent on the 2 of them, he naturally pretended to be an ordinary dog and let the 2 of them do whatever they wanted. Although Zhao Hua didn't have Zhao Huang's ability to identify people by their scent, after Chen Mo had told it before that it should get along well with Zhao Huang in the future and look at Zhao Huang's actions, if it didn't understand anything, it remembered it. Seeing that Zhao Huang was very friendly to the 2, it naturally understood that the 2 were acquaintances. Just as the 2 were cleaning the house, Lin Xinru opened the door and came in. At this moment, Zheng Xiulian's eyes lit up immediately. Seeing 2 strangers, Lin Xinru asked curiously, "Who are you?" "We are Chen Mo's parents. Are you Mo's girlfriend?" Zheng Xiulian greeted them with a smile. This question stumped Lin Xinru because the 2 had not yet fully confirmed their relationship. She didn't dare to answer randomly, fearing that it would be embarrassing for Chen Mo to speak in front of his parents. She could only say that she was a junior schoolmate. But which junior schoolmate with ordinary relationship would have the key to her son's house and come so late? Zheng Xiulian knew all this, so she directly pulled Chen Feng and said, I suddenly remembered that Momo's father and I were stewing something at home, so I went back first. You wait for Momo to come back here and ask him to come over for dinner later." When Chen Mo read her mind, Lin Xinru also told her about what happened just now. Chen Mo smiled and hugged her and said, "It's okay, just say it directly next time. By the way, have you had dinner? I forgot to tell my mother that I had dinner outside in the evening. I came here after eating. Then I'll tell her." Chen Mo sent a message to his mother, saying that he and Lin Xinru had dinner and would not come over tonight. Zheng Xiulian didn't care, but replied in a good mood, "Introduce this girl to me some other day." However, Zheng Xiulian has been busy with gossip recently, because another girl will come to her house tomorrow. Lin Yag was given a day off by Chen Mo today, so she took her brother to work outside for a day and will not start work until tomorrow. After returning home to rest, Chen Mo hugged Lin Xinru and said, "Zaoru, you might as well live here in the future. You don't have to run to school, and you don't have to go to this class. How can you make money if you don't go to class? In the future, you just enjoy life and don't need to make money." Chen Mo smiled and hugged her willow waist. Hearing this, Lin Xinru winked playfully and joked, imitating the classic lines in the movie, "Oh, then I don't make money, you support me?" Chen Mo smiled slightly and tapped the phone quietly. Almost at the same time, Lin Xinru's phone vibrated and a text message came quietly. "Bank notification. Your savings card account with the last number asterisk received RMB 5,000,000 at 1843 on June 20th, and the current balance is now RMB 5,054,568.68. Lin Xinru opened her phone in confusion. Her eyes fell on the eye-catching string of numbers. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. The 7-digit balance was almost an astronomical figure for her. She was stunned, slowly raised her head, and met Chen Mo's smiling eyes. "How is it?" Chen Mo's voice was gentle and doting. "Is this amount enough for me to support you? If not, there is." When she went out to buy a car with Chen Mo before, Lin Xinru knew that Chen Mo had 100 million yuan, and he also ordered a valuable sports car for her, and even wrote her name directly, and bought it in her name. That sports car alone is at least several million. But after all, it was just a gift of a car, not the actual money was delivered to Lin Xinru. Even if she felt that Chen Mo was very good to her, it was just a general concept. But now, looking at the 7-digit balance in the bank card, the impact on Lin Xinru is much greater than sending a luxury car to her. After all, she doesn't know much about cars, and even if she knows, she can't just sell the car that Chen Mo gave her for consumption, which will make him unhappy. The feeling of having a luxury car is completely different from having a balance of millions in the card. "Brother Mo, are you using this money to support me, or to flirt with me?" Lin Xinru, half of her body stuck to Chen Mo, leaning on his warm and broad chest and drawing circles. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a mischievous light, and he gently lifted Lin Xinru's chin, so that her eyes met his. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smug smile, "Do we need to flirt with each other? Haven't you belonged to me for a long time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed her without hesitation. This kiss was more passionate and affectionate than any previous one. Lin Xinru was quickly defeated by his attack. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her body involuntarily pressed tightly against Chen Mo, who seemed to be a particularly domineering boss today. After a passionate kiss, the two who were originally lingering in the living room could not help themselves, and soon moved to the bathroom. The sound of water, accompanied by the rapid breathing and occasional moans of the two, formed a unique symphony. Zhao Huan was outside the door, and heard the familiar voice again. Although it could not understand the sound, that sounded like pain and enjoyment, it seemed to feel a kind of pleasure and satisfaction from Lin Xinru's voice. It shook its head, and decided to return to its own nest. After a fierce battle in the bathroom, the two returned to the bed contentedly. "You can live here in the future. I'm serious. You don't have to go back and forth anymore. It's dangerous outside. You can go to collect wind, or see beautiful scenery. You can continue to practice painting. I'll give you a fun thing," Chen Mo said, taking out a button-like thing like a magic trick, and gently pasted it on Lin Xinru's temple and said, "Now try to imagine that the wall in front of you is a beautiful garden." Following Chen Mo's guidance, although Lin Xinru didn't know what Chen Mo had pasted on her temple, she still followed his words, closed her eyes, and began to imagine the beautiful garden. When she opened her eyes again, she was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. The wall had disappeared, replaced by a colorful sea of flowers. Various flowers bloomed in colorful colors, like a vivid oil painting. Delicate roses, fresh and refined lilies, graceful peonies. They clustered together, exuding a charming fragrance. The breeze blew, the petals trembled gently, and the air was filled with rich floral fragrance, which made people intoxicated, as if they were in a dream-like fairyland. In this beautiful garden, Lin Xinru felt unprecedented tranquility and joy. She seemed to be able to hear the breathing of each flower, and feel the vitality they exuded. She looked at Chen Mo in surprise, with a happy light in her eyes. "How did you do this? It's amazing. How about it? It's fun. You can also let the wind fly these petals, and fly to us, as long as you imagine it." Hearing this, Lin Xinru immediately used her imagination again. Lin Xinru's mind moved, and those colorful petals began to flutter slowly in the breeze. She closed her eyes, feeling the lightness and fragrance of the petals, imagining that they were like elves, spinning and flying lightly in the air. When Lin Xinru opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find that those imaginary petals had really flown to their bed. The soft quilt that the two of them were covered with was now gently covered by falling petals, like a gorgeous flower carpet. The petals gently touched their skin, bringing waves of tingling and pleasure. In the future, you can imagine any scene, and you can realize it, and you can actually experience all the scenes and objects simulated, whether it is vision, hearing, smell, or taste, it can all be simulated. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xinru's surprised expression, his eyes full of pampering and tenderness. "This is too fun. I feel like I can play it for 10 years without getting tired of it." Lin Xinru said with a smile. As long as you are happy. Chen Mo said with a smile, took the controller off her temple, and then stuck it on his own temple. The next moment, the surrounding environment changed. Lin Xinru saw many special toys around her, and her pretty face flushed instantly. She said, "Brother Mo, you are so bad. What are you thinking of?" Chen Mo smiled and hugged Lin Xinru in his arms and said, "I just thought of it temporarily. This can add more fun to us. Let's experience everything today. Hate it, I'm going to sleep," Lin Xinru said as she wrapped herself in the quilt. Then Chen Mo had taken out interesting toys from the simulation environment. For a while, the two people's room was filled with cheerful fighting sounds. After tossing until the early morning, the two changed the messy sheets, took a bath in the bathroom, and then returned to the bed together and fell asleep. "Brother Mo is so bad. You made me so tired. Next time, I'll think of some toys for you." It seemed that she had thought of some bad ideas. Lin Xinru even giggled out loud. Chen Mo was curious and immediately activated his mind reading. As a result, he found that this girl's head was thinking of some very alternative tricks all day long. Dangme literature is killing people. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the second day, the system prompt sounded as usual. System prompt. It is now 8 o'clock on June 21st, China's imperial capital time. There are no daily tasks today. The quota purchase quantity of today's random special reward draw opportunities is 10 times, and you can spend 10,000 survival points to purchase. When you purchase special reward draw opportunities more than 10 times today, starting from the 11th time, the price of each special reward draw opportunity will increase by 10,000 survival points on the basis of the previous one. Please pay attention. After reading the system prompt, Chen Mo directly purchased 10 special reward draw opportunities. After buying the special reward draw opportunities, Chen Mo got up and washed up, put on the S-level infinite combat suit with one click, and prepared to go out as usual. As a result, he just got up and received a message from Wei Changfeng. Find him in the Special Affairs Bureau in the Magic City. This place is really unknown to most people. It was the first time that Chen Mo heard of it. He directly teleported over with invisibility and super instant movement. As soon as he came over, he saw Wei Changfeng and a few people sitting in a small room talking about him. After he showed up in a hidden place, he walked directly into the room. "Drive Chen, you came so quickly." Wei Changfeng looked out the window in shock. "How did you get in? I specially sent Ling Feng to wait for you at the door. I used a little trick." Chen Mo smiled. "Old Wei asked me to come here because the Dragon Group member certificate has been issued? Yes, these are the main leaders of the Dragon Group. You can get to know them." After Wei Changfeng finished speaking, he introduced the identities of the three people to Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the three people and activated his mind reading skill. Seeing that the three men's attitude towards him was to recruit him, he immediately smiled and saluted and said, "It turns out to be Mr. Zhao, Mr. Wu and Mr. Feng. Please take care of me in the future." "You're welcome. The country needs talented people like you. From today on, although you are a member of the Dragon team, your daily actions will remain the same. As long as you don't commit crimes, you will enjoy absolute freedom. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, just take out the top spy identity certificate we issued to you. This has been specially explained throughout the country. Anyone with a little status knows the validity of this certificate, and no one should be able to make things difficult for you. If anyone dares to deny this, just report the matter to us, and the three of us will take care of it for you." Although Zhao Yanqing looked old, he spoke like a big boss. After hearing this, Chen Mo smiled and said, "I've taken note of what Mr. Zhao said. Okay, there's nothing else to do. I just want you to get the certificate. Of course, if you're willing to show it to the three of us old guys, we'll be very welcome. But we are not recruiting you into the Dragon Group for our own personal reasons, so don't worry about it," Zhao Yanqing said with a smile. Chen Mo turned on his perspective glasses and glanced at the three people. Unlike Wei Changfeng, these three people didn't seem to be frontline fighters during the anti-Japanese war. They had almost no injuries on their bodies, but after all, the three of them were old and their body functions had deteriorated. As for health, it's definitely not that healthy. Looking at the physical condition of the three people, Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's just a small favor. Anyway, I don't have anything important to do today. It doesn't matter if you show it to the three of you before you leave. Hearing what Chen Mo said, the eyes of the three people immediately lit up. Although what they said was high sounding, after all, it was a matter of their own health, so they naturally hoped that Chen Mo could treat the three of them. In order to get Chen Mo into the dragon group, Wei Changfeng had praised Chen Mo as a god. Naturally, the three of them were eager to hear it. Who will go first? Chen Mo said with a smile as he took out the silver needle. Although Chen Mo was too lazy to pretend in front of his acquaintances, he still had to pretend in front of these people. After possessing the perfect replica passive skill, Chen Mo had made up for his knowledge of acupuncture points. Now he is a real doctor who knows acupuncture. Zhao Yanqing, Wu Zenilan, and Feng Dechu did not push and block. Zhao Yanqing spoke first and said, "Let me see the medical skills of Chen Shenai first." Okay. Chen Mo took out the silver needle and said, "Is there any alcohol here?" "Yes." Wei Changfeng immediately asked someone to bring alcohol. After disinfection, Chen Mo began to give Zhao Yanqing acupuncture. Since Chen Mo knew how to pierce the acupuncture points this time, he was not as guilty as when he pierced Wei Changfeng before. He just poked a little bit at random. This time he directly inserted a needle into a specific acupuncture point. Zhao Yanqing only felt a tingling sensation. After randomly performing a few injections, Chen Mo began to activate his healing skills. As his healing skills took effect, Zhao Yanqing only felt an extremely warm current flowing through his body from the palm of Chen Mo's hand that was pressed against his heart. The next moment, Chen Mo had already withdrawn the needle and looked at Wu Zenilan. "Old Wu, it's your turn now," Chen Mo said with a smile. "So fast?" Although I had heard that Chen Mo's medical skills are amazing, I never thought that it would take effect so quickly. Whether it is Zhao Yanqing, who has personally enjoyed Chen Mo's treatment, or Wu Zenilan and Feng Dechu, they are all shocked. At this time, Zhao Yanqing felt his whole body moving up and down. His legs and feet, which were originally difficult to walk due to rheumatism, suddenly became flexible. He even stood up and jumped. These three people are old acquaintances. Zhao Yanqing's legs are usually difficult to walk smoothly, but now he can even jump. The two were just extremely shocked. Soon, Chen Mo did it to Wu Zenilan and Feng Dechu. The two old men finally felt the feeling of rebirth that Zhao Yanqing just felt. The three little old men were instantly happy like three children, pulling each other to test their bodies. After confirming that the three of them had really recovered their health and even had the vitality of young people, the three of them looked at Chen Mo with eyes that were almost like looking at a god. Drive Chen is worthy of being Dr. Chen. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. His skills are amazing, and his methods are like gods. The three of them praised him in unison. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hands and said, "Thank you for your praise. By the way, I came here today to get the certificate. I have something else that I have already thought of. I want to ask you for help." "Oh, what is it? Just tell me." The three of them had just been cured by Chen Mo, but they owed him a big favor. After all, although Chen Mo was recruited into the group, he had no obligation to treat the three of them. The three of them asked Chen Mo for treatment for their own benefit, so they naturally owed him a favor. It's not a big deal. I just heard that there are many talented people in the Dragon Group. I want to ask if there are any professionals in computer information technology. I want to learn some related knowledge from this group of people, Chen Mo said with a smile. Chapter 134 One after another. 3 in 1. After hearing what Chen Mo said, Zhao Yanqing, Wu Zenilan, and Feng Dechu smiled and said, "Of course." They originally thought that Chen Mo wanted to make some special requests, but this was the result. If you have the idea of learning in this area, we can find specialized talents to teach you all the relevant knowledge and detail, but the level of this line depends on personal understanding. I understand this. Okay, when are you free? We will help you arrange it. I'm free almost every day. Just call me when you three have arranged it. Then let's do it this afternoon. Xiao Duan is also in the Magic City. He is a super expert in this area. Let's communicate with him in advance. Then I would like to thank the three elders first. Chen Mo smiled. That's not necessary. We have an obligation to train talents for the country. It's a good thing that you have such an interest. After getting the identity card of the top spy of the Dragon Group, Chen Mo was ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, Wei Changfeng said as he was sending him out, "We have already arranged 4 people to investigate what you said yesterday, and we have also set up a special investigation department. I believe that the relevant investigation network will soon be spread all over the world." That's great. If this drug is really perfectly developed by other forces first, it will definitely not be a good thing. We'd better find their core in advance. We have also captured Zhao Ran you mentioned, and have conducted various studies on his body. His physical fitness is indeed far beyond that of ordinary humans. Whether it is the strength of the internal organs or the muscles and bones, it seems that a special evolution has occurred. We are studying his genes. I also hope that Mr. Wei can synchronize a report of various data to me later. I'm quite knowledgeable in this area. Let me participate in the investigation together. No problem. After all, you are a master of medicine. This kind of information about human body data really needs to be synchronized for you. Maybe you can see something that others don't know. Wei Changfeng nodded. Since he has the ability to perfectly replicate, Chen Mo will naturally not be satisfied with just learning computer information technology. He also needs to learn relevant knowledge in medicine. He was a fake doctor before, but when he mastered all the medical knowledge, he became a real expert. However, being able to learn the existing knowledge is one thing, and being able to transform this knowledge into one's own ability is another. The ability to perfectly replicate only provides perfect memory plus perfect imitation ability. When there are no pioneers to learn from in a certain field, one can only rely on one's own experience and understanding. What Chen Mo has to do now is to accumulate all the known knowledge as much as possible, and then use this experience to create his own results. As Wei Changfeng came to the door, the two saw the back of Ling Feng, who was still standing at the door, looking at the road outside, waiting for Chen Mo to arrive, and couldn't help but smile at each other. "Ling Feng." Chen Mo called out, and Ling Feng turned around subconsciously. Then he looked at Chen Mo, who was standing with Wei Changfeng, and said, "Drive Chen. How did you get out of the Special Operations Office?" Wei Changfeng was also curious at this time. "I'm also quite curious. How did Dr. Chen get my message and come to the Special Operations Office all of a sudden? The security system here is extremely tight, and you didn't cause any reaction when you came in before." Chen Mo just said lightly that he used some tricks, but this was definitely not a trick. "I will let you know later, but for now, keep it secret." Chen Mo smiled mysteriously, which made Wei Changfeng and Ling Feng feel itchy, but if he didn't say it, they couldn't force him to ask. Wei Changfeng smiled helplessly and said, "Ling Feng, we have finished our work here. You can send Dr. Chen back." "Yes." After Chen Mo got into Ling Feng's car, Ling Feng couldn't help but curiously said, "Dr. Chen, don't blame me for being curious. I really can't figure it out. I have been guarding you at this door for a long time. Not to mention seeing you. There are very few ordinary pedestrians on the road here. It stands to reason that you can't enter the Special Operations Station without me seeing you." Chen Mo smiled and said, "I used unconventional means. It's normal that you can't see it, but it shouldn't take long for you to know. Then I really look forward to Dr. Chen telling me." Ling Feng's face was full of expectation. In Mingyuan community, Zheng Ziulian got up early and was busy at home. Just when she was about to make breakfast, someone suddenly knocked on the door. As the door opened, standing in front of Zheng Ziulian was a girl with a very pretty appearance, a heroic beauty, and no makeup on her face. She looked very clean. "Hello, auntie." Seeing Zheng Ziulian, Lin Yike immediately greeted her respectfully. "Who are you?" Zheng Ziulian asked curiously. "My name is Lin Yike. You can call me Yike or Zarok. I'm Mr. Chen Mo's lifelong maid. He wants me to take care of the two elders, so from today on, I will take care of their daily life." Lin Yike suppressed her nervousness and tried to show a sweet smile. "Lifelong maid? What kind of business is this?" Zheng Ziulian was curious, but still let Lin Yike in. "Miss, I think you should be only in your 20s. I'm just 20 years old this year." Lin Yike replied with a smile. "You're so young to come out and be a maid for someone." Zheng Ziulian was very surprised. Mr. Chen Mo has done me a great favor, so I decided to serve him wholeheartedly for the rest of my life as a reward. Lin Yike didn't hide anything and said directly, "Great favor?" After hearing this, Zheng Ziulian didn't care what great favor it was, but immediately looked Lin Yike up and down. This look of scrutinizing a daughter-in-law made the graceful Lin Yike blush. "Not bad, not bad. Your name is Yike, right?" Zheng Ziulian confirmed. "Yes, auntie." Lin Yike nodded. "It's a nice name, and you're pretty. Wouldn't it be a pity for you to be a servant in our family for the rest of your life?" Zheng Ziulian pulled Lin Yike aside and sat down. "No, I will never be able to repay Mr. Chen Mo's kindness in my lifetime, and I won't feel wronged." Lin Yike shook her head and said, "Although I don't know what my stupid son did to you, there are not many girls like you who are so grateful in this era. I appreciate your kindness, but you are so young and have a lot of wonderful life ahead of you. Don't waste your life." Although Zheng Ziulian was very satisfied with Lin Yike, she put herself in Lin Yike's shoes and felt that Lin Yike's sacrifice was a bit too much. After all, she was not willing to entrust the rest of her life to her son because she loved him, but because she wanted to repay him. Even though she thought that this girl was a good choice as a daughter-in-law, she still didn't say so. Zheng Ziulian thought that maybe her son had done a great favor to this girl, which made her too moved. It is a good character to be able to repay a favor, but it is too heavy to repay it with a lifetime. So Zheng Ziulian wanted to persuade her a little to get her back on the right track of her life. "Auntie, I understand. I didn't make the decision on impulse. I made the decision after thinking it through. Mr. Chen is a very good person. Even if I just work as his servant, the treatment he gives me is many times better than many high-paying jobs. I used to work in restaurants and other places. I couldn't earn the 100,000 yuan that Mr. Chen gave me yesterday, even if I worked non-stop for a year. To put it bluntly, even if I didn't do it to repay the favor, the high treatment Mr. Chen gave me is better than looking for a proper job. So no matter what, it's not difficult for me to work for Mr. Chen," Lin Yike said with a firm look in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Zheng Ziulian knew that she was obviously serious. But she still said, "But you spend the rest of your life here. What about your parents?" "Auntie, my parents died very early. My brother and I were raised by my grandparents, but because of my brother's illness, my grandparents ignored their age and their health, and worked hard to make money, and finally." At this point, Lin Yike couldn't go on. She took a deep breath and continued, "I only have a younger brother as a relative now. Auntie, I know you may think that I'm wasting my youth and future by doing this. But you don't know, I basically ruined the first half of my life because of my brother's illness. If my brother is not well, then the rest of my life, like my brother, will only survive in struggle and pain. In this way, there will be no freedom in the second half of my life." At this point, Lin Yike held Zheng Ziulian's hand and said with sincerity and gratitude in her eyes, "I really feel that being able to serve Mr. Chen is my greatest luck and honor. He not only cured my brother's disease, but also solved the biggest problem that could drag us down for a lifetime and gave me a brand new life. My life was very hard before. I had to work hard every day to make a living, and I never had a place of my own. But now, serving Mr. Chen is equivalent to having a stable job. Mr. Chen even arranged a villa for us to live in, so that I have my own place to live, so that my brother can live with me in this high-end community. Living in this high-end villa, my brother can also have the opportunity to learn and improve himself, and have the opportunity to live a different life in the second half of his life. These are all given to us by Mr. Chen. I can't express my gratitude in words, so please don't drive me away, auntie, so that I can stay here and serve Mr. Chen and you two elders." Looking at Lin Yike's sincere expression, Zheng Ziulian recognized her determination more and more. "Okay, but don't force yourself. I can't sit still either. I can do most of the work myself. I don't know how good you are at cooking. You can cook 3 meals a day for us in the future. I can do the rest of the work myself. You are so tender and delicate. If you only do rough work for you, it will ruin your good body." Zheng Ziulian grabbed Lin Yike's soft little hand and patted it gently, and said with a smile. Lin Yike's palms had been working hard, and her skin had been calloused and worn out. But after the restaurant incident, she was treated by Chen Mo, and it really restored her to her original state. She should have had tender little hands, and she also had a pair of hands that a girl of this age should have. How can that be? Mr. Chen said that the two elders should rest more and let me do all the work. Compared with the work I did before, the work at home is not heavy. Lin Yike said immediately. It's okay, just listen to me, otherwise I don't want you to come. Zheng Ziulian said with a smile. Okay, then I'll start preparing breakfast for you today. I didn't prepare anything yesterday, so cooking other things may keep you waiting for a long time. Can I cook 2 bowls of noodles for you in the morning? That way it will be faster. Lin Yike immediately started to prepare to get into work mode. At this time, Chen Feng got up and walked out to see a strange girl. He immediately asked curiously, who is this girl? Hello, uncle, my name is Lin Yike. I will be the servant of this family in the future. If you have anything to do, just tell me to do it. Lin Yike bowed politely and said, servant? Chen Feng looked at Zheng Ziulian with a strange look on his face. What's the matter? After Zheng Ziulian told the story, Chen Feng immediately smiled and turned to look at Lin Yike and said, since it has been decided for a lifetime, why not just become our daughter-in-law? As soon as these words came out, Lin Yike's pretty face blushed and said, everything depends on Mr. Chen Mo's idea. After that, she went to prepare breakfast. It seems to be possible. Chen Feng smiled. When did our son become so capable? We had one at home yesterday, and another one today. Zheng Ziulian was grinning from ear to ear. She was wondering when she would have a grandchild, but now prospective daughters-in-law seemed to come one after another. While Lin Yike was preparing breakfast, Chen Mo was also sent back by Ling Feng. He went straight to his parents' house, thinking about how they played and slept in Shanghai yesterday. As soon as he opened the door, Zheng Ziulian rushed over. Momo, where did you find this maid? She said she would take care of you for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled and walked into the living room. He glanced at Lin Yike, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, I helped Yike's brother solve a difficult problem before. Yike insisted that she would repay me with the rest of her life. I can only agree first. If she changes her mind at any time, she can leave at any time. Why leave? Such a good girl who knows how to repay kindness is rare. She has decided to give her the rest of her life to you. Why don't you hurry up and take her down first? Zheng Ziulian twisted Chen Mo's arm in frustration. Mom, how can you bully your son just to get a wife? If you really marry a wife in the future, my family status will be so low. Chen Mo pretended to be in pain and dodged. Don't talk nonsense to me. By the way, what happened to that girl last night? Nothing happened. You can treat her as a wife. Chen Mo smiled. As soon as these words came out, Zheng Ziulian's eyes lit up immediately. She smiled and said, did that girl stay here last night? Yeah, she's still sleeping in now. Okay, as long as you're not a blockhead, then mom will be relieved. But Zyok is also a pretty good girl. It's a pity for her. Zheng Ziulian turned her head and glanced at Lin Yike, who was busy in the kitchen. What's a pity? Don't you want to have more grandchildren? If you like wives so much, I'll find you a few more. Chen Mo smiled. You little brat is like an emperor, but you're so philandering. Zheng Ziulian rolled her eyes at Chen Mo. Chen Feng smiled and said, my son is a cultivator now. His abilities are different from those of ordinary people like us. Don't always look at him from our perspective. Hearing this, Zheng Ziulian didn't say anything else but said, Mo, you are very capable now, and mom can't understand it. I don't have any other instructions. Just one sentence. Whether you want to find one girl or 2 girls, first of all, they have to be willing to accept you. Secondly, you must be nice to every girl and you are not allowed to bully them, okay? Don't worry, mom. Don't you know the character of the children you have raised? How could I bully them? I will treat them like babies. That's better. While the 3 were talking, Lin Yike had already cooked the noodles. She immediately brought 2 bowls of steaming noodles on a tray. The aroma immediately drifted into the dining room from the kitchen. Seeing Chen Mo was there, Lin Yike said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Chen Mo, I didn't know you were coming, so I only cooked 2 bowls of noodles. According to what Chen Mo told her yesterday, she should call him normal in front of others, and call him master in private. Lin Yike obviously remembered it. It's okay. It's mainly about you. Have you had breakfast? If you have to cook for yourself in the future, if you don't have it, cook one for yourself and don't distinguish it from others. You can do the work of a servant, but don't really regard yourself as a servant. Just regard yourself as a member of our family. Chen Mo said with a smile. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Yike felt warm in his heart and nodded immediately. Well, I've eaten. Xiaoshan wanted to eat bunny bread, so I bought some yesterday and steamed it in the morning. When I gave it to him, I ate some myself. That's good, but you don't have to make a separate portion for each family in the future. When you make breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the future, just plan Xiaoshan's portion and you four can eat together. My parents still like children very much, and they won't mind eating with Xiaoshan. It's okay for everyone to be like a family. As for me, I'm more irregular, so you don't have to prepare my meals. If you want to prepare meals for fun, you can send me a message first to ask. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zheng Ziulian and Chen Feng immediately echoed, that's right, you can eat here with your brother in the future. We are all family, don't be restrained. Hearing this family talk, Lin Yike felt a huge sense of happiness in her heart. She had been in the bottom of society for a long time, which led to a deep sense of identity. She felt that it was a luxury and honor for her to be able to integrate into the family of Chen Mo's level. So seeing that their family welcomed people of her status to join the family so much and did not mean to treat her as a servant at all, Lin Yike was naturally very moved. She originally thought that being able to stay in Chen Mo's house as a servant for a lifetime was the greatest happiness, but she didn't expect that she could be even happier. She smiled with red eyes and nodded. Uncle and aunt, come and try the noodles. If there is anything that doesn't suit your appetite, you can tell me, and I will improve it. She put down 2 bowls of noodles, took chopsticks and soup spoons, and said with a smile. After Zheng Ziulian and Chen Feng sat down and tasted the noodles, they couldn't help but praise. Not bad, not too salty or bland, more in line with our taste. We'll just make it according to today's standards in the future. Okay. Seeing that the two liked it, Lin Yike's eyes immediately curved into two crescents and he smiled happily. Dad, Mom, how was your fun in Shanghai yesterday? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Not bad, but this big city is still too new for us. We need to get familiar with it, Zheng Ziulian said with a smile. At this time, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Lin Yike who was standing aside and said, Yike, sit down. Why are you standing? Did you take Xiaoshan out for fun yesterday? Hearing what Chen Mo said, Lin Yike hesitated for a moment and finally sat down stiffly and said, very well. I took Xiaoshan to the amusement park to play. He said he wanted to go again today, but I was afraid that he would get too wild, so I didn't agree. It can be seen that Lin Yike is still relatively restrained about her identity. Chen Mo smiled and walked behind her. He gently put his hands on her shoulders and said, in the future, you can relax in this family. Don't be so restrained. If Xiaoshan likes to play, take him out to play more often. You don't have to serve him here 24 hours a day. I think it will be enough for 1 or 2 hours in the morning, noon, and evening. You can arrange the rest of the time yourself. That's what I just told her. This makes us two old guys rush to do everything when we have free time. I'm afraid we will be uncomfortable all over. Zheng Ziulian immediately agreed with a smile. Hearing what they said, Lin Yike also deeply felt the kindness and understanding of Chen Mo's family. She smiled and nodded, and her body was also relaxed. After arranging Lin Yike's affairs, Chen Mo was also ready to take Xiaoyu to find Du Renyan. After the dinner with the Jiang family and GPP company yesterday, they left first. When Du Renyan and Xiaoyu were left, Chen Mo told them something that surprised them. That is, Chen Mo proposed to temporarily transfer Tang Group, Hangan Group, Duan Group, and Xiao Group to his name. Although he didn't know what Chen Mo meant by doing this, out of trust in Chen Mo, Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. Du Renyan also had a certain trust in Chen Mo and what Chen Mo did in the Han family and the Tang family. Even if he didn't trust him, he had to agree to this matter, so he also agreed to this matter happily. In this way, they agreed to hold a joint press conference today to explain this matter in public. Chen Mo wanted to bring Xiao Group and Duan Group under his name, not to rob their property, but to get some system rewards. In this way, all 4 major groups would be under his control. With so many employees, he really didn't know how many rewards he could get. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 135 Lie down and enjoy. 2 in 1. Arriving at Zhaoyu's house, Muziu was washing the dishes, while Qiu Ziulan was drinking tea with Zhaoyu. Aunt Qiu, Xiaoyu is not a child anymore. You don't need to get involved in what she can do by herself. Besides, the work here is not heavy work. You should let the children go, otherwise it will be too much trouble. Zhaoyu said with a smile. Parents can't let go of this heart. Qiu Ziulan turned her head and glanced at Muziu, saying, by the way, I heard that Xiaoyu has a younger brother. Is he also in Shanghai? Yes, he is working and studying like Xiaoyu, but I don't know if he can meet a noble person like you like Xiaoyu. Didn't you contact him? No, he only calls me occasionally and he doesn't even buy a mobile phone. The 2 children are good children. They know the situation at home, so they have been frugal. Qiu Ziulan felt ashamed of her inability to let the 2 children live such a hard life. While the 2 were talking, Chen Mo opened the door and walked in. Sister Yu, President Du, who I met yesterday, said that we will hold a press conference at 10 AM. When can we go there? Chen Mo said with a smile after entering. After that, he saw Qiu Ziulan and said, Aunt Qiu, you are here too. Yeah, you asked me to drink tea. This flower tea is really good. Qiu Ziulan said with a smile. Then I will try Yu's tea too. Chen Mo smiled and sat down next to Zhaoyu. As a result, Zhaoyu gently pinched his waist and said, you were the one who called Yu. Chen Mo immediately pretended to beg for mercy and said, Sister Yu, spare me, I know I was wrong. After letting go, Zhaoyu was worried that she had twisted too hard just now and rubbed the place where she had just pinched Chen Mo with heartache. Chen Mo immediately said with a playful smile, I know that Sister Yu has a sharp hand, but a soft heart. You will dare to do it again next time. Zhaoyu glared at him and smiled helplessly without paying any attention to him. By the way, I just heard you talking about Xiaoyu's brother. Since Aunt Qiu has moved in, why don't you let Xiaoyu's brother move in with you? This villa is so big, it doesn't matter if you 2 or 3 people live here. Chen Mo said with a smile. The main problem is that we can't contact him. Qiu Ziulan said immediately. This is not a big problem. Don't underestimate our sister Yu. She is a famous big sister in Magic City. She has a wide network of contacts. It only takes a few minutes to find someone in Magic City. You just need to tell us some information. Chen Mo said with a smile. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Qiu Ziulan didn't doubt anything. After all, people who can own such a beautiful and luxurious villa park in a place like Magic City are naturally not ordinary people. She immediately took out her cell phone, showed Chen Mo and Zhaoyu the photo of Musifan she had taken before, and said, I have another photo of him taken at home. Would it be easier to find him with this? Of course. What's his name? Musifan. Did he tell you where he was when he called you before? It seems he works somewhere in a Suyu Plaza in the southern part of Shanghai. Suyu Plaza? Zhaoyu smiled when she heard the name. Isn't that built by the Su family? Is it the Su group? Chen Mo asked immediately. Well, there is no other Su family in Shanghai. That's not easy. I'm familiar with the Su family. Su Mingxi gave me his phone number before, so that I can contact him anytime if I need to find him. That's perfect. Chen Mo smiled. Since you have connections, then you can go directly to him, so that I don't have to do anything. I will hand over the Zhao group to you, and I will have no more worries in the future. I have been scheming with others all day long, and I'm tired of it for so many years. With you here, my previous arrangements have been in vain. Zhaoyu smiled dotingly and looked at Chen Mo and said, I just borrowed it, not inherited it. Chen Mo shook his head immediately. Then I gave it away, but I don't plan to take it back. You can take it and get busy. I don't want to use my brain anymore. But I have already discovered that with you, a Doraemon who can take out fun things at any time, I can just lie down and enjoy my life. Why should I be so busy? Zhaoyu smiled cunningly, which made Chen Mo speechless. However, since Zhaoyu had such an idea, Chen Mo would not say much. Originally, with him, Zaoyu could enjoy whatever she wanted. Now she is willing to be a hands-off shopkeeper and just want to eat, drink and have fun, so she is happy. Then it's up to you to be happy. Chen Mo said with a smile, holding Zaoyu's shoulders. Zaoyu smiled and patted his thigh and said, having a good brother is to make your life happy, otherwise your love for you would be in vain. Then you have a good vision, you hit me at the first sight. Chen Mo smiled. He was nothing back then. Zaoyu loved him, just for the sake of loving him, and Chen Mo was very clear about this. After saying this with a smile, Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and called SYNOPSIS. Yesterday, Tang Group and Hangan Group were suddenly incorporated into Duoan Group, which was quite a sensation. In addition, SYNOPSIS was both respectful and afraid of Chen Mo. After learning about the fate of Tang Sun and Tang Xian Hao, he was naturally shocked when he suddenly received his call. He immediately said to his father Sukuo, "Hey, Drive Chen called me early in the morning. I don't know what it is. Why don't you pick up the phone and listen?" Sukuo was afraid that SYNOPSIS would offend Chen Mo by procrastinating, so he immediately picked up the phone and turned on the hands-free mode. "Hello, Dr. Chen. Brother Minxie, I have something I want to ask you for help. I wonder if it's convenient." As Chen Mo's voice came from the phone, Sukuo immediately signaled SYNOPSIS with his eyes to say it was convenient. SYNOPSIS calmed down and said, "Of course it's convenient. Didn't I tell you before that, if you need my help, just come to me at any time? Okay, I want you to help me find someone. This person should be near Suyu Plaza in the southern area of Modu. Because this place is built by your group, I think you should have set up a lot of surveillance there for security. It should be relatively easy to find someone in this area." "That's right. As long as the person you are looking for has entered our Suyu Plaza, we can basically help you find him. Just send me the information of whoever you want to find, and I will arrange someone to go there immediately." "Okay, thank you in advance. I will send you his information right away." "No, Dr. Chen, you are too polite. It is my honor to help you." As Chen Mo hung up the phone, SYNOPSIS breathed a sigh of relief, but he changed his mind and said, "Who does Dr. Chen want to find? Does he need our help in the Magic City?" Now Tang Group, Hangan Group, Zao Group, and Duoan Group are basically linked to him. The combined power of these four groups is that, if they want to find a mosquito in the Magic City, they can turn the Magic City upside down to find it, let alone find a living person. Don't worry about his ability. It's a good thing that he can look up to us and ask us for help. Do you think anyone can get his favor? Duoan still owes him a favor. Now you have a chance to get his favor, so be happy." Sukuo said with a smile. Hearing his father's words, SYNOPSIS felt that it made sense and immediately nodded and smiled. "That's right." Soon Chen Mo sent Musifan's information over. SYNOPSIS and Sukuo were naturally not vague and immediately began to arrange people to help Chen Mo find someone. After explaining SYNOPSIS' search for someone, Chen Mo smiled and said to Qiyu Ziulan, "The Su family has a strong intelligence network over there, and they should be able to find him soon. Then we can bring him over and live with you." "Thank you so much, Momo," Qiyu Ziulan said gratefully. "Don't be so polite. Xiaoyu and I are good friends. Whether it's helping you with your illness or helping her find her brother to live together, it's all about friendship, so you don't have to worry too much, otherwise I will feel embarrassed," Chen Mo said with a smile. "Xiaoyu is so lucky to meet you noble people in this place in the Magic City." At this time, Muziu had washed all the tableaux, put the things in the disinfection cabinet for disinfection, and walked over slowly. When she heard Chen Mo say that he would find her brother to live with them, she immediately lit up and said, "Chen Mo, have you found my brother?" "No, I'm still looking for someone to help. I'll let you know as soon as I have news." Although Muziu had always wanted to ask Chen Mo for this favor, she was too embarrassed to ask because she was already well taken care of by Chen Mo and Zaoyu. Otherwise, it would seem that she was asking for too much. After all, it was already an extra kindness for them to help her, and there was no reason or obligation to help her brother come over to live a good life together. This idea was obviously a luxury for her, but now Chen Mo directly helped her realize this, and she was naturally very grateful. After talking about Musifan, Chen Mo looked at Qiu Ziulan and said, Aunt Qiu, how many days are you going to stay this time? About half a month. There are still some things to deal with at home. If the things at home are not very important, I think forget it. You can just live here in the future. Chen Mo thought about building this place into the strongest safety zone in the end of the world and decided that it would be better to gather all the important people together. Let them adapt to the environment here in advance so that they will not be so uncomfortable when the end of the world comes. Live here directly in the future? Qiu Ziulan looked out the window in disbelief. She didn't dare to live in such a place in her dreams. It was her blessing to be able to get into this community and live here for a few nights with the help of her daughter. She didn't even think about living here in the future. She couldn't help but think of Muziu's visit to Chen Mo yesterday. She looked at her daughter suspiciously. She clearly asked her daughter yesterday how the conversation went, but her daughter didn't respond at all. She already thought that her daughter's confession failed, but this was also what she expected. After all, the other person is so outstanding, and my family is marrying up anyway. I just don't want my daughter to be so entangled and regret it in the future because I didn't muster up the courage to say what I wanted to say, so I let her say what she should say. So it's okay to be rejected, at least it's better to stop thinking about it. But now listening to Chen Mo's words, she feels that this matter seems to be not over. Seeing her mother looking at her, Muziu blushed and didn't say anything. This place doesn't look like a place where we can live for a long time. Qiu Ziulan thought for a while and said, Aunt Qiu, what are you talking about? Why doesn't my place look like a place for you to live for a long time? I tell you that from now on, my baby brother will have the final say here. He says who can live and how long they can live, and that's all. You can just treat the rent and room fee as nothing, but you have to pay for the water and electricity, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Although Xiaoyu smiled when she spoke, her tone was obviously not joking. Qiu Ziulan was also somewhat moved after hearing this. She didn't want to live separately from her son and daughter. Moreover, if her children wanted to have a promising future, it was obvious that they would find more development opportunities in such a big city than returning to their hometown with her. She didn't want to drag down her children either. If she left, the two children would definitely not be able to rest assured that she was alone, and she also wanted to live with the two of them. Xiaoyu and Momo, you are so good to us that I can't say enough. I won't say much. All the words of gratitude are in my heart. If there is anything in the community or your family that needs Aunt Qiu to do in the future, just call me. I'm idle here anyway. Xiaoyu smiled and grabbed her hand and patted it, saying, this time, you live with Xiaoyu and the others, so that they can live here with peace of mind. Otherwise they will miss you every day. At this time, Muziu also cast a grateful look at Xiaoyu and Chen Mo. Thank you, Sister Yu. You're welcome. Xiaoyu smiled. Why only thank Sister Yu and not me? Chen Mo joked. Muziu blushed and said, thank you later. These words were full of meaning. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo with a playful look, as if to say that he had deceived another girl. While the family was talking, they had to say that the Su family was very efficient. In a short while, they had found out about Musifan. Drive Chen, we have found him. He is studying at the nearby Shanghai Polytechnic University. He usually works in some shops in our Suyu Plaza. I will send you the detailed information of this person immediately. Thank you very much, Brother Minxie. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Chen Mo said with a smile, hung up the phone, and checked the messages. When Sumingxi and Sukuohei heard his words on the other end of the phone, they were so happy that they almost hugged each other. Sukuohei said excitedly, well, we did such a simple thing and got such a guarantee from Dr. Chen. Minxie, we made a lot of money today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Massive rewards flood the screen. 5,000 words. After checking the message sent by SYNOPSIS, Chen Mo turned to Qiuziulan and Muziu and said, "We have found him. I will ask someone to bring him here, to reunite with you today." Qiuziulan, who had not seen her son for a long time, and Muziu, who had not seen her brother for a long time, were also looking forward to reuniting with Musifan here. The two thanked each other again and left together. Xiaoyu directly sent Musifan's message out and asked someone to find him back. Not to mention that Xiaoyu now has Musifan's detailed information, even if she only knows that there is such a name. With the ability of the Yellow Robe Society in the Magic City, it is still easy to find him in the Magic City. It's just that the time required is different. After Xiaoyu sent the message, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Sister Yu, let's go. We should prepare something in advance for the press conference. With Duranyuan here, we don't need to say anything. Just go and check the manuscript," Xiaoyu said with a smile. After that, Xiaoyu went back upstairs and changed into a black elegant long dress and came down again and said, "Let's go. You said you don't care, but the change is quite ceremonial." Chen Mo smiled and put his arm around her waist and appeared directly in Duranyuan's office at the headquarters of Duyuan Group. Today's press conference was held in the conference room downstairs of Duyuan Group. Seeing the two people coming, Duranyuan smiled and said, "There is still an hour left. Why are you here so early? After all, the public opinion is still very loud when the company is transferred casually. Hangan Group and Tang Group only came into your hands yesterday, and today it was transferred to Momo's hands. Public opinion is not important, as long as the relationship above is there." Duranyuan smiled. With the relationship between the three of them in the Magic City, the upper level will not interfere in their affairs at all. After all, the fact that Chen Mo saved Wei Lao was enough to arouse everyone's desire to make friends. They don't want to offend Chen Mo because of such an irrelevant matter, which will lead to no medical treatment when they are sick. Chen Mo came here in advance mainly to talk about the future development direction of the company. In Duranyuan's office, Chen Mo made it clear that the four groups would work together to become strategic partners and develop together. Chen Mo accounted for 50% of the profits, Xiaoyu 25%, and Duranyuan 25%. Duranyuan naturally had no objection to such a distribution. Xiaoyu also had no objection. Anyway, she didn't value money very much now. At the beginning, she worked so hard to design, just because she didn't want the industry handed over by her father to be easily exploited by others. But now with Chen Mo, she doesn't have to worry about this at all, and naturally doesn't care about the profits. She herself doesn't have the habit of spending money lavishly, just spending money when necessary. Extra money is really useless to her. Duranyuan is the same. He cares more about whether the group handed down by his ancestors can become bigger and stronger in his hands. Now that it is linked with Chen Mo, the four major groups will develop jointly. Isn't it easy to make it bigger and stronger? So the profits are not important, and the reputation is known all over the world. And now this idea can be realized, so he doesn't care much about the profits. In fact, Chen Mo didn't care much about the benefits. His original purpose of raising his reputation was to be contacted by the water company. He didn't care about the money at all. At most, he would need money to buy gold after the main task 3 was started, but now he already knew that there were so many vaults in the world that he could get for free, so money became unimportant. Later, he found that, after he became the leader of a force, he could get rewards for conquering his subordinates. This is why Chen Mo currently wants to be the nominal controller of various groups. He only needs to become the nominal controller to receive the benefits directly. After receiving the benefits, he can immediately return the position to the original person. Time soon came to the time for the press conference, when Duranyuan and Xiaoyu announced that Tang Group, Hangan Group, Xiao Group and Duyuan Group would all be under Chen Mo's name. The entire conference hall was in an uproar. All the reporters were confused. Even a few of them didn't know who Chen Mo was, and didn't know where he came from. He could actually control Tang Group, Hangan Group, Duyuan Group and Xiao Group at the same time. For a while, everyone was talking about it, and the news here quickly spread throughout the Magic City and even the whole world. Wei Changfeng also received this information. This Chen doctor was able to take down these 4 groups at the same time. His means and abilities are truly unpredictable. Ling Feng on the side also felt incredible. These 4 major groups, even if the government came forward to negotiate, he could actually take them all so easily. It's incredible. I knew he was not a dragon among men, but I never thought he was so capable. I heard that Du Renyuan entertained the people of the Jiang family and GPP company yesterday. They should have some cooperation transactions in private. Since Du Yuan Group is under Chen Doctor's command, doesn't it mean that Chen Doctor is doing business with them? Should we investigate this? Chen Doctor told me some key information before. I think this GPP company has a lot to do with what he said before. I guess he is planning something. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's withdraw our people to avoid alerting the snake. Understood. The Su family, who had just received Chen Mo's favor, heard the news that Chen Mo alone controlled the 4 top groups in the Magic City after only an hour. Su Mingxi and Su Kuohei were both a little confused. If Chen Mo could take over the Zhao group, they would not be surprised. After all, they had long known the relationship between Chen Mo and Zhao Yu. Unless Zhao Yu decided to live alone, she would always find a man to take over the Zhao group together. It was not surprising that this man was Chen Mo. So no one would be surprised if Chen Mo took over the Zhao group, but it was different for the Du Yuan group. Du Renyuan had worked so hard for so many years and concentrated power in himself. How could he be so easy to give up power, let alone put the entire group under the name of someone else? This was simply an incredible thing. The means of this Chen doctor are really hard to guess. Su Kuohei was shocked when watching the news. The 4 top groups in the Magic City are all in his hands. Then, other groups in the Magic City will have to follow his lead in the future? Su Mingxi followed and said blankly, good thing, we have made friends with him in advance, and I'm afraid that our good days will come in the future. Su Kuohei smiled. At the press conference, the surrounding sounds seemed to be isolated, and Chen Mo stared at the system translucent floating window interface that kept jumping in front of him. The reward information was refreshed like a waterfall, and his heartbeat accelerated with each refresh. System prompt. Because you have successfully controlled the Tang group, the host has successfully crossed the level to recruit a 3rd level superpower employee, and hereby rewarded the host with 1000 survival points. System prompt. Because you have successfully controlled the Tang group, the host has successfully crossed the level to recruit a 4th level demon employee, and hereby rewarded the host with 5000 survival points. System prompt. Because you have successfully controlled the Tang group, the host has successfully crossed the level to recruit a 5th level weird employee, and hereby rewarded the host with 10,000 survival points. Because the number of employees in the 4 major groups was too large, the reward information came like a tidal wave, almost drowning Chen Mo. He took a deep breath and quickly issued an order. Stop broadcasting and prompting the information about the recruitment rewards of Tang Group, Hangan Group, Duan Group, and Zhao Group, and summarize the total benefits for me. As his order was issued, the refresh speed on the system interface gradually slowed down and finally stopped. A new system prompt appeared on the interface. System prompt. Summarization is in progress, and the summary is complete. This time, the host successfully controlled the Tang Group, Hangan Group, Duan Group, and Zhao Group, and harvested a total of 524,537,000 survival points. A total of 11 S-level gift packages, 135 A-level gift packages, 1598 B-level gift packages, and 7968 C-level gift packages were harvested. Chen Mo was stunned. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the reward figures in front of him still exceeded his expectations. More than 500 million points, and so many gift packages. This is a generous reward he never thought of. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So many rewards? Looking at the numbers in front of him, he was filled with indescribable excitement and joy. More than 500 million points, and so many gift packs. How should I spend them? This sudden harvest of such a rich reward is like a poor boy suddenly becoming a rich man. Chen Mo really can't do it. But these rewards are not the final rewards. The system has additional rewards. System prompt. Congratulations. In this era of chaos and separation of people's hearts, you can actually gather 100 men. Hereby reward you with 10,000 survival points and 1 B-level gift pack. System prompt. Congratulations. In this era of chaos and separation of people's hearts, you can actually gather 1,000 men. Hereby reward you with 100,000 survival points and 1 A-level gift pack. System prompt. Congratulations. In this era of chaos and disunity, you have been able to gather 10,000 subordinates. Hereby reward you with 1 million survival points and 1 S-level gift package. System prompt. Congratulations. In this era of chaos and disunity, you have been able to gather 100,000 subordinates. Hereby reward you with 10 million survival points and 1 SS-level gift package. Looking at this pile of rewards, Chen Mo felt that this time it was really full, completely full. If you want to make a lot of money in one wave, you have to rely on being the boss. This is simply lying down and easily brushing up the rewards. Isn't this easier than going out and working hard to kill various targets? Chen Mo immediately opened his system interface and checked the rewards he currently holds with so many benefits. Survival points. 535,969,493 points. Gift packs. Main mission SSS level gift packs 2. SSS level gift packs 0. SS level gift packs 2. S level gift packs 25. A level gift packs 136. B level gift packs 1612. C level gift packs 7968. Special rewards extraction opportunities. 19 super special rewards extraction opportunities. 0. Looking at the large number of rewards displayed on the system interface, Chen Mo didn't know how to spend them for a while. There were so many rewards that he didn't know where to start. He just felt so happy in his heart. Because the matter was too shocking and the reporters asked too many questions, the press conference lasted for a long time before it ended. As soon as the press conference ended, the news that Chen Mo controlled the 4 major groups immediately caused a sensation outside, but he himself had no time to pay attention to this information. He was looking at the rewards of the system and calculating how to spend them to maximize the benefits. Drive Chen, I saw you thinking about something during the press conference just now. Is there something wrong? Du Renyuan asked curiously. No, it's even better. President Du, we can sign another contract to return the Duoyuan group to you. Chen Mo said with a smile. So fast? Du Renyuan thought that Chen Mo had taken over his group under his name because of some operation that he couldn't see through or didn't know about. But now his group had just passed through the other party's hands. How could it be returned immediately? He had no idea what was going on. Well, because the goal has been achieved. President Du, thank you for your trust. This time your group has been incorporated into my name, which has played a very good role. Drive Chen is serious. Since everyone has decided to work closely together, it is natural to trust and help each other. Du Renyuan said with a smile. If Dr. Chen still needs it, you can continue to register the group under your name. You can return it at any time later. Don't be so anxious. Chen Mo read Du Renyuan's heart and confirmed that he really thought so and was not just talking nonsense. He smiled and said, okay, speaking of it, continuing to register it under my name may continue to have some special effects. If President Du is not in a hurry, I won't return it first. But in the future, you can allocate and operate the funds of the 4 major groups at will. I believe in your ability. Sister, you and I will not interfere in the affairs of the 4 major groups in the future. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Du Renyuan was immediately happy. This is equivalent to giving him a good reputation. If he is the one doing things in front of others, then in everyone's cognition, these 4 major groups are actually no different from his Du Renyuan. Since Dr. Chen and Xiaoyu are willing to trust me, I will naturally do my best to run these 4 major groups. President Du, these 4 major groups are just the beginning. We will set up a Huaxia Group Alliance in the future. Of course, we will start with the Magic City Group Alliance for now, and bring together all the groups that can be gathered together. Together we can earn greater profits, better distribute market share, and reduce price cuts and profit exploitation caused by competition. Only in this way can we quickly grow bigger and stronger. Understood. Zehung and I are good at this kind of thing. We'll come up with a plan in the next few days and then gather people together. Du Renyuan said with a smile. Then President Du will have to run the business. I don't really understand these things, and I don't really want to participate in these business events. Sister Yu is also a lazy person. We will just lie back and enjoy the profits. If President Du feels it is necessary to adjust the profit distribution, just tell me 49% of the 50% on my side can be allocated to you. I don't care much about money. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Du Renyuan waved his hand and said, that won't work. We will distribute it as we agreed before. I will run the group's affairs. Then thank you President Du. We will leave first. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he took Zhao Yu away. On Du Renyuan's side, Du Zeheng looked at Du Renyuan and said, what does Dr. Chen mean by this? He has completely delegated power to you. This is simply lifting you up in front of everyone to become the controller. What's the benefit of him being just a figurehead? The significance of Dr. Chen being a figurehead may be that the value of his existence can make many people above us open the door for convenience, so that we don't have to be bound by our hands and feet when we act. Du Renyuan analyzed. I see. This is a good idea. After all, there are indeed quite a few people who want to ask Chen Shenai for help. Du Zeheng nodded. The 4 major groups are all in our hands. This is something I have always wanted to do but couldn't do. Now that I have really done it, I really don't know if I can manage this foundation as I expected. Du Renyuan smiled. With my father's ability, it is definitely possible. I will also try my best to help. Du Zeheng said with a smile. After leaving everything to Du Renyuan, Chen Mo also became a hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind. He is not interested in these money-making things. He just wants to make a lot of money by winning over his subordinates. The better Du Renyuan's operation is, the more people he will gather, and the more money he will make. He only needs to manage his own affairs. Back home, Zhao Yu looked at Chen Mo curiously and said, Mo, why are you listed as a name? Why are you going to return it to Du Renyuan Duan Group immediately after the press conference? She was curious and wanted to ask just now, but considering that Du Renyuan was around, she held back and didn't ask. The company's profits are not important to me. My name is the most important thing. I can get more profits than you can imagine. As for the specific profits, I won't tell you more. It's troublesome to explain. Chen Mo said with a smile. Okay, you can make your own arrangements. I'm too lazy to take care of things now. I'll just watch you solve the mystery and see what you've been doing all the way here. Zhao Yu looked at Chen Mo with interest. Then you just watch. Chen Mo said with a smile. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his ears. The construction robots that were arranged yesterday morning have been working for a full 24 hours today. According to the working hours, it's time for them to finish building the SSS level wall. The system prompt sound that sounded in Chen Mo's ears at this time was the information about the completion of the SSS level wall construction. Chapter 137, Empty Vault. 5,000 words. System prompt. The SSS level wall building you commissioned a construction robot to build has been completed. Please check it. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Mo immediately walked out of Zhao Yu's house and put on the virtual state controller to check the surrounding environment. People who carry the virtual state controller can choose to ignore the simulation effect of the virtual state and view the real appearance of the virtual state simulation range. At this time, Mingyuan community was surrounded by a spectacular SSS level wall. It was like a towering technological fortress, towering into the clouds, giving people a great sense of security. The surface of the wall is made of intelligent alloy nanomaterials, showing a deep black, smooth and solid. This material not only has self-repairing function, but also can adapt to various harsh environments and always maintain the best condition. Above the wall, a layer of transparent energy shield is quietly suspended, emitting a faint light, and is an indestructible barrier to the air. The shield can not only effectively resist the jump and flight of alien beasts, but also adjust the transparency as needed, so that people inside the wall can clearly see the outside world. Under the wall is an advanced underground sensing system. This system is composed of highly sensitive underground sensing sensors and electromagnetic wave sensitive nanoalloys, which can accurately sense the activities of any underground beasts. Once an abnormality is detected, the system will immediately initiate defense measures to ensure the integrity of the wall. At the moment of construction, the rats underground were instantly killed. The interior of the wall is supported by high-strength carbon fiber composite materials, which have extremely strong stability and earthquake resistance. In every corner of the wall, there are advanced laser weapon systems hidden. These laser weapons can automatically lock and quickly defeat any beast that tries to cross the shield, providing all-round security for the community. Looking at this wall, that brings a strong sense of security to the community. Chen Mo is still very satisfied. Now he has completed the most important part of the requirements of the main task 3. Top reward acquisition conditions. The shelter covers an area of at least 100 acres. The survival materials in the shelter can be at least 100 people for 3 years. The strength of the shelter wall can at least perfectly withstand the impact of the 5th level beast, and there are at least 10 defensive buildings in the shelter. The area is no problem, and the wall has also been achieved. Sufficient supplies for 100 people to survive for 3 years have not yet arrived. It is not difficult to import some of these things. The next step is to build 10 defensive buildings. Chen Mo thought about the requirements of defensive buildings. The wall is an important barrier to protect survival and needs SSS level, but the defensive building should only need S level. After all, according to the items I obtained before, the strength and lethality of S level are already very good. Let's build 10 S level defensive buildings first. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately began to say to the system, I want to exchange 2 single attack, strong attack power, and limited attack speed defense building blueprints. 2 group attack, strong attack power, and limited attack speed defense building blueprints. 2 single attack, stable attack power, extremely fast attack speed defense building blueprints. 2 group attack, stable attack power, extremely fast attack speed defense building blueprints. I also need 2 interference effect defense building blueprints. Give me some recommendations. I want all S level ones. Since I want to exchange, it is naturally better to exchange more comprehensively. System prompt. According to your needs, the following are recommended S-level defense building blueprints for you. Single unit high attack thunder turret blueprint. Description. A turret that focuses on single unit attack, equipped with a high energy thunder launcher. Although it takes a certain amount of time to charge each time, it can instantly release powerful electrical energy attacks, causing extremely high damage to a single target. Features. The attack power is strong. Once the attack is launched, the attack speed is as fast as thunder, ensuring that each attack can hit accurately. The only disadvantage is that the charging is time consuming and cannot be fired quickly. Group Storm Whirlwind Wall Blueprint. Description. A large-scale group attack building that can release a storm wall in a short period of time, causing continuous range damage to all enemies within the range. It takes a certain amount of time to charge after each release. Features. The attack power is dispersed within the group, but the overall damage is extremely high. It is suitable for dealing with group attacks of alien beasts. The disadvantage is that it cannot fire continuously and needs charging time. Single unit fast attack light speed shooting tower blueprint. Description. A shooting tower equipped with advanced light speed weapons, which continuously attacks a single target at an extremely fast speed and quickly consumes its vitality. Features. Stable attack power, extremely fast attack speed, almost forming a continuous attack stream. Group Sweep. Death Ray Array Blueprint. Description. An array composed of multiple ray launchers, which can simultaneously launch death rays to multiple targets, causing stable group damage. Features. Each ray has the same attack power and extremely fast attack speed. The death ray network formed is comparable to a dragnet, ensuring that no enemy can escape the attack range. It is an excellent choice for dealing with group enemies. Interference Field. Electromagnetic Disruptor Blueprint. Description. An interference building that releases powerful electromagnetic waves can disrupt the senses and communications of alien beasts within a certain range, reducing their attack efficiency and defense capabilities. Features: although it is not a direct attack method, it can effectively assist other defensive buildings and improve the overall defense effect. Chen Mo carefully checked the blueprints recommended by the system, and each one perfectly met his requirements. He nodded with satisfaction and confirmed the exchange operation. System prompt: after deducting the host's 5 S-level gift packs, 5 special reward extraction opportunities were successfully obtained. The host currently has 20 S-level gift packs and 14 special reward extraction opportunities. All 10 building blueprints have been stored in the system warehouse. Please check them carefully. After reading the system prompt, Chen Mo immediately said, "Help me calculate the value of the materials required to build all these 10 building blueprints." System prompt: calculation in progress. Calculation completed. The building materials required to build all the 10 building blueprints in the host's warehouse require a total of 35 million survival points or 35 million grams of gold. 35 million grams of gold, that is 35 tons. Although I have hundreds of millions of survival points now, it is still cost effective to spend gold. However, the storage space of his ring is still a little small. Chen Mo immediately asked the system, can the storage space of my ring be increased? Or can I only buy a ring with a larger space? System prompt: the system space of the ring can be increased. The current host's ring is a B-level ring with a storage space of 100 cubic meters. The host can choose to consume survival points or higher level gift packs to increase the ring space. What is the specific conversion ratio? System prompt: 100 survival points can increase the storage space of the ring by 1 cubic meter. If you use a gift pack to increase it, consuming an A-level gift pack can upgrade the current ring's storage space to 1000 cubic meters. That means the amount of space I increased by spending 90,000 survival points is comparable to an A-level gift pack. Chen Mo immediately calculated that an A-level gift pack is normally worth 100,000 survival points. That is to say, exchanging gift packs is more cost effective than exchanging points for 10% of survival points. In this way, it feels like points are more cost effective. But compared to directly spending an A-level gift pack or an S-level gift pack, Chen Mo feels that spending 90,000 points and more than 900,000 points is more disadvantageous. After all, points can be used to improve attributes, but gift packs cannot. Thinking of this, Chen Mo decided to exchange with gift packs. At this time, he has 2 SS level gift packs and 20 S level gift packs. 2 SS level gift packs can be combined into an SSS level gift pack. Chen Mo doesn't want to waste it, so he allocated an S level gift pack for upgrading. System prompt: you are going to consume an S level gift pack to upgrade your B level storage ring to an S level storage ring. Are you sure? After the upgrade, the storage space of the ring will become 10,000 cubic meters. Such a large space is enough. Just exchange it directly. This time I can directly empty their vault. System prompt: the deduction of the S-level gift package is successful. The host currently has 19 S-level gift packages remaining. Your B-level ring has been successfully upgraded to an S-level ring. As the system prompt sound ended, Chen Mo only felt that the ring on his hand lit up, and there was no other change. At this time, he sensed the situation in the ring space and felt that the space in the ring had become extremely huge. Is this the gold content of 10,000 cubic meters of space? After feeling the size of the space, Chen Mo began to prepare to move the gold. As his mind moved, the next moment, he had once again arrived at the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country. After taking out the jammer to interfere with all the surrounding monitoring and alarm systems, Chen Mo began to frantically move all the gold bars nearby. As his ability to control objects was activated, the gold nuggets around him suddenly came alive and began to rush towards his ring. At this time, Chen Mo's finger wearing the ring was like a black hole, madly devouring the gold bars rushing around. Just as Chen Mo was madly devouring the gold bars in the vault, a monitoring guard in the monitoring room of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country, suddenly found that the picture on the screen was disturbed again. He widened his eyes and looked at the flickering pictures in disbelief, because this situation had just happened once not long ago. Oh my god, how is this possible? he exclaimed, immediately attracting the attention of other colleagues. What's wrong? What happened? Another guard who was absent from work and looking at his mobile phone asked hurriedly. The monitoring screen is disturbed again, just like last time. The coffee in the first guard's hand was not fragrant anymore. He pointed blankly at a bunch of screens that had lost signal and said. As soon as these words came out, the monitoring room exploded, and everyone gathered around and talked about it. How is this possible? Is the equipment out of order again? No way. We just invited the most professional engineer to check the equipment yesterday. He said everything was normal. Then what's going on? Why did the same interference occur twice in 2 consecutive days? Just as everyone was discussing, a senior administrator walked in. After seeing the picture on the screen, his face suddenly became solemn. What's going on? Why is there interference in the monitoring picture? He asked sternly. We don't know, leader. A guard replied, this has happened twice. A professional engineer came to check the equipment yesterday. Everything is normal. The senior administrator was silent for a moment and suddenly felt something was wrong. He frowned and said immediately, this is definitely not a coincidence. Someone must be playing tricks. Immediately activate the emergency plan, block all exits, and conduct a comprehensive inspection of the vault. His voice was firm and powerful, and immediately everyone took action. A shrill alarm sounded inside the bank, and all exits were blocked. Teams of fully armed security personnel rushed to the vault area, ready to conduct a careful inspection of every corner. However, their speed was still slow. Chen Mo was not an ordinary bandit. He had to move the gold bars slowly by himself. All the gold bars flew towards him on their own. The efficiency of stealing gold bars was simply too fast. When the door of the vault was opened, Chen Mo had already completed his moving work and was returning to Mingyuan community with satisfaction. He knew that his behavior this time must have caused an uproar inside the bank. I don't know what the news will say tomorrow. Chen Mo smiled and looked at the large amount of gold bars in the ring. At this time, at the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country, the door of the underground vault slowly opened, revealing an empty scene. The vault that should have been full of gold bars could not even see the shadow of a piece of gold at this moment. In the silent air, it seemed that the echo of the vault door opening could still be heard echoing in the empty vault, as if mocking the emptiness here. The bank staff stood there, unable to believe their eyes for a while. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief, as if they had seen the most impossible thing in the world. How is this possible? A security guard said in a trembling voice, his finger still pressing the communicator, trying to report this shocking case to his superiors. All the gold bars are gone. How is this possible? Another staff member leaned against the wall weakly, his face as pale as paper. An elderly bank clerk trembled with his hands, as if looking for support to stabilize his shaky body. His eyes were full of fear and confusion, as if at this moment, all his beliefs and ideas were completely overturned, because reality is not a movie. Although there have been plots of this vault being robbed in the movie, in reality, this has never happened once. He has worked here for so long, and he knows best how perverted the security level here is. In the decades since the vault was built, its solid security measures have always deterred thieves. It's not that they don't want to get involved in this ocean of wealth, but the protection of the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Button City, Bird Country is really impeccable. First, there are fully armed top gunmen guarding the vault around the clock. Their vigilant eyes and guns in their hands constitute the first impregnable line of defense. Secondly, to enter the vault, you must pass through an extremely heavy door. This door is 7 meters thick and weighs more than 90 tons. The outer periphery is reinforced with 140 tons of steel and cement. The only way to open this door is to pass the precise scanning of the iris camera. The system connected to the camera stores the iris information of all vault staff, and only those who have been verified by the system can pass. For strangers, the system will not only refuse to open the door, but also immediately trigger an alarm. Furthermore, the vault is equipped with a complete set of high-tech monitoring equipment, which can monitor the internal situation in real time with 360 degrees without blind spots, and transmit the images back to the monitoring room in real time. The movement trajectory of any person is untraceable. In addition, there are 3 locks on each door of the gold storage room, and the keys to open these locks are kept by the bank's management, accounting and security departments respectively. This decentralized management system further enhances the security of the vault. Finally, the vault is also capable of responding to emergencies. In the event of an emergency, the vault door can be quickly locked within 28 seconds. The vault is deoxygenated and the oxygen supply inside is extracted to a level that is insufficient to sustain human survival in just 5 minutes. With so many extreme security measures, the security of the vault is guaranteed to the greatest extent even in the worst case. Faced with such a tight defense system, even the most cunning thieves can only sigh in despair. It can be said that the security measures of this vault have reached the pinnacle. What should we do? A young employee asked in a crying voice, his eyes full of helplessness and despair. He didn't know whether the higher-ups would punish them and how they would punish them. No one could answer this question, and everyone was immersed in this sudden blow. They couldn't imagine that under such strict security measures, someone could steal all the gold bars quietly. After a long time, the older bank clerk slowly came to his senses. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock. He struggled to stand up and said in a trembling voice, "Report to the superiors immediately. This is an unprecedented major case." After everyone reported the matter as quickly as possible, they still felt deeply incredible when they looked at the vault. In order not to destroy the scene, they suppressed their curiosity and did not step into the vault. Although they knew that it must be a human crime, the case was so bizarre that it was almost like a ghost. No wonder everyone was so surprised. From the abnormal monitoring to the opening of the vault door, it took only a few minutes. The gold bars in the vault disappeared completely. How could they not be surprised? This case is enough to shock the whole bird country and even the world. Chapter 138, The President's Collapse. 3 in 1. The news spread quickly inside the bank like wildfire. Employees whispered to each other, and there was a lot of discussion. Panic and anxiety surged like an undercurrent. In the corridor of the bank, the footsteps were hurried and messy, as if everyone was rushing to their respective posts, trying to find a trace of order in this sudden chaos. Due to the order from above, the entire bank is now in a closed state, and no one can leave easily. In the hustle and bustle, the door of the bank president's office was closed. The president sat at his desk, his hands clenched into fists, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented severity. His assistant paced back and forth anxiously, looking out the door from time to time, as if waiting for some important news. "President, now that everyone has been temporarily locked up in the bank, what should we do next?" The assistant finally couldn't help but speak up, and broke the silence. The president took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a decisive light. "Whether there is a traitor or not, hold an emergency meeting immediately and notify all senior executives and heads of relevant departments. We must come up with a response plan immediately." The assistant nodded and immediately turned to arrange the meeting. The president closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and his thoughts were running fast. He knew that this vault theft incident was not only a major blow to the bank, but also a severe test of his personal ability and leadership. He must make a decision quickly, stabilize people's hearts, recover the stolen gold, and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Soon, an emergency meeting was held in the bank's conference room. The bank's senior executives and heads of relevant departments arrived one after another, their faces full of tension and worry. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, and there was an unspeakable sense of depression in the air. Everyone looked at others with the eyes of seeing a traitor. The president spoke first. His voice was deep and powerful. "Everyone, our bank has experienced an unprecedented theft of the vault. This is the most serious security breach in the history of our bank, and it is also a severe test for all of us. We must unite as one, quickly find out the truth, recover the stolen gold, and punish the perpetrators severely. Anyone who has found any abnormal information about anyone or anything recently, please report it immediately. Once the information is useful, you will be rewarded handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, a whisper immediately sounded in the conference room. Some people were whispering about the seriousness of the incident, while others were speculating on the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. The president frowned. He knew that, in order to stabilize people's hearts, he must first give everyone a clear direction and confidence. I have just ordered the establishment of a joint investigation team to conduct an in-depth investigation of this incident. The president continued. Everyone stay calm, do your job, and do your job well. We will definitely get through this difficult time. If anyone among you knows any information about this gold theft case, you can take the initiative to come to me, even if you are a participant in this incident. As long as you turn from evil to good, I can not only give you a huge sum of 100 million yuan as a reward, but also exempt you from all criminal responsibility. You just need to tell me everything about the theft of gold this time. His voice gradually fell, and the meeting room returned to silence for a moment. The president looked around, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, so that those who had nothing to hide did not dare to look him in the eye. They were afraid of being mistaken for a thief. After the president finished speaking, the heads of various departments spoke one after another, reporting on the investigation arrangements of their respective departments and the response measures they had summarized. They said they would fully cooperate with the work of the investigation team and find out the truth as soon as possible. Everyone knows that there is a 99% chance that this is an inside job. Otherwise, no one can easily steal all the gold bars in the impregnable vault in just a few minutes. The president nodded as he listened to the report, recording some important information from time to time. After the meeting, he returned to his office with a tired face. Sitting at his desk, thinking for a moment, the president rubbed his temples and picked up the phone to dial a number. Hello, is this Loke? I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters that need your help. Can you come to my office? I have something important to discuss with you. The sooner the better. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, President, I'll be there soon. The president hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. He knew that the road ahead was still long and difficult, but he was ready. He would personally command this battle until victory. Not long after, Loke came to the president's office. The moment Loke walked into the director's office, the atmosphere in the whole room seemed to have become more calm and majestic because of his arrival. He was tall and straight, and although he had entered old age, he still maintained a good figure. His short silver white hair was neatly combed behind his head, revealing a full and broad forehead. Under his thick eyebrows were a pair of deep and sharp eyes, as if he could see through people's hearts, and see through all lies and disguises. His face was engraved with the traces of time, with ravines and gullies, but every wrinkle was telling of his wisdom and experience. His nose was high, and below it was a thin and firm lip, revealing unquestionable decisiveness. His chin was clearly defined, giving people an indestructible feeling. He was wearing a dark suit, a white shirt and a dark tie. His suit was straight, and without a wrinkle, showing his rigorous living habits and extreme pursuit of details. He entered the room with a steady and powerful pace, and every step revealed steady confidence and calmness. He is an experienced security and criminal investigation expert. He has served as the head of security in many large financial institutions and helped the police solve many bank robberies. Although he is retired now, he is still a sharp sword with his rich experience. The president has high hopes for him and hopes that he can help him get through this crisis. Loke, you must have known about this incident on your way here. It is impossible to hide such a big thing. The president said straight to the point. I hope you can join our investigation team and help us find out the truth. Here are the details we have sorted out. Please take a look. After reading all the details handed over by the president, Loke's deep and sharp eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he came, he only heard that the vault was stolen, but he never thought it was emptied. This is a bizarre case that he has never encountered in all his years of work. For him, an experienced security and criminal investigation expert, this is undoubtedly a new challenge. Loke nodded and showed a meaningful smile on his face. He could feel the complexity and difficulty behind this case, which was exactly what he was pursuing. He likes challenges, likes to solve mysteries, and likes to bring criminals to justice. This case undoubtedly meets all his expectations. This is a very interesting case. Loke smiled with great interest. Please rest assured, Mr. President, I will do my best. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he had seen himself standing at the crime scene. carefully searching for clues and gradually solving the mystery. However, he also saw from the content of the documents in front of him that this case would not be so easy to solve. Loke's attitude made the president feel a little relieved and reassured. He knew that Loke was a trustworthy person, and his experience and wisdom would become the most valuable asset of the investigation team. With Loke's joining, the president believed that they would be able to survive this crisis and regain the bank's reputation and dignity. The president patted Loke on the shoulder. "I feel relieved with your words. You should report to the investigation team immediately. I believe they will need your help very much." Loke turned around and left immediately after hearing this. He wanted to go to the stolen vault to see it in person. After Loke left, the president immediately contacted the Bird Country government, saying that they needed to strengthen border and customs surveillance immediately to prevent the stolen gold bars from being transported out of the country. At the same time, he had to find a way to control media opinion, which was the part that caused him the most trouble. For a while, he was also very troubled by this. At this time, on the street outside the bank, flashlights flashed frequently, and journalists gathered in front of the bank door like sharks smelling blood. They held up microphones and faced the camera to report in real time the theft of the vault that shocked the world. "Dear audience, I'm now in front of the Bird Reserve Bank, which is known as the world's safest underground vault, but still had a vault theft. You can see that the atmosphere is still very tense. All the entrances and exits of the bank have been completely closed. The bank is now in a state where people can only enter but not leave. No one inside can come out. There are a large number of staff nearby who are conducting investigations. I heard that the most professional and top investigation team has also entered the bank to conduct a comprehensive investigation of this incident. Please pay attention to our station at any time to know the specific situation inside. We will report the whole process in real time." A reporter stood in the crowd and reported the situation on the scene in real time. The first sentence of his opening remarks was very murderous and heartbreaking, and he also emphasized the fact that the vault is the safest in the world. This gimmick is undoubtedly very big, but it is also the most heartbreaking to say it out. In addition to describing the shocking situation of the vault theft in detail, the news report also arranged some so-called insiders to be interviewed to bring more so-called exclusive insider information to the public. According to a man who claimed to be a former bank security guard, he had discovered serious loopholes in the vault security system before leaving. He claimed that these loopholes were not fixed in time, after being reported to superiors many times, making the security protection of the vault useless. Another so-called bank insider who wished to remain anonymous revealed that before the incident, he had witnessed some suspicious people wandering around the bank. These people were neatly dressed, but their behavior was very different from that of ordinary customers. They always stayed near the bank after the bank closed. The insider did not think much about it at the time, but now thinking back, he believes that these people are likely members of the thieves who came to scout the place in advance. In addition, another whistleblower who claimed to be an internal employee of the bank and wished to remain anonymous claimed that she heard unusual noises coming from the direction of the vault the day before the incident, but at the time she thought it was a colleague moving items and did not raise any alarm. She now regrets it and feels that if she had reported it in time, she might have been able to prevent the theft from happening. Once these so-called inside information were reported, they immediately attracted widespread attention and heated discussions from the public. Although the authenticity of these information remains to be verified, they undoubtedly added more mystery and suspense to the vault theft case. At the same time, these reports have also caused people to have serious doubts and distrust about the bank's security system. However, the bank naturally discovered these so-called inside information immediately, and the public relations department also began to play a role in time, expressing a firm denial. They said that the bank's security system has always been very complete and strict, and there are no loopholes. At the same time, they also emphasized that the public should maintain a rational and objective attitude towards these unconfirmed news and rumors, and not believe or spread false information. At the same time, they began to invest money to control public opinion and wanted to completely suppress this news. After all, at present, everyone only thinks that some gold bars have been stolen. If people know that the entire vault has been emptied, it will definitely be a tsunami-like event. The reason why the news did not come out is that the president cut off the signal within the entire bank at the first time, and no information could be sent out. Only the earliest batch of information about the theft of the vault was sent out, so even if these unscrupulous news media made up stories in order to gain traffic, they could not imagine that what happened in reality was more shocking than the information they made up. It was not as simple as theft in the vault, but more than 8,000 tons of gold were emptied overnight. This is simply an incredible event. Even if a truck was used to load the gold, it would not be moved so quickly. Although the public relations department of the bank has tried its best to respond to the theft of gold, the public's curiosity and speculation about the vault theft have not diminished. People are looking forward to the investigation team to find out the truth as soon as possible and uncover the mystery behind this incident. On social media, this incident has also become a hot topic. Netizens have left messages to express their opinions and speculations. Some people think that this is a carefully planned theft case and there must be a huge criminal gang behind it. Some people speculate that this may be theft by internal bank personnel because they know the security system of the vault very well. Some people are shocked and unbelievable. They cannot accept that the underground vault of Bird Reserve Bank, which is known as the world's top security vault, would actually have a gold theft. Among them, there are also wealthy people who are angry and disappointed. They believe that the bank has serious dereliction of duty and security and should be held responsible for it. Inside the bank, the establishment of an investigation team undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. The investigation team is directly led by the bank's senior management, and its members include security experts, criminal investigators, and technical personnel. They are authorized to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth investigation of the incident without interference from any department or individual. The head of the investigation team is an experienced old criminal investigator. Facing this difficult case, he did not show much emotion on his face. He knew that the burden on his shoulders was heavy, but he also knew that only by finding out the truth could he give everyone an explanation. Fortunately, the president also found him a capable assistant, Old Loke, to come over, which gave him more confidence. Everyone, we are now facing an unprecedented major case. I hope everyone can go all out and not miss any clues. The team leader said at the first meeting of the investigation team, "Our goal is to recover the stolen gold and uncover the truth behind this incident." After that, the investigation team leader looked at Old Loke and said, "Senior Loke, do you have anything to say to everyone?" "There is not much to say about small talk. As you said, don't miss any details and clues. Let's start the investigation as soon as possible." "Okay, everyone start the investigation according to the positions arranged before." As the investigation team began the intense and orderly work, they first conducted a detailed inspection of the security system of the vault, and found that the security system of this underground vault can be said to have no omissions. Whether it is the zero blind spot or the surveillance camera or the patrol route of the security personnel every 5 minutes, it is very reasonable. Seeing this, they can only hope to retrieve the surveillance video, hoping to find some useful information from it. But when the case happened, all the monitoring equipment failed inexplicably. The only monitoring footage that could be retrieved was the monitoring footage before and after the case. But the more this happened, the more shocking this case was. Because the monitoring footage before the case showed that all the gold was quietly placed in its place. But the monitoring failed for only a few minutes, and the monitoring footage after the case recorded an empty vault. This put the investigation team in an unprecedented dilemma. Because of this situation, it is difficult to reason with conventional logic. This is not just 1 or 2 pieces of gold missing. There are 10,000 possible operations. This is more than 8,000 tons of gold missing, and it disappeared within a few minutes, which is simply horrifying. Faced with difficulties, the investigation team did not give up. They expanded the scope of the investigation and checked the staff inside the bank one by one. They asked each employee about their whereabouts and abnormalities before the case, and conducted an in-depth investigation of the employee's personal background and financial situation. In the process of in-depth investigation, the investigation team inevitably encountered many obstacles and subtle psychological warfare from within the bank. Some employees showed obvious resistance and dissatisfaction when they were questioned by the investigation team. They felt that as loyal employees of the bank, they had worked diligently and conscientiously for many years, but now they were suspected for no reason, because of a theft case, which made them feel angry and wronged. Our daily work is hard enough, and now we have to be interrogated like prisoners. This feeling is really uncomfortable. An employee who was questioned complained. In this mentality, some employees responded to the questions of the investigation team by evasion, prevarication, or even lying. They are worried that their privacy will be exposed, and they are even more afraid of being implicated in this theft case because of some insignificant details. After all, not everyone's life details are so clean. Some people do have bad habits and even debts. Once these things are exposed, they are likely to be kicked out of the bank. At the same time, they are also very worthy of suspicion because of these things. Therefore, when facing the investigation team, they often appear very nervous and uneasy, and sometimes even lose control of their emotions. But the investigation team is obviously extremely professional. They only want to investigate the gold case now. They don't care about other things at all. They will even pay money to get some useful clues. Anyway, the president has already allocated funds to them. He hopes that they will do whatever it takes to get all the information and solve the case as soon as possible. Although the news that the vault was robbed has been temporarily covered up, the truth will eventually come out. Once this shocking secret is leaked, the consequences will be so serious that people can't even imagine it. This is not just an ordinary vault theft case, but it is related to the gold bars stored here by countries around the world. Behind it are complex international relations and economic interests. It's just a small theft, and everyone may not care much because of their long-term trust in the Federal Reserve Bank. But once it is said that it was robbed, it will really be a mess. If the gold here flows into the market at will, it will be enough to affect the world financial system. After all, the bird yuan is a currency linked to gold, and the bird yuan is the most common currency in the world. The theft of more than 8,000 tons of gold is comparable to the sudden theft of 507,945,600,000 bird yuan from the bird country. Imagine what impact would this more than 8,000 tons of gold have on the world's financial system if it flooded into the market in an unorderly manner? Gold, as the support of the bird yuan, has always been the cornerstone of the global monetary system. And now, the theft of this huge amount of gold is equivalent to withdrawing more than 500 billion bird yuan of assets from the bird country overnight and placing them in the global market in an unorderly manner. Such economic turmoil is enough to set off an unprecedented financial tsunami. The currencies of various countries will fluctuate violently, investor confidence will be severely hit, and global trade will fall into chaos. What's more serious is that such a financial crisis is likely to cause social unrest and political conflicts, posing a serious threat to world peace and stability. It's no wonder that the president of the Federal Reserve of the bird country is so headache and collapsed at this time. If the gold is not recovered quickly, it will be like dropping a financial nuclear bomb on the financial market around the world. The consequences of this incident are simply unimaginable. Chapter 139 The same warning, 2 in 1. At this time in Mingyuan community, the culprit did not think of letting the gold flow into the market to destroy the world economy. So the only one who would have a headache for stealing the gold was the Federal Reserve Bank. Looking at the more than 8,000 tons of gold in the ring, Chen Mo thought to himself that with so much gold, he could build as many buildings as he wanted in the future. Although these gold nuggets are not pure gold, the gold content has reached 99.5%. At this time, the 8,300 tons of gold in Chen Mo's ring is equivalent to 8,258 tons of pure gold. Even if the system only accepts pure gold, it is enough for Chen Mo to squander. Now the total value of the materials needed to build the 10s level defense buildings he needs to build is only 35 tons of gold. As soon as the gold arrived, he immediately arranged for the construction robots to start construction. System, how long will it take my 24 robots to build these 10 buildings? System prompt, after calculation, it takes a total of 3 days for 24 construction robots to build 10 defense buildings. Too slow, just maximum it out. Give me another 76 robots to make 100. Having earned hundreds of millions of points, Chen Mo is now rich. It only takes 76,000 survival points to rent another 76 robots, but it can greatly increase the working hours. System prompt. After calculation, it takes about 17 hours for 100 construction robots to build 10 defense buildings. Okay, this speed is enough. System prompt. 76,000 survival points have been deducted successfully, and your current remaining system points are 535,893,493 points. System prompt. Points have been deducted, and 76 construction robots have been issued. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Mo immediately called out all the construction robots he had just rented, and spent 35 tons of gold to exchange for all the materials needed for construction, and put them into the storage space of these construction robots, so that they could start to build. These 10 defense buildings were arranged by Chen Mo to be built in the northeast and 2 directions of the community. 5 were built in each direction. With the coverage of these defense buildings, it should be enough for defense. After finishing the construction work, Chen Mo decided to go out and purchase enough materials for 100 people to survive for 3 years. In this way, when these buildings are completed tomorrow morning, the main task 3 can be officially completed. At this time, at Suyu Plaza, Musifan, who came out to work early in the morning, just arrived at the breakfast shop and started working busily. This breakfast shop is opened by a nice aunt. She and her daughter run this shop together. Because sometimes they are too busy, they will temporarily recruit people. Musifan is very happy here, so he often comes here. In fact, he has made some progress with the daughter of the boss lady of this shop. The two dare not say it clearly in front of the boss lady, but just flirt with each other in private. In fact, it is mainly because Musifan feels that he is not yet able to give this girl happiness, so he dare not take more steps. He can only appear in her life silently and try his best to help. The hourly wage he receives to help in this shop is obviously lower than that of other places. Brother Xiaofan, have you had breakfast? Have some breakfast before you work. The busiest wave has passed, and it will be a little better next time. The owner's daughter is called Fang Xiaodi. Although she is not very beautiful, she is still pretty and lovely. I didn't eat it, but I was thinking about your family's bite. Musifan said with a smile. This store sells a local breakfast called embedded cake. The dense rice cake is kneaded, and then noodles, vegetables, eggs and meat are added to it, and finally wrapped into a cake. It is a glutinous and rich breakfast. Musifan liked this breakfast after trying it once. Then I'll pack a bucket for you. Fang Xiaodi said with a smile, and ran over to prepare to pack a bucket of embedded cake for Musifan. As a result, at this time, suddenly, several people in black suits who didn't look very simple walked directly to the door of the store. This sudden scene scared the surrounding customers who were ready to come and couldn't help but stay away. At this time, the boss lady was also shocked to see this scene. She didn't know what happened. She looked at the black-clad men walking into the store with a panicked and helpless look. Is there anything wrong? She asked bravely. We are looking for Musifan. The leader looked at Musifan, who had just put on an apron and was ready to start working, and said. When this was said, the boss lady and Fang Xiaodi, who was kneading the cake with disposable gloves on the side, were stunned. Why are you looking for Xiaofan? After all, the boss lady is an adult and is quite responsible. Although she is also afraid of these people who look not simple, she still moved sideways to block in front of Musifan, looked at the few people and asked fearfully. Take him to a place. The leader was obviously a man of few words and said directly. This was really scary when it was said. Take him to a place. Where are they going to take him? Xiaofan, what's going on? Fang Xiaodi was also scared. She quickly walked to Musifan's side and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. I don't even know them. Musifan himself was in a state of confusion. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaodi looked anxious and cried, holding her mother's hand, and said, Mom, if these people take Xiaofan away, they may do something bad to him. We can't let them take Xiaofan away. The proprietress looked at the few people and took out her mobile phone with courage and said, hurry up and leave. You can't take anyone away from us. If you don't leave, I will call the police immediately. Seeing the other party's appearance, the man in black immediately laughed and said, "Auntie, you misunderstood. We are not looking for Musifan, because we have a grudge against him. It's because his sister and mother miss him, so they asked us to take him to see them." "Ah, sister and mother?" Fang Xiaodi looked at Musifan in disbelief after hearing this. The two immediately characterized this matter as a deception. After all, he had already told Fang Xiaodi about the situation of Musifan's sister and mother. Knowing this situation, they naturally couldn't believe that Muziao and Qiuziulan had such great power that they could invite such a level of black-clad men to find Musifan. "You are lying, Mom. Call the police. They must be human traffickers," Fang Xiaodi said with great vigilance. "Girl, have you ever seen human traffickers arrest people so openly?" The black-clad man couldn't help but laugh. After saying this, the boss lady also felt that it was unlikely, but she didn't understand the current situation for a while. She thought of a way and said, "Since you said that it was Xianafan's sister and mother who invited you to come, can you please let us talk to them?" "Okay, if you want to do this, I'll call the higher-ups to ask." Soon the black-clad man called his superior, and the superior called Zhao. "President, the child thought we were arresting human traffickers and said he would not go until he heard his sister and mother's voice. Then I'll give you his sister's number. You just tell him." Zhao smiled. "Okay." When the black-clad man got Muziao's phone number, he immediately called Muziao. "Miss Mew, we are Miss Zhao's people. We have found your brother now. They don't believe me very much, so please help verify it." "Ah, okay. Please turn on the speakerphone." "It's already turned on, Miss Mew." A voice of Xiaofan came from the speakerphone. Musifan immediately showed a look of surprise. Although the voice on the phone may be a little different from the voice in reality, the gentle tone of the sister will not change. "Sister." He immediately walked up and said, "Is it Xiaofan?" Hearing Musifan's voice, Muziao said excitedly, "Xiaofan, is that you? I'm Mom." Qiuziulan on the side immediately grabbed the phone and said, "Mom, why are you with your sister? Where are you now?" Musifan said excitedly when he heard the voices of his sister and mother. "We are in Mingyuan community. Come over quickly." After Qiuziulan's voice came from the phone, Musifan was even more stupid. "Mingyuan community? This is a very high-end villa park. How come you are in Mingyuan community? Don't worry about it. Come over first, and don't waste other people's phone bills." Although Qiuziulan wanted to say a few more words to her son, she hung up the phone directly to save some phone bills for others, because she thought that the call was from someone else's mobile phone. Since it has been confirmed that the person was found by his sister and mother, Musifan didn't have anything to worry about. At this time, he was only full of curiosity and didn't know why his sister and mother were in Mingyuan community. "Aunt Fang, Xiaodi, it is indeed my sister and mother over there. There should be no problem. I'm sorry that I can't help today. I'll go to their place to see them first." "Of course, you are welcome to come here anytime," Yan Fang said with a smile. "Brother Xiaofan, you have to be careful. If you don't call me in half an hour, I will call the police." Fang Xiaodi was still a little worried. "I heard that artificial intelligence is very developed now and can imitate anyone's voice to deceive people." She didn't dare to believe it completely. "Thank you, Xiaodi. I'll call you within half an hour to let you know I'm safe," Musifan said and left with a smile. After several people in black got into the car, it must be said that there was still a lot of psychological pressure. Even if you know that the people were found by your sister and mother, it is still very scary to sit in a car with these people. Soon, the car drove to Mingyuan community. At this time, Muziao and Qiuziulan were already waiting at the door of the community. When the car slowly drove into Mingyuan community and stopped in front of Muziao and Qiuziulan, Musifan's heartbeat accelerated a few points. After the car stopped, he immediately opened the door and walked down, and his eyes were locked on the two familiar figures at the first time. Muziao was wearing a simple white dress, which looked gentle and generous. Qiuziulan was dressed in simple clothes, but she could not hide the joy and expectation on her face. They stood there, quietly waiting for his arrival. At this moment, Musifan suddenly felt a little sad. He walked over quickly, opened his arms, and hugged his mother and sister tightly in his arms. Mom, sister. His voice was a little trembling, but full of sincere emotions. Xyanophon, you have a hard time living outside alone. You have become darker and thinner. It's your mother who is useless, and makes you live so hard. Qiu Ziulan touched her son's face and said distressedly, Mom, I'm fine. Musifan smiled and comforted. Muziu's eyes were also red, and she looked at her brother in front of her. By the way, Mom, sister, how come you live in such a high-end place? Musifan asked puzzledly. Your sister met a noble person, so we have the opportunity to live here. Let's go home, and talk about the specific things first. It's embarrassing to stand here with so many people coming and going. Qiu Ziulan said with tears in her eyes. At this time, Muziu walked to the car that had just sent Musifan back and bowed to thank him. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for sending my brother here. Miss Mu, you are too polite. We are all working for the president. We dare not say that we are hard working. Then we will leave first. As the car drove away, the three of them walked towards the community together. At this time, they met Chen Mo, who had just arranged the work of the robots and was about to go out of the community to purchase a large amount of survival supplies. Just as the three approached, the long-lost warning sounded in Chen Mo's ears. System prompt, a 9th level demon was detected near the host. Abnormal warning. Abnormal warning. It is detected that, even if the unit has been demonized, it still retains absolute goodwill towards you. You can contact it, but the demon is a unit infected by demonic energy. Please be more careful during contact, and do not do anything to stimulate the other party's negative emotions. HMM. Chen Mo had heard this familiar warning from Muziu before, but it suddenly sounded again, and it was obviously impossible for Muziu. He immediately looked at the three people, and saw that Musifan's head also showed the label of a 9th level demon. But what made Chen Mo curious was that Musifan's attitude towards him was absolutely kind. What was going on? Chen Mo knew that Muziu liked him, and he didn't have much reaction to the fact that Muziu was absolutely kind to him, even though she became a demon. But he didn't expect that even Musifan, a 9th level demon, would be absolutely kind to him. What was going on? Could it be because he loved the whole house? Because of his sister? A demon, a character full of negative emotions, could still have such a family bond. Or could two 9th level demons have some kind of connection at the end of the world? Influence each other? Chen Mo was still quite curious about the fact that Musifan was also a 9th level demon. After all, let alone a family, it was not easy to see two 9th level units in one area at once, let alone two of the same 9th level type. And it was really strange that Muziu's family had two 9th level demons. Zifan, this is the nobleman your sister met. His name is Chen Mo. He is the same age as your sister. You can just call him brother, and be polite to him. Qiu Ziulan introduced immediately. This is Xyanophon, right? Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at the three people coming over. Hello, brother Mo. Hello. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. If the favorability of a 9th level demon becomes very high, it seems that a super level reward can be obtained. Since he has absolute goodwill towards me, it should be relatively easy to obtain it. Chen Mo glanced at Musifan, thinking about turning back to increase the boy's favorability. Chapter 140 The Learning Speed of the Avildoer. 2-in-1. Xyanophon, you can live here with your sister and mother from now on. You can live with them, or choose a house by yourself. There are still many empty houses here. Chen Mo looked at Musifan and said with a smile. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Musifan was a little stunned. He looked at Chen Mo, then at his sister and mother beside him, and a huge confusion and surprise surged in his heart. He had never thought that he would have the opportunity to live in such a high-end villa community, and he could choose any house to live in. Is this really possible? Musifan asked in disbelief. Chen Mo smiled and said, of course, since you are Xiao's younger brother, you are the same as my younger brother. Don't worry about living here in the future. As soon as these words came out, Muziu's pretty face immediately blushed, and her eyes flashed slightly when she looked at Chen Mo. You must have something to say after the reunion just now, so I won't disturb you. I'm going out to do something first. It happened that my parents came back yesterday. Let's get together again in the evening and get to know each other, Chen Mo said with a smile. Okay, then do we do it at Sister Yu's house? Yes, I'll ask someone to help you. By the way, I'll transfer some money to you. See what other vegetables you need to buy. Xianophan doesn't seem to have a mobile phone yet, so you can buy him one. Chen Mo transferred some money to Muziayu. As a result, Muziayu opened her phone and saw that Chen Mo had transferred 100,000 yuan for the vegetables and mobile phone. So much. Don't worry about money, just spend it. Buy good vegetables. I'll ask Sister King and Yi Ke to go with you. They have worked in high-end hotels and should have some experience in choosing ingredients. Chen Mo waved and left. Musifan was left standing there in shock. He almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. 100,000? Buying vegetables? Looking at her brother who was looking at her in disbelief, Muziayu smiled and said, the people living here are not from the same world as us. Just get used to it. After Xiaoyu often instilled some open-minded ideas in her, she gradually got used to it. He can give you 100,000 yuan casually. Could this brother Mo be your brother-in-law? Musifan said in disbelief. Muziayu blushed and said, no, we are just friends. Don't talk nonsense in front of others, or you will make a fool of yourself. It's just that a friend can transfer 100,000 yuan to you casually. My god, it seems that you really met a noble person. How did you meet? Musifan was amazed. Let's go home first and talk slowly. After leaving Mingyuan community, Chen Mo consulted the system about how much living materials are enough for 100 people to survive for 3 years. System prompt. Calculation completed. Generally speaking, an adult needs about 2,000 to 2,500 calories of energy intake per day. Assuming that the average person needs 2,200 calories per day, and assuming that these foods are mainly composed of grains, vegetables, fruits, meat and beans. Grains, each person needs about 6 to 8 teals, 300 to 400 grams of grains per day, including wheat, rice, corn, etc. 100 people need about 75 tons of grains a year. Vegetables and fruits, each person needs about 1 jin, 500 grams of vegetables and fruits every day. 100 people need about 540 tons of vegetables and fruits in a year. Meat, each person needs 2 to 3 liang, 100 to 150 grams of meat every day. 100 people need about 27 tons of meat in a year. Beans, each person needs 1 to 2 liang, 50 to 100 grams of beans every day. 100 people need about 15 tons of beans in a year. In addition to food, the demand for water is even more important. Generally speaking, an adult needs to drink about 2 to 3 liters of water every day, and 100 people need about 270,000 liters of water in a year. That sounds like a lot, but it should be enough to just get the food. If the food is taken care of, there is actually no need to get so much water. Just buy some bottled water. After all, the water in the water tower of each household in Mingyuan community is enough to meet the requirements. Before leaving the community, Chen Mo sent a message to Yu King and Lin Yike to inform them that he would go out with Muziayu to buy ingredients for the evening party. Then he drove to a familiar large supermarket nearby. This time, he did not choose to leisurely wander among the various shelves, but went straight to the customer service center of the supermarket. Hello, I need to make a large purchase. Can you ask your manager to come over? Chen Mo explained his needs to the smiling staff. The customer service staff was slightly stunned, and then responded enthusiastically, okay, sir, please wait a moment. Soon the customer service staff found the manager. This is a woman in her 30s, wearing a black dress, looking very capable. As soon as the manager came out, he nodded enthusiastically to Chen Mo and said, hello, sir. I heard that you have a need for bulk purchases. Please tell me the specific items and quantities you need to buy, and we will try our best to arrange it for you. After Chen Mo asked the system to help him list a list of items, he handed the manager a carefully prepared shopping list, which detailed the required bottled water, mineral water, grains, vegetables, fruits, meat and beans, etc. Here is the list. Please confirm it. The manager took the list and looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. There were a lot of things to purchase. It was really wholesale. He smiled and nodded immediately and said, "No problem, sir. We will arrange this purchase for you. Do you have a specific delivery address? We will deliver it to you as soon as possible. Mingyan community, just call me after it is delivered." Chen Mo told the manager the address of Mingyan community and left his contact information. "Okay, then do you want to pay the deposit first or pay in full?" the manager asked politely. "Pay in full directly. You can calculate the price," Chen Mo said indifferently. "May I know your name?" "Last name, Chen." "Mr. Chen is really generous. We will calculate the price for you right away." The manager was very happy at this time. He sold so many goods at once. "Don't fool me with things that are about to expire. These things of mine need to be stored well. You should vacuum pack most of the perishable items for me one by one," Chen Mo said. "Don't worry, sir. We will never do such a thing. However, if all perishable items need to be vacuum packed, we will need to spend a lot of extra packaging fees. I'm afraid that we will not be able to give you a discount," the manager said apologetically. "No need. I can pay you extra money. I just want the things to be fine," Chen Mo said indifferently. "Okay, we will do everything according to your request." After some calculations, the manager bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. The price has been calculated. The total cost is 939,000 yuan. Is it okay?" 930,000, which means that one person only spends more than 3,000 yuan a year. It turns out that purchasing food for a large number of people together is the cheapest way to survive. Chen Mo smiled and said, "No problem. Then I'll trouble you to deliver the food to your door. I'll leave first." "You are too polite. We should thank you for taking care of our business. We will arrange delivery to your door as soon as possible. If you have any other needs, please feel free to contact us." The manager was full of enthusiasm when he said goodbye to Chen Mo. Soon after, the supermarket sent a truck to deliver the things to Mingyan community in time. Under the help of a group of workers, it took a long time to finally move all the things to an underground storage warehouse in Mingyan community. In this way, everything is ready, just waiting for the construction of the building to be completed. Busy time also came to the afternoon. The Dragon Group sent a message to Chen Mo, telling him that a top computer information technology talent from the Dragon Group had agreed to teach him the relevant technology. Chen Mo naturally rushed over immediately. When he arrived at the Special Operations Department, Chen Mo was led to a spacious conference room, which was filled with various advanced computer equipment and a huge display screen on the wall, showing various data and images. He looked around and couldn't help but secretly admire the professionalism of the Dragon Group. It was just a teaching, but it made such a big scene. Soon, a young man with a slightly bent body came in. He was wearing a simple and capable shirt and trousers. His eyes revealed his appreciation for Chen Mo. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Chen Mo and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I'm a computer information technology expert in the Dragon Group. My name is Li Hua. I heard that you are very interested in our technology. I'm very happy to teach you." Chen Mo shook hands with Li Hua, feeling the dryness and strength of the other's palm. He smiled and responded, "Thank you very much for your help. I have always been curious about computer information technology and hope to achieve something in this area. Then let's make a deal first. We will help each other. I heard that Mr. Chen is a miracle doctor. I have fallen into a lot of problems in front of the computer all day, and I have never had the opportunity to treat it. When I teach you, you have to help me treat my illness," Li Hua said with a smile. Chen Mo smiled when he heard him say that. No wonder he agreed so readily. It turned out that he also had something to ask of him. "Of course, no problem. We are all members of the Dragon team. It's good to help each other." Li Hua smiled and nodded, motioning Chen Mo to sit in front of a computer next to the conference table. He turned on the computer and began to show Chen Mo some basic computer technology and operations. His explanation was clear and his speech was moderate, so Chen Mo quickly mastered the basic concepts and operation methods. This was much clearer and easier to understand than the messy tutorials Chen Mo had read on his own. In the next few hours, Li Hua patiently taught Chen Mo, from basic network knowledge to advanced programming skills. He answered Chen Mo's questions one by one, and guided him in practical operations. Chen Mo listened attentively, asking questions and thinking from time to time. His quick thinking and learning ability surprised Li Hua, because Li Hua found that, as long as he had said something once, or demonstrated something once, Chen Mo almost remembered it all instantly, and could apply it freely the next moment. This outstanding learning ability made Li Hua feel as if he had seen a monster. Mr. Chen, your learning ability is simply embarrassing. Before I met you, I always thought I was a genius in this field, and I learned these things extremely quickly. My teachers were amazed at my learning speed, but after seeing you today, I know what it means that there are always people who are better than you. I even suspect that you are not a human brain, but an artificial intelligence brain. Li Hua said incredulously. How could anyone easily master his knowledge of more than 20 years in just one afternoon? He is one of the best computer information technology masters in the country. There is almost no one else who can match his level. As a result, he has now taught the second one himself, and it only took him one afternoon. This simply left him speechless, especially when he learned that Chen Mo had never been exposed to computer languages before. He was even more dumbfounded. Various computer languages were placed in front of Chen Mo, and he only needed to scan from beginning to end at the fastest speed. The next moment, he directly told Li Hua that he remembered it. Chen Mo flipped through the learning materials that Li Hua had compiled, and it can be said that he could read 100 lines at a glance. Before Li Hua could even see the content of that page, Chen Mo had already quickly clicked on the next page. Then he quickly browsed through all the content and memorized it. It was a miracle that he could browse through so many things in such a short time, let alone remember them. The more Li Hua taught, the more he felt that Chen Mo was not a human but a demon. As night fell, Chen Mo's fingers quickly tapped the keyboard under the indoor lights, and he wrote some hacker programs according to Li Hua's requirements. At this time, he felt as if he had entered a whole new world, and he enjoyed the fun brought by this knowledge. Soon he successfully hacked into Li Hua's computer without Li Hua's detection system being able to detect it. At this time, Li Hua also stopped explaining, looked at Chen Mo, nodded with satisfaction and amazement, and said, "You have mastered it very well. I really didn't expect that I was going to teach you for a month and at least make you a good hand in the industry, but you learned everything I wanted to teach in half a day. Mr. Chen, it's not an exaggeration to call your brain the strongest brain. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to achieve great success in this area in the future." Chen Mo looked at Li Hua gratefully and smiled. "This is also thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Your clear summary of information and in-depth and easy to understand knowledge explanation have enabled me to learn so much knowledge so quickly. I have looked for other people's tutorials on the internet before, and the quality of your teaching is simply a world of difference. You don't have to praise me." Li Hua smiled helplessly. "I feel that if you settle down a little more, you will soon be able to be my master." Chen Mo smiled and took out the acupuncture bag and said, "Okay, the teacher has worked hard to teach me for so long, and it's time for me to give back to the teacher." Chapter 141, the best main mission to complete. 3 in 1. As Chen Mo pretended to perform acupuncture treatment, Li Hua was even more amazed by Chen Mo. "It's amazing, Mr. Chen, you just gave me a few needles, and all my backaches disappeared, and I didn't feel the tenosynovitis in my fingers at all." Li Hua looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. "It's good that you're fine. If you need it in the future, you are welcome to come to me again. Thank you for your patient and meticulous guidance today." No, I should thank you, Mr. Chen, for curing my illness," Li Hua said with a smile. "Then we don't have to be so polite. You are older than me, so I will call you Brother Hua from now on." Chen Mo smiled. "Okay, I will call you Xiao Chen from now on. Okay, I'll leave first today. Brother Hua, please teach me if you have any new technology developed next time." Sure. After leaving the Special Operations Institute, the sky outside had already darkened. Chen Mo looked at the message on his mobile phone and immediately rushed back to Mingyuan community. At this time, everyone had gathered at Xiao Yu's home. Yutong's family, Muziao's family, Chen Mo's family, Lin Yike's family, as well as Lin Xinru and Zhao Yu, were all there. Everyone was there, and everyone got together to get to know each other thoroughly again. When they saw Chen Mo's parents, Lin Xinru and Muziaoyu were a little reserved. But after seeing that they were all good elders during the meal, the two of them relaxed a lot. After a meal, Musifan also understood what kind of people lived in this community. Seeing that his sister could meet such a noble person and live in a community with such good neighborhood relations, Musifan was also quite moved. After he learned in the afternoon that his sister could have the life she has now thanks to Chen Mo, his favorability towards Chen Mo also increased. This made Chen Mo receive a 100,000 survival points reward and an S-level gift package reward. After a dinner, the relationship between everyone became closer. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when the dinner ended and Chen Mo was ready to apply what he learned today. After telling Lin Xinru that he had something to do, he went out and teleported to Rajing, Jiaban Kingdom. He came here to find Brinda, Yaoxia's new contact. Brinda was sleeping at this time, even naked, sleeping with a pillow on her side. Seeing that she fell asleep, Chen Mo started to work directly. He implanted all of Brinda's electronic devices with the super Trojan horse that he and Li Hua had worked together to make. According to Li Hua, this level of Trojan horse technology has a strong camouflage ability, and it is difficult for even a national level professional team to detect it. This is also the reason why Li Hua was able to join the Dragon Group. He is a super genius. If it weren't for Chen Mo's request, he wouldn't have the interest to come and teach Chen Mo. But in the process of teaching Chen Mo, he was gradually shocked by Chen Mo's talent, so that he didn't teach because he wanted to get Chen Mo's treatment, but taught sincerely. In the process of implanting Trojans into Brinda's devices, Chen Mo also discovered that all of Brinda's devices have extremely strong defense systems, and there are also multiple copies of special encryption management software. Obviously, these things should be inseparable from Water Company, but it doesn't matter. These technologies are not difficult at all in front of the skills taught by Li Hua. After perfectly copying all of Li Hua's skills, Chen Mo at this time is almost the same as the second Li Hua. The only difference is that Chen Mo does not have Li Hua's extraordinary love and research spirit for this line. After a long time, Li Hua's skills will still surpass Chen Mo, unless Chen Mo can continue to delve deeper into this line. After implanting all the Trojans, Chen Mo left Brinda's residence with satisfaction. The next step is to wait for the superiors to contact Brinda. In this way, we can follow the contact to capture the information of the person who contacted Brinda's superiors. After finishing these, Chen Mo went directly back home. At this time, Lin Xinru was playing with her mobile phone at home waiting for his return. After the two of them were intimate for some time, they went to bed. In the early morning of today, the system did not send out the reminder for the number of times to draw special rewards, because the daily tasks had been refreshed today. Chen Mo turned off the system reminder sound, hugged Lin Xinru, and slept until 8 o'clock in the morning, and was awakened by the system reminder sound. System reminder, it is now 8 o'clock on June 22nd, the time of the imperial capital of China. System reminder, it is detected that you have exceeded the daily tasks for 7 consecutive days. You can increase the difficulty of the daily tasks by yourself today. The number of tasks that can be increased is currently 5. System reminder, the right to gamble on daily tasks has been opened. You currently have the right to gamble on up to 7 days of daily tasks. If you choose to gamble, you will use today's and the next 6 days daily tasks as the stakes. Today, the release of 7-day daily tasks will be simulated, and all the task difficulties will be combined to release 3 tasks that combine the star difficulty of 7-day tasks for you today. If you can complete all the fusion difficulty tasks released today, you will be able to win 7 times the daily task reward, and the 7-day task settlement reward at one time. If you can complete all the fusion difficulty tasks released today in excess, you will be able to win 7 times the excess reward of the day's tasks and the excess reward of the 7-day task settlement at one time, and the number of daily tasks you can bet on will be increased to 15 days. If you fail to complete any fusion difficulty task today, all the rewards for the tasks you completed today will not be issued. After betting on daily tasks, no matter whether you successfully complete or fail the task, no daily tasks will be issued for you in the next 6 days. Betting is risky. Please choose carefully. After reading the system prompts about the update of the daily task betting information, Chen Mo saw another message in front of the daily task. That was the reward for completing the main task 3 triggered by the construction robot after it spent 17 hours to build all 10 buildings. He was the robot arranged yesterday morning, and by 8 o'clock today, 17 hours had already passed. Chen Mo immediately glanced at the reward prompt for completing the main task. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the main survival mission 3. It has been detected that the shelter covers an area of 100 acres. The survival supplies in the shelter can be used by 100 people for 3 years. The strength of the shelter walls can perfectly withstand the impact of the 5th level beast, and there are 10 defensive buildings in the shelter. The host has completed the main task reward acquisition conditions and completed the task at the top level. Hereby reward the host with 3 SSS level mainline gift packs. System prompt. It has been detected that the host has completed the main survival mission 3. Please work hard to improve the attributes. After the host's full attributes reach 10 points and the rank of the superpower reaches the 3rd level, the host will be issued the main survival mission 4. Looking at the system prompt, Chen Mo immediately asked the system, I want to synthesize the main task SSS level gift pack. System prompt. The synthesis of the main task SSS level gift pack requires 3 super special reward extraction opportunities. It seems that, if you want to synthesize the main task SSS level gift pack, you have to complete today's daily tasks first. Chen Mo temporarily put this matter aside, and he turned his eyes to the requirements of accepting the main survival task 4. All attributes need to reach 10. It seems that I have to draw some more bloodlines, otherwise my attributes may not be enough to improve. At this time, the upper limit of all Chen Mo's attributes is just 10 points. As long as it is maximumed out, the requirements of the main survival task 4 can be met, which is not a big problem. Moreover, even if all attributes are maximumed out to 10 points, it is just stuck before the 4th level. Maintaining the state of the 3rd level, it is still possible to brush the rewards of higher level units well, which is not a big problem. He immediately started to pay points and start to point attributes. It takes a total of 243,500 survival points to point from 6 points to 10 points. It takes a total of 974,000 survival points to maximum out all 4 attributes. For Chen Mo, who is now worth hundreds of millions of survival points, this cost is nothing. He immediately asked the system to fill it up for him. As the system began to improve Chen Mo's attributes, he could almost immediately feel a warm and powerful energy pouring into his body from all directions. This energy was as gentle as a trickle and as turbulent as a torrent. It shuttled through his meridians, constantly nourishing and strengthening his body. Every inch of Chen Mo's skin, every muscle, and even every cell became more active and strong under the action of this energy. He could clearly feel that his strength was steadily increasing, and his body's reaction speed and sensitivity were also constantly improving. This feeling of sublimation of life level really made him extremely happy. With the continuous increase of attribute points, his perception became more acute, his thinking became clearer, and even his understanding of the world around him became more profound. This kind of internal and external improvement made Chen Mo want to shout out directly. As the attributes were improved, the source core in Chen Mo's mind also changed immediately, becoming more condensed, and his supernatural power realm also stepped into the next level at the same time. System prompt. The attributes have been improved. Please check the attributes. Chen Mo immediately called out his attribute interface and took a look. Host, Chen Mo age. 20. Immortality, Eternal Beauty, Bloodline, Werewolf, 20 points of supernatural energy, plus Vampire, 20 points of supernatural energy, Superpowers, SSS level time and space confinement plus S level object control plus S level gravity control, skills, 8/8. Healing Light A level, Shadow Step A level, Holy Purification S level, Super Speed Recovery S level, Perfect Copy SSS level passive, Mind Reading Secret SSS level, Abnormal Immunity SS level, Super Instantaneous Movement Super SSS level. Basic attributes. Constitution 10/10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Strength 10/10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Agility 10/10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Mental power 10/10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Host's current supernatural power level. Level 3. Host's current supernatural energy. 940 points plus 940 points plus 940 points. 2820 points comparable to level 7. The third order supernatural power can be directly comparable to the 7th order because of the 3 source cores. This is too strong. Chen Mo discovered that the higher his rank is, the more levels he can jump. Will his 4th order be comparable to the 9th order? After improving his attributes, Chen Mo immediately began to receive the main survival tasks. Main survival task 4. Task name, self-sufficiency and sustainable survival. Task introduction. In the end times, the real challenge lies in long-term self-sufficiency and sustainable survival. You need to ensure that the shelter can still operate stably and safely when any external resources are cut off. This requires you to not only improve the efficiency of resource collection and production, but also establish a complete ecosystem and circular economy within the shelter. Special requirements to complete 3 of them. Agricultural self-sufficiency. Establish an agricultural system that can produce food continuously and efficiently to ensure the sustainability of food sources. Water resource management. Realize the complete recycling of water resources within the shelter, including rainwater collection, wastewater treatment and reuse. Energy solution. Achieve self-sufficiency in the shelter's energy through renewable energy technologies such as solar energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy. Internal ecological cycle. Establish an ecological cycle system within the shelter, including garbage disposal, organic waste composting, etc., to ensure the maximum utilization of resources. Defense reinforcement. In response to possible threats in the end times, strengthen the shelter's defense facilities to ensure that it can resist the invasion of at least 4th level beasts. Task deadline. 120 days. If the task is not completed after the deadline, the task time will be doubled and the reward will be reduced by half. Special tips. In view of the host's outstanding performance in the previous tasks, this task specially prompts the conditions for obtaining the top reward. Top reward obtaining conditions. Complete all special requirements. This task seems to be simpler than the previous one. Isn't it enough to just build some auxiliary buildings? After reading the main survival task 4, Chen Mo thought of some related introductions to building construction drawings that he had seen in the system mall before. Among them are things about the construction of renewable energy, agricultural facilities, etc. As long as these things are built, wouldn't it be easy to perfectly complete the requirements of the system's main survival task 4? As for the defensive strength, he directly built an SSS level wall that could barely block the attack of the 9th level alien beast. This one was already completed in advance. The remaining 4 items are the other 4. Chen Mo had seen 2 buildings that met the requirements in the system mall before. Although the level was not high, it was okay if they met the requirements. Energy facilities, solar power station, sea level building drawings, drawing description. The solar power station adopts a spherical design and is equipped with high efficiency solar panels on the surface. There is an energy storage system inside the power station to store excess energy. Building materials, high efficiency solar panels, energy storage batteries, intelligent control systems, and other composite materials. Agricultural facilities, ecological farms, sea level building drawings, drawing description. The farm adopts a closed design to simulate the natural ecosystem. The farm is equipped with an ecological pool, planting area, breeding area, etc., and adopts a circulating water treatment system. There are plant growth lights and carbon dioxide recovery devices on the top of the farm. Building materials, high strength transparent materials, circulating water treatment systems, intelligent lighting systems, carbon dioxide recovery devices, and other composite materials. These too can meet the requirements of energy and agriculture. Even the settings that meet the requirements of agriculture, as well as the circulating water treatment system, can also be regarded as partially meeting the requirements of water resource management. However, the system requirements should be relatively strict, so Chen Mo mainly needs to get a water resource management building and an internal ecological cycle type building to complete this main survival task. System: are there any water resource management buildings and internal ecological cycle type buildings for sale directly? A C level or B level type will do. These things don't need to be too advanced. Because there are too many drawings of buildings in the system mall, Chen Mo can't read them all. The power station and ecological farm he saw last time were all randomly noted down by him. Now it is definitely impossible to find them one by one, so the system can only search automatically according to the requirements. System prompt: the search has been completed for the host. Please check the search results. Water resource management facilities, integrated water treatment center, Class B building drawings. Drawing description: the integrated water treatment center is a comprehensive facility that integrates rainwater collection, wastewater treatment and reuse. The center uses advanced membrane separation technology, biological treatment technology, etc. to ensure the maximum utilization of water resources and the stable supply of pure water. Building materials: high efficiency membrane separation components, bioreactors, disinfection equipment, intelligent control systems, water storage facilities, etc. Functional features: rainwater collection: a large area rainwater collection devices equipped to efficiently collect rainwater and perform preliminary filtration. Wastewater treatment: a combination of biological treatment and physical treatment is used to deeply treat the wastewater generated by the shelter. Reuse system: the treated water can be used for agricultural irrigation, ecological water replenishment, non-drinking water, etc. to achieve the recycling of water resources. Internal ecological cycle facilities, resource recycling center, Class B building drawings. Drawing description: the resource recycling center is the core facility of the internal ecological cycle system of the shelter. The center maximizes the use of resources and minimizes waste emissions through technologies such as garbage sorting, organic waste composting, and waste gas treatment. Building materials: garbage sorting equipment, organic waste treatment equipment, waste gas treatment equipment, intelligent control system, etc. Functional features: garbage sorting: automatically sort the garbage generated by the shelter for subsequent treatment. Organic waste composting: convert organic waste into fertilizer for agricultural production to achieve resource recycling. Waste gas treatment: treat the waste gas generated by the shelter to ensure the freshness and cleanliness of the internal air quality. Data analysis and optimization: the center is also equipped with an intelligent analysis system that can monitor resource utilization and waste treatment effects in real time and provide optimization suggestions. After reading the introduction to the architectural drawings retrieved by the system, Chen Mo was very satisfied. Very good. The B-level effect seems to be enough. I want to buy these 4 architectural drawings and calculate the selling price. System prompt: calculation completed. The combined selling price of the 4 architectural drawings is 110,000 survival points. Are you kidding me? A B-level gift pack is about 10,000 survival points, and a C-level gift pack is about 5,000 survival points. How come 2 B-level building blueprints and 2 C-level building blueprints cost as much as 110,000 survival points? System prompt: the host can open these blueprints directly through the gift pack, or specify the exchange through the gift pack plus special reward draw opportunity, but if purchased from the system, it is generally sold at the survival point price of 5 times the gift pack price. The price of B-level building blueprints is 50,000 survival points per piece, and the price of C-level building blueprints is 5,000 survival points per piece. After hearing the system's answer, Chen Mo was relieved. If he really opened it himself, even if he opened 100 B-level gift packs, he might not get these 2 building blueprints. It would be a rip-off. to exchange the special reward draw opportunity for something that can be bought directly from the system. So I can only buy it with survival points. Okay, I'll buy it. By the way, help me calculate how much the building materials of these 4 buildings cost in total, and how long it takes for 100 construction robots to build these 4 buildings. System prompt. 110,000 survival points have been deducted successfully, and the 4 building drawings have been stored in the system warehouse. System prompt. Calculation in progress. Calculation completed. The building materials required for all the 4 building drawings in the current host warehouse require a total of 1 million survival points or 1 million grams of gold. System prompt. After calculation, it takes a total of 6 hours of work for 100 construction robots to build 4 defense buildings. Although the level of this building is not high, the building materials are not cheap. It actually costs 1 million survival points. Fortunately, it can be replaced with gold. 1 million grams is only 1 ton of gold, which is a piece of cake. Chen Mo directly spent 1 ton of gold to purchase all the materials needed for the construction of the 4 buildings. After transferring all of them into the storage space of the 100 construction robots, he immediately ordered these construction robots to start construction. There are still some empty spaces in Mingyuan community where these buildings can be placed. Because many areas of Mingyuan community are made into scenic areas, they are relatively empty. This has to be said, that Zhaoyu's family is very wealthy. In this magic city, where every inch of land is valuable, they have built so many scenic areas. These areas can completely do without these useless landscapes, and can be directly flattened and rebuilt with the required buildings. Now that the area is sufficient, we can build on these places first. If the area is not enough, Chen Mo wants to tear down and rebuild many empty houses that no one lives in. After all, functional buildings are much more important than these useless buildings. After finishing the buildings required for the main task, Chen Mo opened the daily task betting page again. Now he can bet on 7 full days of daily tasks. I don't know what level of difficulty the 7-day task combined is. The system requires me to bet on all daily tasks for the next 7 days, including today. Chapter 142. Excess of difficulty stars. 2 in 1. System prompt. Serious reminder. According to the current host level, the highest difficulty of the fusion task may be a 5-star difficulty task. The difficulty of the 5-star difficulty task is extremely high, and there is a high probability that the host will be issued a task that is difficult to complete. Please consider carefully. Although the current maximum number of days for daily task betting is 7 days, the host can choose to bet on 2 daily tasks to reduce the calculation of the total difficulty star of the fusion task. Is the highest level still only 5 stars at the 3rd level? Pull it up directly. Chen Mo said indifferently. System prompt. Daily task simulation for the host is being performed. The simulation is completed. After the simulation, the total difficulty star of the daily tasks for the next 7 days is simulated to be 40 stars. It is detected that you have the authority to increase the number of task difficulties. You can use this authority 5 times a day. You will be able to increase the difficulty of the task by a total of 35 stars in the fusion difficulty. Do you want to increase it? Warning. Although increasing the difficulty of the task can allow you to obtain higher daily task rewards, you have already turned on the task betting mode. Once the difficulty of the task is too high, it may cause you to be unable to complete a daily task and make the daily task efforts of the day go to waste. Please choose carefully. No, your highest is only 5 stars, and there are only 3 tasks every day, which only adds up to 15 stars. What else can I add? Chen Mo said speechlessly. System prompt. The number of difficulty stars that exceed the limit will be converted into special reward extraction opportunities and awarded to the host after all daily tasks are completed. There is such a good thing. Then what else can I say? Fill it up. System prompt. The task difficulty has been increased. The simulation result is that the difficulty of the 3-day task is 75 stars in total. Now you will be issued a fusion difficulty task. For the gambling challenge, the number of tasks issued is fixed to 3. The task difficulty of the 3 tasks is completely random, but it must be a total difficulty star of 15 stars. If the difficulty exceeds 60 stars, it will be directly converted into 60 special reward extraction opportunities or 12 super 5-star daily gift packs after all daily tasks are completed. Daily task I. 5-star difficulty task, Doomsday Hunting. Try to hunt a strange beast with a level not lower than your 3rd level, and bring it back to your shelter as meat. Due to the high difficulty of the task, a special reminder is given to exceed the task conditions. Kill a beast of no less than your 4th level, and bring it back to your shelter as meat. Daily task, 2nd, 5-star difficulty task, Long Distance Exploration. If you keep moving near the shelter, the surrounding resources will be consumed sooner or later. Please explore the area 10 kilometers away from the shelter, and the exploration area must be at least 100 square meters. Due to the high difficulty of the task, a special reminder is given to exceed the task conditions. The exploration area must be at least 200 square meters. Daily task, 3rd, 5-star difficulty task. The seas of the end of the world are always full of endless crises, but the delicious taste of seafood should be tried occasionally. Try to capture a sea beast of no less than your level. Due to the high difficulty of the task, a special reminder is given to exceed the task conditions. Capture at least 3 sea beasts of no less than your level, or capture a sea beast of no less than your level 2. After reading the 3 5-star daily tasks, Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised. The first daily task and the third daily task should be considered very similar. However, with the same difficulty, their requirements are very different. The first task's regular completion condition is to hunt a beast of no less than the 3rd level of your own level, and the extra city must kill no less than the 4th level of your own level. According to Chen Mo's current 3rd level realm, he must kill a 6th level to complete the normal difficulty, and kill a 7th level to complete the excess. But when it comes to sea beasts, the requirements are suddenly relaxed. You only need to capture a sea beast of no less than your own level to complete this so-called 5-star difficulty task. In other words, it is enough to catch a 3rd level sea beast to complete the task. The difficulty of the 3rd and 6th levels is poor, and you can understand the huge difference just by listening to the level numbers. The excess completion conditions of sea beasts are also very kind, and there are even 2 options. One is to capture 3 of the same level as yourself, which means that Chen Mo only needs to capture 3 3rd level sea beasts to complete the excess. Or he can also complete the excess by capturing a 5th level sea beast. According to the system's standards for issuing tasks, if we really enter the end of the world in the future, the sea area is probably the most dangerous area. The difficulty of these sea beasts is so much higher than that of the alien beasts. After taking a look at the 3 daily tasks, it can actually be regarded as just 2 daily tasks. Although the middle daily task seems very difficult in the end of the world, leaving your home 10 kilometers away in a world full of monsters is basically the same as seeking death, and it is not surprising that the difficulty reaches 5 stars. But now it is a prosperous age. Leaving your home 100 kilometers away is nothing. The key is that there are tasks of hunting alien beasts and capturing sea beasts in the daily tasks. In order to complete these 2 tasks, Chen Mo originally had to leave his home 10 kilometers away so he could complete them at the same time. After receiving the task, Chen Mo gently stroked Lin Xinru, who was sleeping beside him, got up and washed up, put on the S-level combat suit with one click, and then immediately moved to the Amazon jungle with a thought. He couldn't run so far before, but now it's different. Now he can move instantly around the world and go wherever he wants. If he wants to hunt, it must be the most suitable to come to this natural environment. As Chen Mo instantly moved to the Amazon rainforest, he was immediately completely surrounded by the vast green world. The huge trees that tower into the sky form the backbone of the rainforest. Their crowns are intertwined with each other, forming a continuous canopy layer, filtering the sunlight into mottled light and shadow, projecting it on the dense understory vegetation. The air is filled with a moist and fresh breath, which is a unique breath of the rainforest, mixed with the smell of soil, vegetation, and rivers. Occasionally, a breeze blows, bringing the fragrance of flowers in the distance, which is refreshing. Under his feet, Chen Mo stepped on the soft soil and dead leaves, only feeling a sticky feeling. In the rainforest, every piece of land is full of vitality, and various plants compete to grow here, forming an intricate vegetation structure. Looking around, Chen Mo can see various types of trees and plants, with different leaf shapes, colors, and textures, adding considerable diversity to the rainforest. Vines and parasitic plants climb on the trunks and grow with the trees, forming a harmonious ecological picture. The rivers and streams in the rainforest crisscross, bringing a constant supply of water and vitality to this land. Chen Mo could hear the gurgling sound of the river in the distance and the crisp sound of water dripping from the nearby stream. Having always lived in a city of reinforced concrete, it is still very pleasant to suddenly come to this beautiful natural environment. The Amazon rainforest is one of the most important ecosystems on the earth. It breeds countless precious animal and plant species. If you want to find prey, it is the most suitable place to find it here. Chen Mo just came here and found a large number of creatures with a casual listen and smell. There are all kinds of labels in sight. However, almost all the labels of animals and plants nearby are rotten plants and dead bodies. It can be seen that with the advent of the end of the world, this rainforest is no longer as prosperous as it is now. And the same is true for many animals around. It is basically difficult to see a few alive. I have long known that this natural environment is the law of the jungle, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. Before the end of the world alone, this world was a surer field. After the end of the world, can this world still be good? Chen Mo felt that he had made a mistake. Forget it. Anyway, the second task is to search a certain area 10 kilometers outside my shelter, and it happens to be completed here. Although the plants and animals in sight were all rotten plants and dead bodies, Chen Mo didn't care much, but began to search quickly over a large area. Since there are very few such creatures in the rainforest, some animals in the rainforest originally avoided him and did not dare to approach him easily. After searching for a long time, Chen Mo finally saw a high-level beast in a river in the rainforest. This is a black caiman. This is the largest reptile in the Amazon River basin, and one of the top predators in the Amazon rainforest. This is also the reason why Chen Mo finally saw a high-level beast that is still alive after a long search. This guy was originally the top predator here, and it is not surprising that he evolved into a more powerful beast after the end of the world. The size of the black caiman alone is already very large. These black caimans have strong bodies, sharp teeth and strong bite force, which can easily hunt and tear prey. Finally, a suitable prey was found. Chen Mo was naturally excited and ready to start immediately. At this time, the system prompt sounded wildly in his ears. System prompt, warning host, you have come to an extremely dangerous river basin. There are a large number of monsters gathered in this rainforest, and there are even 9th level beast kings. Entering it with the host's strength will be a 100% death. Please leave immediately. System prompt, warning. A powerful 9th level beast king has been detected within 50 meters of the host. The host's strength is difficult to match. Please leave quickly. Ignoring the system's warning, Chen Mo stared at the black caiman in front of him, took out a vibranium flying knife from the system warehouse, and directly controlled the vibranium flying knife to fly into the air, ready to stab the black caiman to death with one blow. At this time, the huge body of the black caiman was looming in the water, and its sharp teeth flashed cold light in the sun. It seemed to have realized that Chen Mo's existence was a huge threat. Instead of attacking, it took a step back in fear, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. It seemed to want to scare Chen Mo away, but Chen Mo would not be scared. He smiled and said, as expected of a 9th level beast king, it's quite fierce. As Chen Mo controlled the flying knife to the top of the black caiman, the object control ability and gravity control ability were activated together. The flying knife was instantly pulled by gravity with a 10-fold increase in strength. With the acceleration of the object control ability, the whole vibranium flying knife seemed to turn into a stream of light. With a swoosh, the black caiman had no time to react at all. It pierced directly into its spine and came out from its lower abdomen. It seems that I used too much force. Seeing that the flying knife pierced the black caiman, but was not dead, Chen Mo continued to control the flying knife to pierce the black caiman again and cut off its head directly. System prompt, the host has killed the 9th level beast king across levels, and the supernatural power is overwhelming. Hereby reward the host with 100,000 survival points and an S level gift package. With the death of the black caiman, Chen Mo directly activated his ability to control objects and controlled its body to fly in front of him and put it into the ring. After doing this, he moved away from this area in an instant. Although it is relatively easy to find high-level monsters in the Amazon rainforest, most of them are dead things, and there are more useless targets here. Chen Mo was too lazy to waste time here. He moved himself to the Pacific Ocean in an instant. The surrounding water was deep blue. The sun shone through the sea surface, forming beams of light, but in the deeper part, the light disappeared quickly, leaving only darkness and silence. Chen Mo immediately activated the diving function of the S-level infinite combat suit. With the activation of the function, the combat suit immediately covered Chen Mo's head and fit tightly on Chen Mo's skin, forming a special breathing membrane. This combat suit not only provides excellent diving performance, but also provides Chen Mo with necessary protection in extreme underwater environments. Relying on the ability of the blood clan, Chen Mo has an extraordinary keen perception of the subtle changes in the blood. This ability allows him to clearly feel the weak breath of life in the surrounding water. Soon, he found traces of a group of large fish. These fish were huge and swam like submarines. However, most of the fish were like the animals and plants that Chen Mo had just encountered in the Amazon rainforest, all of which were miserable corpses. It can be seen that it is difficult for them to survive from this point in time to half a year after the end of the world. Chen Mo suddenly found that the main task was not as simple as he thought when he first saw it. If he did not have the ability to teleport, it would be even more difficult for him to complete today's daily tasks. Relying on the ability of the blood clan to sense blood, Chen Mo searched in the water for a long time, but did not find any suitable prey. But he completed the main task too first. System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing the daily task. 2. 5-star difficulty task, and the total exploration area exceeds 200 square meters. The daily task has been completed in excess, and the reward for this time has been doubled. You have obtained 20,000 survival points and 2 5-star super daily gift packs. After hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo had no time to care about the system reward for the time being, but rushed forward in the water like a torpedo to conduct a wide area search. After searching for almost 10 minutes, he finally found a good prey. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Phoenix Bloodline. 3 in 1. In Chen Mo's sight, a sailfish suddenly broke into his hunting range. The sailfish has a slender and streamlined body, like a sword unsheathed. Its body is covered with a layer of fine scales, and its head is particularly pointed and long, like a sharp spearhead, and it encounters almost no resistance when breaking through the water. The most eye-catching thing is the towering flag on the sailfish's dorsal fin, which is its iconic feature. This flag is composed of many slender fins, and presents a translucent state. When the sailfish swims at high speed in the water, this flag is like a sail that controls the direction and can help it stabilize its body when it changes direction quickly. At this moment, the sailfish is shuttling through the water at a very fast speed. Its eyes flashed with fierce light, as if it was ready to attack any enemy that invaded its vicinity at any time. However, it did not realize that it had become Chen Mo's prey. Chen Mo glanced at the label on the sailfish's head, 7th level sea beast. Finally I found a live one, but this fish looks really weird. How come there's a spear in front of its head? Can I eat it? Chen Mo didn't recognize the fish in front of him, but he thought it looked strange. He finally found his prey, so he naturally stopped waiting and moved to the front of the swordfish in an instant, grabbing the long spear-like thing in front of its head. As soon as Chen Mo held the swordfish's spear-like upper jaw, he clearly felt the swordfish twisting its body wildly and struggling strongly. The swordfish seemed to understand its situation, twisting its body wildly, trying to break free from Chen Mo's restraints. Its tail swung hard, stirring up a side of water waves, showing its extreme panic and unwillingness. However, no matter how the swordfish struggled, it could not get rid of Chen Mo's control. Chen Mo's strength was like an iron clamp, firmly locking the swordfish. Chen Mo didn't tease it anymore, and directly slapped its head with a palm, and killed it directly. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. I didn't expect that. After killing a 7th level sea beast, it could trigger an extra reward. System prompt. It was detected that the host killed a 7th level sea beast beyond the level, and the host completed the killing in the sea area. The difficulty of killing sea beasts in the sea area can be determined by an additional half level on the original basis. Hereby reward the host with 20,000 survival points and an A-level gift package reward. However, after all, it was only about the 8th level reward, so Chen Mo didn't care about it. After putting the swordfish into the ring, he moved back to Mingyuan community in an instant. As he returned home and took out the black caiman and the swordfish, the system prompt sounded immediately. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the daily task, 5-star difficulty task, and captured a beast that is not lower than your 4th level. You have exceeded the daily task, and the reward this time is doubled. You have obtained 20,000 survival points and 2 5-star super daily gift packages. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the daily task, 5-star difficulty task, and capturing a sea beast of no less than 2 levels lower than yours. You have exceeded the daily task, and the reward for this time has been doubled. You have obtained 20,000 survival points and 2 5-star super daily gift packs. System prompt. It is detected that you have completed all daily tasks for today. Since you have made a daily task bet, there are 60 extra stars of difficulty on that day. You can choose to convert it into 60 special reward extraction opportunities when the daily rewards are settled tonight, or immediately convert it into 12 5-star super daily gift packs. Please make your choice. 60 special reward extraction opportunities and 12 5-star super daily gift packs are exchanged. This is really a rather tangled choice, and Chen Mo fell into deep thought. Considering that special reward extraction opportunities can be purchased every day for the next 6 days, Chen Mo feels that it may be more cost effective to exchange for 12 5-star super daily gift packs. The most important thing is that the 5-star super daily gift pack may be able to open rewards comparable to SSS level. Now his attributes have reached the maximum. If he can open a bloodline or something, it would be very good. Thinking of this, Chen Mo decided to exchange for a 5-star super daily gift package. System prompt. The selection is complete. You have obtained 12 5-star super daily gift packages, and the number of 5-star super daily gift packages you currently hold is 18. Please check carefully. Looking at the 18 5-star super daily gift packages in the system warehouse, Chen Mo immediately chose to open them all. Soon the system prompt sound immediately swiped the screen in front of Chen Mo. System prompt. The 5-star super daily gift package was successfully opened, and you obtained the special bloodline Phoenix Blood. Bloodline name: Phoenix Bloodline. Introduction. This is an ancient and mysterious bloodline, derived from the legendary Phoenix. The blood of the Phoenix flows in your body, which will give you some of the power of the Phoenix. Bloodline ability: Phoenix Heart. When you are fatally injured, the rebirth mechanism will be triggered, allowing you to enter the nirvana state, and after a certain period of time, you will recover from the dead state. Phoenix Body. Your body will not age, and has the ability to quickly recover lost energy. At the same time, you will not be afraid of most flame damage, and you will not be burned by high temperatures. Even if you enter the sun, you can still survive. You can even speed up your body's recovery and replenish lost energy by swallowing flames. Phoenix Wings. You can use energy to condense phoenix wings and fly freely. The more flame power you swallow, the stronger it is, and the faster you fly. Phoenix Blood. Your blood has a strong healing effect. It can heal all diseases, injuries, and toxins for yourself, and can also be used to heal any injuries, diseases, and toxins for others. Just 1 drop of Phoenix Blood is enough to cure the disease. Due to the effect of Phoenix Blood, any damage you suffer can be recovered in an instant, but each time you will consume Phoenix Blood in your body. But rest assured that Phoenix Blood will recover naturally. If you eat flames during this period, you can speed up the recovery of Phoenix Blood according to the quality of the flames. What a strong bloodline. One of the abilities of a bloodline is easily equivalent to one of my A level skills plus one of my S level skills. I wonder how effective the Phoenix body's rapid recovery of lost energy is. If this effect is comparable to super speed recovery, then my 3 skills can almost be eliminated. After reading the introduction of the Phoenix bloodline, Chen Mo felt that several of his skill bars were vacated. Of course, there is no rush to recycle the S-level skill of super speed recovery. After all, even if the Phoenix body has an extremely fast energy recovery speed, it is not instantly full. Adding a super speed recovery is obviously a good thing, and it will not be eliminated immediately as waste. However, the healing light and holy purification seem to be quite inadequate in front of the power of the Phoenix blood. These 2 skills can be directly recycled, and it will be easy to treat others in the future. Just pretend to have some magic medicine, and get a drop of blood for others to drink. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phoenix additional bloodline. Applying Phoenix bloodline. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Mo felt a special and hot energy suddenly surge into his body, so that he felt a warm feeling all over his body. It was as if all the cells in his body were taking a hot spring bath. System prompt. Appending completed. You have obtained 3 bloodline abilities: Phoenix Heart, Phoenix Body, and Phoenix Blood. System prompt. Because you have merged a new bloodline, your total attribute limit has been increased. Your current total attribute limit has been increased to 20 points. Because you have merged the Phoenix bloodline, you have increased your basic energy by an additional 100 points. At this time, Chen Mo's attributes changed immediately due to the fusion of bloodline. The injection of 100 points of energy directly led to Chen Mo's breakthrough from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Host, Chen Mo age 20, Immortal, Eternal Beauty, Bloodline, Werewolf, 20 points of supernatural energy, plus Vampire, 20 points of supernatural energy, plus Phoenix, 100 points of supernatural energy, superpowers. SSS level time and space confinement plus S level object control plus S level gravity control, skills, 8/8, healing light A level, shadow step A level, holy purification S level, super speed recovery S level, perfect copy SSS level passive. Mind reading secret SSS level, abnormal immunity SS level, super instantaneous movement super SSS level, basic attributes, constitution 10/20 equals 225 points of supernatural energy, strength 10/20 equals 225 points of supernatural energy, agility 10/20 equals 225 points of supernatural energy, mental power 10/20 equals 225 points of supernatural energy, host's current superpower level, level 4, host's current superpower. 1040 points plus 1040 points plus 1040 points, 3120 points is comparable to half a step to level 8, although because of the Phoenix bloodline, he inexplicably broke through from level 3 to level 4, but he was only 1 level away, so it was not a big problem. He did not expect that the first 5-star super daily gift pack would give such a powerful reward. Feeling the extremely surging vitality in his body, Chen Mo's face was also full of joy. After sorting out his joy, he looked at the next 5-star super daily gift pack. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift pack, and you got the weapon Sword of Light. Weapon name, Photon Sword. Weapon introduction. The Photon Sword is an energy weapon condensed by photons. Its sword body is transparent, but has extremely strong cutting ability. Weapon characteristics, strong cutting power. The Photon Sword can easily cut most substances. Even the solid armor of the 9th level monster is not enough to resist the cutting of the Sword of Light. Energy replenishment. The Photon Sword can replenish energy by absorbing the surrounding photons to maintain continuous combat capability. You don't need to worry about the loss of the Photon Sword's energy. So perverted. This sword can cut even the 9th level monsters? Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out this legendary energy weapon from the system warehouse. As Chen Mo's mind moved, a transparent crystal-like hilt appeared in his hand. How do I use this system thing? Looking at the crystal-like hilt, Chen Mo asked curiously. System prompt. The host only needs to press the sword out button on the hilt, and then press the energy collection button. If the host does not need to use the photon sword, press the energy dissipation button 3 times continuously and quickly, and then press the sword collection button once. It's interesting. It took some effort to prevent accidental touches to collect the sword. According to what the system said, Chen Mo immediately pressed the sword out and energy collection buttons. In an instant, with a buzzing sound, a bright light burst out from the hilt, condensing into a sharp sword body that looked extremely dangerous and flashed with bright light. This is the photon sword, an energy weapon formed by the close gathering of countless photons. Chen Mo clenched the hilt in his hand, feeling the powerful energy contained in the sword, and immediately swung it twice in front of him. As the photon sword passed through the air, it immediately left 2 bright light tracks. Chen Mo could feel that the weapon was unusually light. Such a light weapon, but it contains enough power to threaten the 9th level monster. It's a bit interesting, but fighting with the 9th level in close combat, without the strength of the 9th level, is almost the same as seeking death. After quickly pressing the energy dissipation and sword collection buttons 3 times, Chen Mo put the photon sword into the system warehouse, and looked at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the equipment Nano Armor. Nano Armor, it can automatically adapt to any body shape and any environment to disguise, has excellent defense, and has a strong self-repair function. Even if it is broken, it can quickly repair the damaged part. If the owner is injured, the Nano Armor can temporarily help the owner stop the wound. How does the defense of this system compare to my battlesuit? System prompt. The Nano Armor is more versatile and has a self-repair function. Its defensibility is slightly weaker than the infinite battlesuit owned by the host. It doesn't seem to make much sense. Hearing the system's answer, Chen Mo was a little disappointed at first, thinking that this Nano Armor did not seem to have much advantage. However, he soon had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. Wait, this Nano Armor can be varied, so can't it be attached to the surface of the infinite battlesuit like skin? The more Chen Mo thought about it, the more he thought that this idea was feasible. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to wearing 2 layers of armor, and one of them is an armor that can automatically recover? Wouldn't this defensibility be doubled directly? Thinking of it, Chen Mo immediately exhaled the Nano Armor. A layer of armor as thin as a cicada's wing, and flashing with a faint light appeared in his hand. After asking the system how to wear it, he immediately covered the Nano Armor on the infinite battlesuit he was wearing. Instantly, the Nano Armor seemed to come alive, automatically spreading and covering his infinite combat suit, as if it had been coated with an extra layer of translucent coating. It must be said that, whether it is the infinite combat suit or the Nano Armor, wearing these 2 things is almost the same as not wearing them, because these 2 pieces of equipment are so close to the body that it is almost like having 2 extra layers of skin as thin as a cicada's wing on his body. Chen Mo moved his body, and the 2 layers of armor did not increase the sense of restraint at all, but the sense of security was doubled. He nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you have obtained the building blueprint weather control tower. Building blueprint, weather control tower building introduction. Weather control tower is a building that can control the weather in a certain area and can bring the most needed weather changes to your shelter. Building capability weather control. The weather control tower can change the weather conditions in the area according to your instructions, including rain, snow, wind, lightning, etc. By changing the weather control tower can have an adverse effect on the enemy, such as creating fog to reduce visibility, causing a lot of moisture to create muddy ground, creating hot weather to burn heat intolerant monsters, etc., thereby weakening the enemy's combat effectiveness. This building is quite interesting. I'll put it away first. I'll build it after the buildings required for the main task are built. After putting away the weather control tower, Chen Mo immediately looked at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you got the item telepathy. Telepathy. It is divided into a mother device and some sub-devices. The holder of the mother device can have telepathy with the holder of the sub-device at any time, and can know at any time whether the other party is in crisis. The telepathy is a biological nanostructure and can be placed in the other party's body without injury, without worrying about causing damage to the target. Good stuff. This is much more useful than the teleporter I bought with 1000 survival points, and there are 20 sub-devices, and I can buy more if they are not enough. With so many sub-devices, I can implant one in all of them, and I don't have to worry about who is in danger in the future. With this super instant movement, no matter who is in danger, I can rush to it at any time. Chen Mo was very satisfied with the newly acquired telepathic sensor. After he took the mother device and put it on his forehead, he activated the telepathic sensor's body entry function, and he felt a chill on his forehead. After no discomfort, he did not feel any discomfort, and the mother device of the telepathic sensor on his forehead had been implanted in his body. After using it for a while and finding that it could be implanted without injury, Chen Mo put away the telepathic sensor with satisfaction and prepared to implant this thing for everyone. After looking at the rewards, he immediately continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the item rebirth pill. Right square bracket. Rebirth pill. When taken by humans, it can improve the human realm. The higher the realm, the more rebirth pills are needed. Finally, I found a pill that can improve the human realm. Good stuff. System. How many rebirth pills do I need to take to advance to my realm? System prompt. The host needs to take 8 rebirth pills to advance to this realm. So many? Chen Mo was a little dumbfounded. System prompt. 0 level humans can enter the first level by taking 1 rebirth pill, and the first level humans can enter the second level by taking 2 rebirth pills. The second level humans can enter the third level by taking 4 rebirth pills, and so on. Double improvement. Who can afford it? Chen Mo couldn't help but say speechlessly, why are the alien beasts and spiritual plants different? System prompt. Humans have strong variability and unlimited growth potential, so it is more difficult to improve, while alien beasts and spiritual plants are less difficult to improve. Hearing the system's high evaluation of humans, Chen Mo didn't say much. He continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You obtained the item exotic beast advancement pill. Looking at this familiar reward, Chen Mo directly put it into the system warehouse and prepared to look at it again. As a result, the next reward was another familiar thing. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You obtained the item spirit plant evolution liquid. Wait a minute, system. I opened the spirit plant evolution liquid in the 4-star super daily gift package before. Why is there only one of this in the 5-star? System prompt. All daily gift packages can open rewards within a certain reward pool range. The reward pools of the 4-star super daily gift package and the 5-star super daily gift package partially overlap, so it is possible to open the rewards that the 4-star super daily gift package will open. No wonder I was wondering why the 5-star super daily gift pack opened the exotic beast advancement pill, and the 4-star super daily gift pack opened the spiritual plant evolution liquid. I thought this thing was a lower grade. After confirming that there was no problem with the reward, Chen Mo didn't care too much, put the things away, and continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. The 5-star super daily gift pack was successfully opened, and you got the architectural drawing God's Eye. God's Eye. After the building is completed, it can provide you with audio and video information of all environments within a radius of 10,000 meters with the building as a circle, and record all information, and provide retrieval and reference functions at any time, when you need it. At the same time, you can also set up danger warnings, and you can provide you with timely alarms for any dangers that appear in this area. Good stuff, but it's a pity that it's a building. If this thing is a prop that can be moved at any time, it would be great. I will take it and fly around the world directly. With a wide exploration area of 10,000 meters, it doesn't seem to be difficult to find the headquarters of Water Company. Chen Mo put the God's Eye architectural drawings into the system warehouse with a little regret, and continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you obtained the item standard weapon box. Standard weapon box. What is this? Chen Mo immediately checked. Standard weapon box. After opening, you can get 100 standard weapons to arm your shelter in the end times. There is such a thing. What kind of weapons are standard weapons? System. There are all kinds of monsters rampant in this end times. Can these standard weapons fight? Chen Mo asked the system in confusion. System reply. Standard weapons refer to weapons manufactured according to unified standards, which are universal and interchangeable. These weapons are specially designed to deal with various monsters in the end times environment. Although they may not be the most powerful weapons, their reliability, durability and easy maintenance are excellent, suitable for large-scale equipment and use. I see. Chen Mo nodded, showing his understanding. What specific types of these standard weapons are included? System reply. The standard weapon box contains a variety of types of weapons, such as Gauss rifles, Gauss pistols, Gauss machine guns, etc. In addition, it is also equipped with a certain amount of ammunition and basic maintenance tools. Please select and match specific equipment according to personal needs and actual conditions. Chapter 144 Unlimited Firepower, Enhanced Perception. It sounds good. Chen Mo was about to open it, and a huge weapon box was summoned from the system. As the lid of the box opened, a cold metallic smell came to his face, and rows of neatly arranged weapons came into view. He carefully checked these weapons, and found that they were indeed made according to the unified standards as the system said, and each one exuded a fierce murderous aura. He picked up a Gauss rifle, and tried the feel. It felt very comfortable, and the weight was moderate, which would not bring too much burden to holding the gun for a long time. This kind of thing, even girls can use it easily. It seems that it is indeed as the system said, specially designed to deal with the end of the world environment, but I don't know how lethal this gun is. How many levels of alien beasts can this gun hurt? System prompt. Different alien beasts have different defensive capabilities. Even the defensive capabilities of different parts of the same alien beast are different. The power of these Gauss weapons is quite good. Generally speaking, if you attack their vulnerable parts, even a 7th level alien beast will be injured if it is hit in a vulnerable position, but this is just an assumption. High level alien beasts move too fast and are more difficult to hit. It is recommended that these weapons are usually used to deal with alien beasts below the 3rd level. After understanding the strength of these standard weapons, Chen Mo put them away first. Save them for later. He continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the skill Unlimited Firepower. Unlimited Firepower. You can use your mental power to replace the consumables such as charging and ammunition required by any weapon. There is such a skill. It's interesting. If I make a mecha in the future, can it be directly charged? Chen Mo couldn't help but think of some fun things. Since I already have Phoenix Blood, the A-level Healing Light and S-level Holy Purification are useless. However, things below S-level can be recycled for points, and the recycling points are changed according to the number of main survival tasks completed. Chen Mo has now completed 3 main survival tasks, and the current recycling price is 80% of the original price. He will soon be able to complete the 4th main task, and the recycling price can be increased to 90%. So now, although the recycling of A-level Healing Light is only 10,000 survival points short, this is the survival points that can be earned immediately. It's a bit of a loss to waste 10,000 points in a hurry. So Chen Mo decided to recycle S-level Holy Purification first. After all, the recycling of things above S-level is not counted as survival points, but directly converted into corresponding materials. In the future, when synthesizing, you can directly use materials plus materials or materials plus gift packs for synthesis. System. I want to recycle the S-level skill Holy Purification. System prompt. After recycle the S-level skill Holy Purification, you will be able to obtain a copy of S-level material, which can be used to combine with 2 A-level gift packs into an S-level gift pack, or to collect 2 S-level materials and 1 A-level gift pack to combine into an S-level gift pack, or to collect 3 S-level materials to combine into an S-level gift pack. Are you sure? Okay. System prompt. Recycling is complete. Your S-level skill Holy Purification has been successfully recycled, and you have obtained a copy of S-level material. As the skill position was vacated, Chen Mo immediately learned the unlimited firepower skill. At this time, he took out a Gauss pistol from the standard weapon box just now. He did not load the pistol with ammunition, but directly activated the unlimited firepower skill. At the moment, when this skill was activated, Chen Mo only felt that he had a spiritual power that turned into a special energy and entered the magazine of the pistol. He moved in an instant, and his figure appeared in a primeval forest. He stood far away in front of a big tree as thick as a bucket, raised the Gauss pistol in his hand, took a deep breath, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the powerful electromagnetic force inside the Gauss pistol began to work. This force pushed the energy projectile and the ammunition and shot out from the muzzle at a very fast speed. With a light sound of whoosh, the energy projectile drew an almost invisible track in the air and instantly hit the tree. Due to the extremely fast shooting speed of the Gauss pistol and the strong penetrating power of the projectile, a big hole instantly appeared at the location where the tree was hit. A charred hole also appeared on the hit tree, and the area around the hole was charred, as if it was instantly scorched by the high temperature. The tree shook a few times, then fell down with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. What a strong power! Is this a weapon made by future technology? Sensing the loss of mental power, the amount of mental power required to fire a Gauss pistol only required 1 point. Chen Mo now has 10 points of mental power, which means that Chen Mo's mental power is as high as 5,500 points, and the mental power recovered every second is as high as 10 points, and this is not counting the Phoenix bloodline and the super speed recovery skill. Obviously, if he holds a Gauss gun, he can easily achieve unlimited firepower. Back home, Chen Mo put away the pistol with satisfaction, and looked at the next reward again. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the skill Perception Amplification. Perception Amplification. You can consume mental power to amplify any of your perceptions, including vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. System prompt. It is detected that the host's skill column has reached the upper limit. You need to open a new skill column to learn new skills. Do you want to spend reward points to open more skill columns? What can you get more after the taste and touch are amplified? Chen Mo asked curiously. System prompt. After enhancing the taste, you can more clearly distinguish the ingredients of the food you eat, and after enhancing the touch, you can more clearly touch the texture of the contacted objects. It doesn't seem to be very useful. It's better to increase vision and hearing, since there is no skill slot for the time being, and one skill will not be available for a few hours. Chen Mo is rich now, but he cares about it, and plans to buy a skill slot directly. Anyway, this skill slot will definitely be used in the future, and it is impossible to stop at 8. He doesn't mind expanding one more skill slot. System prompt. It is detected that the host has opened 3 additional skill slots. The price of opening the skill slot this time is 400,000 survival points. The host currently has 536,249,493 survival points. Do you want to deduct them? Deduct. System prompt. The points have been deducted successfully. Your skill slot has become 8/9, and you currently have 535,849,493 survival points left. With the successful deduction of points, the skills have also been acquired synchronously. Chen Mo immediately tried to increase the perception out of curiosity. Chapter 145 Powerful Amplification Effect. The first thing Chen Mo tried was to increase his hearing. For ordinary humans, the capture distance of normal volume is 5 meters. That is to say, if the range exceeds 5 meters, although some sounds can still be heard, it is difficult to identify the sound information at the normal speaking volume. If the target's volume is relatively loud, it is only because the sound waves are transmitted farther, not because his hearing has become stronger. Using the normal speaking volume as a means of judgment, after research, the hearing distance of ordinary people is about the same as the limit distance of 5 meters. Chen Mo's current strength is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. His hearing distance is at least 20 times that of ordinary people. In other words, even if anyone speaks within 100 meters, he can hear it clearly. However, because of the blessing of special bloodline, he can also capture the sound, even if it is 100 meters away. But this is because of his ability, and has nothing to do with his normal hearing. For example, when he and Xiaoyu were attacked by a sniper rifle at the gate of Mingyuan community before, the speed of the sniper rifle bullet exceeds the speed of sound. Normally, the bullet penetrated Chen Mo's side and he didn't have time to hear the sound. But because of his bloodline ability, he caught the sound in advance, which is a bit like a superpower. This ability to catch sound is not clear, it can only locate. Now that he has the perception amplification, Chen Mo wants to see how much his real hearing range can be improved. He immediately consumes his mental power to amplify his hearing. As 1 point of mental energy is consumed, Chen Mo finds that his hearing capture ability has increased by about 10 meters compared to before. He tried to consume 10 points of mental energy again, and this time the hearing capture ability is about 100 meters higher than the original hearing strength. In other words, consuming 1 point of mental energy can increase the perception ability by 10%. 10 points means doubled. Chen Mo consumed 100 points of mental energy again, and this time his hearing strength was directly increased to the kilometer level. In an instant, a large amount of sound information around him drilled into his mind. Although the range of hearing was larger and the sound was more mixed, the strength of the perception amplification skill was that, while amplifying the perception, it also amplified the recognition of the information obtained through this perception. Although it feels that hearing a lot of sounds will be very mixed, Chen Mo can now clearly distinguish what anyone is doing at any position. At this time, Xiaoyu was playing the virtual state, having a lot of fun. Yu Yuking and her daughter were bathing in the bathroom, and she was washing Yu Tong's hair. Mu Xiao's family of 3 were listening to Mu Zifan talking about his experience in the Magic City. As for Lin Yike's family, Lin Xiaoshan felt that his sister had worked hard outside, so he was massaging her shoulders to relax her. Chen Mo's parents were happily watching the skit and drinking tea. Everyone can clearly distinguish what they are doing. This is the power of hearing after perception amplification. Chen Mo now has a total of 5,500 mental energy. If all of it is used to amplify hearing, he will be able to hear everything within a range of 55,000 meters at once. But it only lasted for a second, and Chen Mo was afraid that he would faint. It is not normal to use up all the mental energy at one time. The normal use of perception amplification is generally to continuously increase the perception intensity. For example, if 100 points of mental energy are spent to increase the amplification effect by 1000%, with Chen Mo's mental energy and recovery speed, he can basically capture sound information within a range of 1100 meters around him without loss. Of course, the premise is that there is no interference from sound insulation measures. After testing the amplification effect of hearing, Chen Mo immediately tested the amplification effect of vision. However, it is definitely not easy to test with obstacles all around, so Chen Mo moved directly to the top of the Pearl Tower in an instant. At this time, his vision capture ability is within a range of 1000 meters around. This capture ability refers to the distance at which all the outline details of a person at the farthest position can be clearly seen. Ordinary humans will lose some outline details of the target when looking at people 100 meters away. As Chen Mo began to activate his mental power for amplification, his clear vision range immediately expanded. It was as clear as if a high-definition camera was installed on everyone's head. Like the amplification effect of hearing, the amplification effect of vision is also 10% of the distance for 1 point. After 100 points of mental energy, Chen Mo's visual field analysis range immediately increased tenfold, reaching 10,000 meters away. But it still can't be compared with the legendary clairvoyance. 1 mile is 500 meters, so the clairvoyance must be able to see 500,000 meters. No wonder it is called a supernatural power. However, if Chen Mo is willing to consume 5,000 points of his mental energy at one time, he can really reach the level of clairvoyance. 5,000 points of mental energy can increase vision by 500 times. 1,000 meters is 500 times, which is exactly 500,000 meters. But if he does this, he can only take a glance, and his mental energy will immediately reach the bottom. Chen Mo really tested it this way. However, due to the influence of the curvature of the earth, the scenery that can be seen in these 500,000 meters is actually quite limited. But it is also a very abnormal vision capture ability. Those who fight on the roof or make people without closing the window can all be seen clearly in an instant. The sudden loss of 5,000 points of mental energy is still a bit of a drain on Chen Mo. But it also allows him to test the energy recovery speed brought by the ability of the Phoenix body and the Phoenix bloodline. He sensed it carefully. Under normal circumstances, for 10 points of mental power, the mental energy recovery rate per second is 10 points. However, the existence of the Phoenix body of the Phoenix bloodline actually increased his recovery efficiency directly to 10 times the original. Now his mental energy recovery rate is 100 points per second. If the super speed recovery is turned on at this time, the mental energy recovery rate can reach 200 points per second. The loss of 5,000 points of mental energy can be directly restored in just 25 seconds. This recovery efficiency is really too high. By the way, according to the system introduction, if you eat flames at this time, you can speed up the recovery of lost energy. Chen Mo immediately teleported back home and lit the stove. He was really curious about how to eat this flame. But as he lit the stove, the Phoenix bloodline seemed to awaken directly, allowing him to immediately understand how to devour flames and gain energy from them. He opened his mouth and sucked, and the flame on the stove turned into a fire snake and automatically drilled into his mouth. As these flames were swallowed into his stomach, Chen Mo also felt that his spiritual energy recovery speed increased by an additional 100 points per second on the basis of the previous 200 points per second. Can the ordinary flames ignited by the household stove have such a recovery speed? If the flames are stronger, won't the recovery speed be even faster? Chen Mo walked to the window, looked at the sun in the sky, and couldn't help but have a bold idea. Chapter 146 Invincible Shield. According to the system's introduction to the Phoenix bloodline, even if Chen Mo enters the sun, he will not be hurt. But after all, leaving the earth and being in the environment of the universe, other factors must be considered. So Chen Mo naturally did not dare to fly around. He asked the system, "System, what will happen if my current body enters the universe environment?" System prompt: the host has the blood of the Phoenix and has the Phoenix body to protect him, so nothing will happen in a vacuum environment. I feel relieved, if you say so. Chen Mo suddenly became interested and moved to the vicinity of the sun in an instant. At this time, the sun in front of him was not like the disk seen on the earth, but turned into a huge hot red ball with no edge at all. Staying on the surface of the sun, although Chen Mo could sense the scorching high temperature on the surface of the sun, he did not feel uncomfortable at all in such an environment. Instead, he felt warm and comfortable, as if he was at home. The Phoenix body is really awesome. I can feel very comfortable next to the sun, and nothing will happen. After praising the specialness of the Phoenix body, Chen Mo immediately activated the Phoenix bloodline and tried to absorb the fire of the sun. As his ability was activated, the scorching flames on the surface of the sun immediately turned into a fire snake and was swallowed into his stomach. You know, the composition of the sun's flames is very complicated, but the Phoenix physique doesn't seem to care about these at all. With this mouthful of flames entering his stomach, Chen Mo's energy that he had just lost was restored in an instant. So strong, it's worthy of being the sun. A mouthful of fire is enough to make me instantly full of mental power. If I need energy in the future, I can fly to the sun and take a breath. Isn't that an endless supply of energy? Chen Mo was satisfied and teleported back home again. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the infinite combat suit and nano armor on his body. Under the high temperature of thousands of degrees on the surface of the sun, he was able to withstand it. It was also a bit strong. After understanding the perception amplification effect and the effectiveness of the Phoenix bloodline with satisfaction, Chen Mo continued to look at the subsequent rewards. Now that 12 rewards have been seen, there are still 6 rewards left. Chen Mo is thinking about whether he can get some more advanced bloodlines. The more of this stuff, the better. The improvement brought by the Phoenix bloodline alone is already quite amazing. He glanced at the result of opening the 13th 5-star super daily gift package. System prompt: successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the item adversity pill. Adversity pill. After taking it, you can temporarily upgrade your realm by 1 level, but it can only last for 5 minutes. After the effect of the drug ends, you will fall into a state of falling realm for 1 day. It only takes 5 minutes to take effect, and the realm falls by 1 day. No wonder it is called adversity pill. No one is willing to take this thing, unless they are in adversity. Chen Mo put the adversity pill into the ring for easy access. Continue to look at the next reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You have obtained the item Invincible Shield. Invincible Shield. This item can only be used once. After use, the item will burn all the energy and disappear. After the item is used, it will be able to generate a spherical shield with you as the center and a radius of 100 meters around. The shield will last for 3 seconds and can resist all damage during the effective period. This is a good thing. System. I remember I still have an invincible chance that I haven't used yet. Chen Mo remembered when the system was just turned on, he and Lin Xinru were fighting hard. At that time, the system seemed to remind him that he had an invincible chance. System prompt. The invincible mode given by the system has not been used by the host yet and will always be valid. This mode can only be turned on once and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. During the invincible mode, please do not attack other units, otherwise you will exit the invincible mode early. The host can enable it at any time. Are the rules of this invincible mode the same as the rules of the invincible shield? Are they both absolutely invincible? System prompt. The invincible effects of the two are exactly the same. Both are absolutely invincible. No matter what level of attack is received, the corresponding attack can be invalidated within the duration. That's really amazing. It would be great if I had this kind of superpower and I could enter an invincible state from time to time. However, my space-time confinement ability can also be regarded as a pseudo-invincible effect. Since space-time confinement is considered a superpower, then I can have this superpower to control space and time. I'm afraid that others can also awaken this superpower. Thinking of this, Chen Mo asked, System, is my superpower awakening unique? System prompt. All superpowers are generated under random factors and are not unique. Anyone may awaken the superpower that the host currently has. Sure enough, after understanding the rules of superpowers, Chen Mo didn't hesitate and continued to look at the next reward. System prompt. The 5-star super daily gift package was successfully opened and you got the item Super Explosive Box. What is this thing? System prompt. This is a packing box containing a total of 50 high-tech explosives. Really? How about the explosive power? It's okay that the previous weapons didn't work against high-level monsters, but if this thing doesn't work against high-level monsters, it's a bit embarrassing. This thing sounds disposable. System prompt. There are a total of 6 high-tech explosives in the blasting box. If used properly, they can also cause effective damage to high-level monsters. The list is as follows. Please check it out. As soon as the system prompt ended, it immediately listed the information of the 6 high-tech explosives for Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately glanced at it. Detailed list of contents of the super blasting box. Macro tracking blaster. This small explosive combines miniaturization technology and intelligent tracking system to accurately track and destroy targets. Intelligent pulse grenade. This grenade uses advanced guidance systems and pulse energy to adjust its trajectory in flight and release high energy pulses when it contacts the target, causing a devastating blow. Quantum shock bomb. A bomb made using the principles of quantum physics that destroys the structure of the target object by causing microscopic shocks inside it. It is powerful and leaves no trace. Ghost blast ball. This transparent explosive is almost undetectable before detonation and can destroy enemies or obstacles silently. Electromagnetic pulse grenade. This grenade releases a strong electromagnetic pulse that can paralyze electronic equipment and cause temporary chaos in the range, which is very suitable for electronic warfare or information warfare, and is also very effective against enemies with similar capabilities. Nano disintegration bomb. This bomb releases nanorobots that can quickly decompose the target object, causing it to disappear in a short period of time. Chapter 147 Interesting Skills. After looking at the 6 kinds of explosives inside the super blasting box, Chen Mo showed a satisfied smile. The strength of these 6 explosives seems to be not low, and each has its own magical use. Among them, there are 2 kinds of explosives that can destroy from the inside of the enemy, which is the most difficult to defend. After all, even if the surface defense is very strong, the internal defense may not be. Think about it, monsters and gods can't stand Sun Wukong's stomach. Chen Mo himself was afraid of these 6 kinds of explosives. Although he has an infinite combat suit and no armor to protect his body, he has nothing inside. He relies purely on his physique and the physical strength brought by his blood. If there is really a bomb that can explode in his body, then apart from the near vulnerability of the Phoenix bloodline, he has no other way to survive. Putting away the super blasting box, Chen Mo continued to look at the subsequent rewards. There are only 3 rewards left, and I don't know if there are any other things that are good enough to go against the sky. Chen Mo opened the information prompt and flipped down. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you have obtained the skill 5-element escape technique. 5-element escape technique. You can escape into metal environments, wooden environments, water environments, fire environments, and earth environments, but please be careful about your mental power consumption. Once you exhaust your mental power in certain physical environments, you may merge with the target environment in a molecular state and cannot recover. System prompt. It is detected that the host's skill slot has reached the upper limit. You need to open a new skill slot to learn new skills. Do you want to spend reward points to open more skill slots? System. Why do you give me all kinds of things? There are technology, and how come there are magic? System prompt. The so-called magic may also be a kind of technology. The end of science is theology, and the 5-element escape technique can also be explained by science. Hearing what the system said, and seeing the last sentence, you may merge with the target environment in a molecular state and cannot recover. This is indeed quite close to scientific classification. Chen Mo did not complain anymore. However, he had gained another skill, which meant that he had to buy another skill bar. After all, he didn't plan to recycle the healing light now. System prompt. It was detected that the host had opened 4 additional skill bars. The price of opening the skill bar this time was 500,000 survival points. The host currently has 535,849,493 survival points. Do you want to deduct them? Yes. System prompt. The points were deducted successfully. Your skill bar has changed to 9/10. You currently have 535,349,493 survival points left. As the skill bar was expanded, Chen Mo immediately learned the 5-element escape technique. The moment he finished learning, he immediately began to try the effect. Speaking of which, this 5-element escape technique is a bit similar to the virtual power he had come into contact with before. The virtual power is to put his body directly in a state of nothingness, so as to penetrate everything. But the 5-element escape technique is not like this. Chen Mo only felt it clearly after he escaped underground. During the use of this 5-element escape technique, he can launch an attack to touch the surroundings. As long as he has this idea, he can attack at will with his own will, and he can even punch the soil in front of him directly in the soil. This is a physical state of escaping into other objects. Chen Mo is not very clear about how to do it. Anyway, it involves the molecular field. After escaping underground for a while, he returned to the ground. When he returned to the ground, there was not even a bit of dirt on his body, and even his clothes were in good condition. Can my skill drive the molecularization of clothes together? Chen Mo felt incredible. However, he remembered a certain Electric Hero movie, where the opponent seemed to pass through the wall with clothes, and the principle seemed to be a matter of molecular level. This 5-element escape technique is quite interesting. Chen Mo moved himself to the ocean area again. This time he used the 5-element escape technique to enter the sea water. The feeling of entering the sea water is completely different from the feeling of entering the sea water directly, because at this time, he seemed to be integrated into the seawater, able to move with the tide, and able to move in the seawater at a faster speed than normal entry into the water. It can be called an escape, because in the blink of an eye, his figure can swim hundreds of meters away. After Chen Mo had enough fun with teleportation, he returned home without a drop of water on his body. Entering the water with the 5-element escape technique is like entering a special environment, rather than being wrapped in water. This experience is still very magical. Chen Mo, who previously thought that the 5-element escape technique was a bit fancy, now has a much better view of this skill. If this thing is used well, it may be quite useful. After testing it with satisfaction, Chen Mo looked at the next reward. I don't know how to evaluate this penultimate reward. System prompt: successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you have obtained the skill transformation technique. Transformation technique: you can change into the appearance of any creature at will. You need to continuously consume mental energy to maintain the changed state. You can only change your image and inherit certain abilities of the target, such as flying, echolocation, drilling, etc., but you cannot change your own attributes. System prompt: it is detected that the host's skill column has reached the upper limit. You need to open a new skill column to learn new skills. Do you want to spend reward points to open more skill columns? Wow, Sun Wukong 70 to transformations, right? This skill actually made Chen Mo quite interested. However, this thing may be more useful in the current prosperous times, but I don't know if it will be useful in the end times. It looks a bit fancy, but Chen Mo still likes this skill. At this time, Xiao Huang was excited to come over to sniff because he brought back a black caiman and a sailfish. Chen Mo changed his body shape directly in front of it, and the next moment, he became Xiao Huang's appearance. Xiao Huang, do you still recognize me? Chen Mo smiled and communicated with his soul. Master, how did you become my appearance? Xiao Huang still has intelligence after all. After looking in the full-length mirror in Chen Mo's home, it naturally knows what it looks like. Chen Mo grinned immediately and turned into a bird again. He gently flapped his wings and flew up. The next moment, he landed and transformed into the appearance of Kivis, and his voice could be exactly the same as Kivis. Interesting, if I kill an important figure in Water Company, can't I easily change into his appearance and blend into his inner circle? This is much more reliable than a simulated doll. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile with a plan. Some people were not easy to deal with before, and he was afraid that he couldn't connect directly. Now he can take over seamlessly, so there is no problem. Chen Mo wants to contact Water Company, and GPP is obviously the best target. I just don't know who in it has close ties with Water Company. Chen Mo decided to go back to GPP Company to investigate. The system will open another skill bar. System prompt: it is detected that the host has opened 5 additional skill bars. The price of opening the skill bar this time is 1 million survival points. The host currently has 535,349,493 survival points. Do you want to deduct them? Right square bracket. Chapter 148: Make the best use of everything. Wait a minute. Why is it not 600,000? Why did it become 1 million directly? Chen Mo found that after the skill bar reached 10, the price of opening the 11th skill bar suddenly increased a lot. System prompt: every time you expand 5 skill bars, the price will increase once more, not a fixed increase. You increased it to 1 million at once, so if I open the 12th skill bar, it will become 1.5 million, right? Chen Mo asked immediately. System prompt: the price of opening the 12th skill bar is 1.2 million, the 13th is 1.4 million, the 14th is 1.8 million, the 15th is 2 million, and it will increase to 3 million at the 16th. It's okay if you calculate it this way. 200,000 is enough, but you can't afford to add 500,000. If you jump 5 skill bars again, it's really unbearable. Just deduct it and increase it to 15 skill bars at once. Anyway, you may need it later. System prompt: the host currently has 10 skill bars. It will cost a total of 7.4 million to upgrade to 15 skill bars. Are you sure? Confirmed. System prompt: points deducted successfully. Your skill column becomes 10 over 15, and your current survival points remain 527,949,493 points. After opening the skill column, Chen Mo looked at the last reward, wanting to see if there were any surprises, but unfortunately there were none. System prompt: successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package, and you got the item Exotic Beast Advanced Pill. Although there was no surprise with this Exotic Beast Advanced Pill, it just happened to have 2 Exotic Beast Advanced Pills, and now Xiao Huang needs to take 2 Exotic Beast Advanced Pills to advance, which can be regarded as making the best use of them. Xiao Huang only needs to be watered with a spiritual plant evolution liquid to advance to the next level. In this way, Xiao Huang is at the 2nd level and Xiao Huang is at the 3rd level. It is also a good improvement. As for who should the remaining reborn pill for humans be given to, Chen Mo still has to think about it. Master, these 2 things smell good. Can I eat them? Xiao Huang sniffed the black caiman and the swordfish for a while, and communicated with Chen Mo's soul. You can eat these 2 things if you want, but I have other good things for you to eat first. Chen Mo said with a smile. What good things? Hearing Chen Mo say this, Xiao Huang immediately laughed and stuck out his tongue and looked at him excitedly. It's the little meatballs you ate before. Chen Mo directly took out the 2 Exotic Beast Advanced Pills and put them in front of Xiao Huang. Wow, this little meatball is so powerful when eaten. Xiao Huang excitedly shook his tail. Can I eat it now? It looked at Chen Mo expectantly. Eat it. After getting Chen Mo's affirmation, Xiao Huang immediately rolled his tongue and swallowed the 2 Exotic Beast Advanced Pills into his stomach. As the 2 Exotic Beast Pills entered his stomach, Xiao Huang's aura immediately changed, and powerful energy continued to surge in his body, but it was quickly digested and absorbed by him. Xiao Huang's eyes gradually turned into a blood red like a ruby, his hair became more shiny than before, and his body was slightly larger than before. Although Xiao Huang's body shape did not change much this time, Chen Mo could still clearly see Xiao Huang's advanced changes through perspective. The reason why Xiao Huang's body shape did not change much during his evolution was because his muscle density increased. Although his body shape did not change much, his physical strength increased significantly. Name: Xiao Huang. Race: Alien Beast. Level: Level 3. Bloodline: Howling Moon Wolf. Randomly evolved by taking Alien Beast Advanced Pill. 20 points of supernatural energy. Ability: Psychic Flash. Can flash in space at will within 1,000 meters of itself. And use Space Shock to stun nearby hostile targets within a 10-meter range after flashing. From the beginning to the end of the flash, it will be in a virtual state for 1 second, which can avoid all physical damage. Basic attributes: Constitution 8 equals 140 points of supernatural energy. Strength 10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Agility 10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Mental power 8 equals 140 points of supernatural energy. Supernatural energy 750 points as the level increases. Xiao Huang's attributes also increase by a large margin. At this time, its supernatural energy has almost reached the level of half a step to the 4th level. As the attributes increase, Xiao Huang's IQ has also increased a little more than before. If Xiao Huang's intelligence was about the same as that of an ordinary child of 11 or 12 years old before, now he has basically grown to the level of a normal human child of 15 or 16 years old. Master. Xiao Huang suddenly spoke directly. Chen Mo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Can you speak human language? After eating 2 small balls just now, my tongue seems to have changed. Xiao Huang said happily. Interesting. Chen Mo touched Xiao Huang's head and said, but don't talk casually in crowded places. I'm afraid you will scare others. What about in front of Sister Yu and Sister Xiao Ru? Sister Yu has accepted your identity, so it shouldn't be a big deal to talk in front of her. Sister Xiao Ru is also okay. I'll talk to her when she wakes up. Chen Mo smiled and touched Xiao Huang's head. Okay, if you like these 2 things, feel free to eat them. I'm going to feed Xiao Hua something delicious. Chen Mo glanced at the black caiman and swordfish beside him and said indifferently, thank you, master. I'll be polite then. Xiao Huang said, and bit the black caiman in one bite. The leather armor on the tail of the black caiman was quite thick, but it was bitten off by Xiao Huang's teeth, which were like steel inlays. It can be seen how terrible Xiao Huang's bite force was at this time. Seeing that Xiao Huang was eating happily, Chen Mo ignored it and came to Xiao Hua's side. At this time, Xiao Hua was basking in the sun comfortably. After sensing Chen Mo's approach, it immediately communicated with its soul obediently. Master. Good boy, Xiao Hua, I brought you something good. Chen Mo said with a smile. What good thing? You will know after pouring it for you. Chen Mo took out the spiritual plant evolution liquid and poured it on the roots of Xiao Hua. As the spiritual plant evolution liquid was poured on the roots of Xiao Hua immediately felt a surge of energy. It immediately excitedly activated the absorption ability of the roots and absorbed all the spiritual plant evolution liquid into the body at a very fast speed. When all the spiritual plant evolution liquid was completely absorbed by it, its body shape also began to change. Before, Xiao Hua was only about half the length of an adult's arm, and its rhizome was only 1 finger thick, but with the absorption of the spiritual plant evolution liquid, its rhizome directly became more than twice as thick, and the entire length became 2/3 the length of an adult's arm. Master, what is this water? It feels so good. Xiao Hua said excitedly, after absorbing the spiritual plant evolution liquid. Chapter 149, Fobble. Seeing that Xiao Hua had absorbed everything, and the transmission of consciousness was smoother than before, Chen Mo immediately checked its properties. Name, Xiao Hua. Race, spiritual plant. Level, 2nd level. Origin, mandragora flower. 25 points of supernatural energy. Ability, corruption poison. Can inject this supernatural poison into any target within 100 meters around, or spray the poison mist indiscriminately. Within the range, strong toxin antidote. Can inject a strong antidote into any target within 100 meters around, making the target immune to corruption poison and other types of supernatural poisons during the period when the strong antidote is effective. Basic attributes. Constitution 5 equals 50 points of supernatural energy. Strength 8 equals 140 points of supernatural energy. Agility 4 equals 30 points of supernatural energy. Mental power 10 equals 225 points of supernatural energy. Supernatural energy 470 points. Half step 3rd level. Spiritual plants are indeed spiritual plants. Each time they evolve, their supernatural energy can reach the level of half a step to the next level or above. However, Xiao Huang can only approach the level of half a step to the next level at most. The gap is still not small. Chen Mo smiled and touched the flower stem of Xiao Hua and said, this is a good thing to improve your strength, but it is not often available. I will give it to you next time I get it. Can you live without potted plants at your current level? Hearing what Chen Mo said, Xiao Hua immediately moved its roots and communicated with consciousness. Yes, but it will continue to consume energy. It is better to take root in one place. So that's how it is. It seems that spiritual plants still have a lot of limitations. Then you should continue to stay in the flower pot. Chen Mo said with a smile without caring. At this time, Xiao Huang was eating happily next to him. It looked up at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, do you want to eat some? This fish is delicious. After Xiao Hua reached the 2nd level, it was able to communicate with Xiao Huang. The spiritual power of spiritual plants is very strong. It does not need to learn any consciousness communication. It can communicate with other creatures through spirit. Although Xiao Huang cannot do this, Xiao Huang can already speak, so the two guys can still communicate without obstacles. Hearing what Xiao Huang said, Xiao Hua's rhizome suddenly extended from the pot and pierced the wounds of the sailfish and the black caiman. The next moment, Chen Mo saw that the blood of the sailfish and the black caiman was actually absorbed directly by Xiao Hua's rhizomes. Can you still eat blood? Chen Mo said in surprise. I can absorb nutrients from liquid things. Xiao Hua replied immediately. Can it be like this? It seems that the way your spiritual plants grow is not completely to stay in place and leave it to fate. Any unit that dies around can become your nutrients. Chen Mo sighed. The alien beast advancement pill and the spiritual plant evolution liquid are all used up. Now there is only one reborn pill left, and I don't know who to give it to. Chen Mo thought about it and decided to give it to his parents first. After all, they are the oldest, so he should improve his parents' foundation first, so that they can find a way to practice themselves. But after all, there is only one pill at present, and it seems not good to give it to either one first. Chen Mo decided to save 2 pills and give them together at that time. Otherwise, it seems a bit partial. Chen Mo was so happy to receive a lot of rewards for completing the main task. Inside the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in Bird Country, the top investigation intelligence and law enforcement agency of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Button City, referred to as FOPL. The director of FOPL, McLaren, has also learned about the theft of the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank. After all, for such a big and bizarre case, it may not be enough for his own internal investigation team and a retired detective. If the president does not ask the FOPL organization to help solve the case, it is unknown how long the case will be delayed, and he can't afford to delay it for a day. After receiving a call from the president of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank asking him to go to the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in person, Director McLaren of FOPL also felt that this incident did not seem so simple. Although the public opinion in the outside media and on the internet has been temporarily resolved by the public relations department of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank. After all, the fire will not be covered by paper, and this matter will explode sooner or later. Arriving at the Bird Reserve Bank, McLaren was personally taken by the president to the underground vault for a tour. There were also trace materials and surveillance footage compiled by the investigation team. Boss, what do you think I should do this time? This is simply not something a human can do. More than 8,000 tons. More than 8,000 tons. Even if I embezzled, I couldn't take out so many gold nuggets at once. In the office of the president of the Bird Reserve Bank, Zeus, the president of the Bird Reserve Bank, said with a headache. Zeus, this matter is not simple. Give me some. I will organize people to start the investigation as soon as I go back. I will take these materials back first. McLaren flipped through the materials in his hand, and the expression on his face was somewhat intriguing. Excuse me, my investigation team and the investigation expert Loki invited said that they could not find any physical traces left by the robbers. I think there is no other organization besides you, FOBLA, that can investigate this case. In addition, this matter is of great importance, and I dare not hand it over to someone I'm not familiar with, so I can only contact you to see. Understood. You should block the news here first. I don't know how many days it can be blocked. Please solve the case quickly, Zeus said helplessly. Don't worry, I will start to deal with it as soon as I go back, McLaren said, and left with a lot of important information. As soon as he returned to FOBLA's own director's office, McLaren immediately locked the door and took out a special black and white screen mobile phone. This mobile phone is extremely rare in this era. It is simply an old mobile phone that cannot be any older. It seems that there is only one function of making calls, and nothing else can be done. He pressed a few number keys and dialed a phone number. Hello, this is the aquatic product factory. How many pounds of fish do you want? I want 3 pounds of octopus, my friend. Oh, sorry dear friend, we just sold out the octopus here. Can you change it to something else? Squid tastes good too. Then give me 2 pounds of squid to try. We deliver to your door. Where can I deliver it? 1577 Caesar Street. Okay, I'll transfer you right away. After a series of secret codes, a man on the other end of the phone answered the phone. McLaren, what do you want to talk to me about? Has the Bird Country government noticed us? Don't worry, Akafel, no one has noticed you, but you are too bold. On the one hand, you say you don't want to be noticed by the Bird Country government, and on the other hand, you commit such a big crime. I don't know whether you want to be exposed or not, McLaren said in a reproachful tone. Chapter 150. Another group of superpowered people. Hearing McLaren say this, Akafi was stunned for a moment. What big case? Didn't you do the Bird Reserve Bank underground vault thing? Seeing the other party's tone full of doubt, McLaren was stunned for a moment and said, Bird Reserve Bank underground vault. Hearing this, Akafir immediately searched for relevant information. As a result, he saw the theft of the Bird Reserve Bank underground vault. Although I also know that the security level of the Bird Reserve Bank underground vault is very good. Even if the security of the Bird Reserve Bank underground vault is watertight, it is normal for some insiders to steal some gold bars. Why did you think of me? Akafi said in surprise. The report you read is only a small part. The underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank was not simply stolen, but was directly emptied. McLaren's shocking words made Akafia stunned. Empty? You mean all the gold in the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank was emptied? Yes, and it was not just a common theft, but within a few minutes. I have seen the investigation materials they compiled, and all the surveillance footage has been checked. There is no manipulation. A few minutes before the incident, all the gold bars were still in the vault, and after the incident, all the gold bars disappeared completely, and the doors of the vaults were all intact. It was as if these vaults disappeared directly out of thin air. After McLaren finished speaking, Akafia finally understood why McLaren called him. Interesting, listening to you. This matter is really impossible to do except for superpowers. No wonder you thought of me, Akafia said with a smile. So if it wasn't you, then it must be someone under your command who did it? McLaren said immediately. We have 3 research institutes in total, and we currently have no more than 100 psychics. There are indeed psychics who are capable of sneaking into the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank and stealing gold bars without making any noise. But there is really no one who can completely empty the gold bars in the underground vault of the Bird Federal Reserve Bank in just a few minutes without being discovered. Akafi denied. So you mean that this incident must not have been done by you? Based on the abilities of the superpowers we have created so far, there is no such possibility. Then have your drugs ever been leaked? No. To create a superpower, the drugs needed are from Group B, and we strictly control this drug. Even when used for experiments, there are layers of checks, and there is no possibility of leakage. The most important thing is that anyone who knows about this drug will know that the success rate of this drug is only 1%. Of the 10,000 children who took the drug, except for the 100 who survived and opened up superpowers, the other 9,900 all died directly from brain explosions. With this level of success rate, it is impossible for anyone to steal. If they really want to steal, they must wait for our Group B to further develop new drugs. We have just achieved some success and are expected to reduce some of the failure rates, but even if this part of the research is successful, based on the current results, it is still a long way from being able to be used normally. If you say so, then this incident might be even more serious. After all, if it wasn't your people who did it, and the underground vault was indeed stolen, doesn't that mean there are another group of superpowers? Thinking of this, McLaren had a bad feeling. At this time, Akafia also fell silent. Indeed, if this matter was not done by them, and this matter is so strange that there is no other way to do it except superpowers, it can only mean that there are other superpowers in the world. For some reason, a name flashed in Akafia's mind. He immediately clicked on the relevant information and read it again. If it's really as you said, then there is only one person I can think of right now, and that's a Chinese. He came into my sight not long ago. Chinese? Is he a superpower? I don't know, but this person is a bit weird. Our people are also investigating. Before, Keeves asked me to send a superpower to track and investigate this person. This person also has medicine that can cure all diseases, and his physical fitness is amazing. He alone killed 5 of our thugs who took temporary A drugs. His combat effectiveness is amazing, which is basically impossible if he hadn't taken any similar drugs. After all, at his age, even if he has been practicing some combat skills and exercising since his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to improve his physical strength to the point where he can fight 5 of our masters alone. And it was a crushing kill. So Keeves suspects that he is also researching drugs similar to ours. There is such a thing, so this person must be investigated in detail. There's no way we can find a suitable superpower person to track and investigate him, but there is some good news. Our GPP company has received an invitation for cooperation from this person. We can probably take advantage of this cooperation to deepen our contact with him and further understand the information behind him. Is there really another organization in the world that can develop similar drugs? Doesn't your drug need to be added with a certain substance from the alien meteorite to be successful? There doesn't seem to be any news of such a meteorite falling in China. Indeed, there hasn't been any, but only in recent years. But what about decades ago? Hundreds of years ago? Who knows if there has been a similar meteorite falling in China and was not discovered until recently. But even so, before the drug was fully researched, would they release an experimental subject in such a high-profile manner and attract so much attention? This is a bit different from the conventional research mentality, isn't it? Isn't this thing only released when it is confirmed to be complete? McLaren felt that this matter was a bit problematic. I actually have the same idea as you in this regard, so I also feel that there are many weird things about this matter that I haven't figured out, but at least there is an obvious goal in front of us. I will invest in a new B drug for more experiments as soon as possible and strive to create a superpowered person who can track and investigate this person as soon as possible. By then, all the information will be clear. Then I'll wait for your news. If you can obtain information that proves that China has such a superpowered person, then we can directly accuse China of sending people to steal the gold nuggets and force them to disclose more relevant information. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.